Oh, they wanted TTS for $3 so they can go all crazy. Like they said, $5.
That's pretty cheap.
You really want $3 GTS, Todd? They want to
Five.
sleep. $5?
That's
So you don't want to sleep. $5 GTS, how you sleeping?
Wouldn't that be a community vote?
Raise your hand if you want $5 GTS.
I want one.
I want you to make more money.
I want one.
Yeah, that's why. That's the whole reason why I fucking said
Same
it.
PPS, just a.
Yeah, $5 TTS.
No, I need $50 TTS. $50.
Does it need like a 10?
$100
To be
TTS.
honest with you, Salmondo, if I did $5 TTS, I'll actually make less money.
Oh, you do?
Sorry.
Okay, never mind.
Fuck $5 Andes.
Okay, never mind then. It comes to the bottom.
Are you still watching?
Also, it's fucking annoying. Constant
For tonight, $100. Tomorrow, $1.
Yo, chat, is Eddie still in the chat?
Alright, well, good night, guys. We're going to turn the lights off in about 5 minutes. So get everything ready. We're going to lay down and...
Can we have a cigarette?
No.
One cigarette to share or something?
1 cigarette.
Per person.
Per person.
We did. I believe we deserve it. We're in.
Chat, yes or no for 1 cigarette each person?
Chat, do we deserve a cigarette per person?
Can I have a pair of clothes? No, but it's so moist.
I'll have to buy some new clothes tomorrow then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I already looked, Paul.
We don't have any clothes currently.
I know, it's okay.
You know what? It's okay. I'll pay
This is
this.
the only cop outfit we
What is the
have.
other one? I just want all the ones that I'm thinking. Look at me, bro. I look like a goddamn brave.
Chat spamming, yes.
Alright, I'll give you guys 1 cigarette.
Paul, thank you sincerely.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you. Dude, bro, you were fucking awesome, man. People loved you, dude.
Yeah,
Dude, people literally were fucking laughing, dude.
Your outing was
You
really good.
you acted like EBC asshole.
Yeah, it was so
Yeah.
funny.
You should have got the oversized tie. That would have been the right one.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's cool. Sorry. Hey, no hard feelings. We just do that for.
I just want newest one.
Oh, you see your back?
Ooh, you have one that's
Yeah, one
open.
at the bottom. That's really bad.
This one right here is thin, bad. It's open skin and that's it. I didn't even bruise so easy.
I don't know.
Yo, I heard you knew Carl Bruiser. Carl Bruiser, the New York City loser. I heard you're like a sick live streaming trooper. What's coming up to you when it's showing up? I'm a freaker. I don't know about you, but I'm a real fucking looper. Sick as fuck. I don't know how to say it, but I'ma go home a bitch like a straight up old buck. Straight out the woods, motherfucker, be good. I don't know about you. I don't know, you say you should. Yeah, cuz.
I fuck with that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
A good workout for you.
Be nice. No telling no lies, and I don't know about you, but
I
I'm
relate to you heavily.
Yeah, you heard me, white boy. White vanilla face. Yeah. What's up, vanilla face? What we was? Yeah, yo, it's vanilla face in the building, you heard?
I heard.
Talk about a chat. I don't really be about that. Talk about a diet. Motherfucker saying that I'm eating healthy, but bitch, I'm lying. Don't know how to say it, but I'm in them.
One cigarettes.
What?
What?
One cigarette.
You want cigarette?
Oh. Here.
We share?
One cigarette.
One bowl.
Don't break it.
I'm a fat boy out there. Who that?
Ow.
Well, I can't. Paul,
Dude, that hurts.
I can't reach, I'm fat.
He's gonna break the way he grabs it, though. That's probably.
Okay.
Cigarette?
Carl, can you try and grab it?
Then one cigarette.
No more? Just don't break it. Don't grab the sticker, grab the wire. Ah! See how it's right? Oh, there you go!
Oh! Yes!
Now we need a lighter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you!
Thank you.
You don't smoke, huh?
Oh.
Let's go out. Let's go.
Smells good.
What the fuck? Chassis no to cigs.
Yo, I'm gonna give you this because I don't want to be liable for having a second cigarette.
You know what's funny? We're smoking cigarettes and there was just a giant smoke.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
It was like,
Yeah, I know.
like there was so much smoke in there
Yeah.
from cigarettes earlier, and now we guys like wanting to smoke. Like I just don't understand. That.
Yeah.
I have no
Different
idea.
though.
I guess it is different. I don't know.
Mental program.
Mental program.
Mental problems.
Mental.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, gentlemen, good job today. Everyone, good job, good job.
Yo, Tom.
How my brain is working now.
Ah.
So sleepy.
Really?
Yeah, but it wasn't for us. If you find it, let me know. I gotta do it. I feel like it'd be over there. That's the thing, but we'll find it later. Yeah, we'll find it in a bit.
What? That's wild. Oh, you guys sleeping
Imagine
already?
asking
Bro, you're not
another
gonna be
woman
so
to give your
comfortable in that
girlfriend.
shit unless you're on that
That's fucking
mattress
weird.
thing.
Yeah, I'm sleeping this way. I would sleeping this way, yeah. Yeah, it's better.
Why don't you get Spartacus? Why don't you ask for it?
We'll my shit out too.
Yo, Car, I gotta say, bro, that performance really uplifted the spirits.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Yeah.
Bro, you ever thought about getting into acting, bro? I think you should, bro. I think you're hindering yourself from your possibilities.
Hey, you impersonated DBZ pretty fucking goddamn well.
You do a lot of great characters, bro.
Hey, you did a lot of good characters. You did some good
Yeah, I just don't want to do that professionally.
I'm not really a good actor.
You know?
It's something everybody wants to do, like be a model. It doesn't take.
It's different. Those are people who are generic.
There's many generic actors out there. There's a lot of people that are really good at acting. A lot of people that are very good at that. Really good.
That's what I'm saying. You have a good. You have exactly everything you need to like accomplish it the right way without being generic.
I don't know. I think I'm too.
I think they can just listen to us what we're saying, bro. Trust me. The way you had the chat going, bro. Trust me, bro. You can really do good as an actor.
I don't want to fucking read some writer's romance.
We just don't log on to it.
Show a little short form skits.
Yeah, no.
Without the NYPD in it.
Look at our hair. Our hair is out of control.
I want to shave everything.
I mean, I learned how to act from HCC.
You're lucky you came into this shit bald. Now I know why you did it.
No, I learned how to act from Burger Planet and HCC. Just to be cool.
Yeah, two of Hollywood's most recognized actors.
I would say so. You really good?
Ah! I'm gonna shit myself! I'm gonna shit myself!
Breathe. What is breathing?
Haha, did see.
What is it? R-E-E-E-E.
Green is like angry.
Breathe.
I'm green!
Oh, I'll have to check my Discord, yeah.
What is breathing? I don't know.
It's just one of those things.
How you doing, Relentless?
You good? You speak good.
Ain't seen you in a...
Well,
You go sideways. Close to me. There's like so much space.
Yeah, sometimes
It's like
timing.
perfect with all the way over there. That's
On
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
the
No,
button.
you're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Carl, just remember my feet are gonna be this way.
Hey, Kenny, what's up?
Who is that?
Huh?
Who's in the chat?
Oh, one of my kidneys.
Oh,
So I'm trying to figure my dinner out here.
I really need this money.
What up, Salmon?
Be like some blueberries.
Salmon, Andy. Why is your name in there?
oh yeah, I got people that replicate my name.
Oh shit. Okay, I got you.
Ah,
Salmon,
shit.
Andy.
What up,
My
Salmon
Discord's
Andy?
updated.
Yeah,
Oh,
Biscuits,
shit,
what's
oh,
up?
wait a minute.
Kimmy, what up? What up, yo?
I will not forget.
Sorry, I saw someone pass by. What's up?
Hey Victor, there's no media donuts allowed, right?
Cutie Todd, oh god. So, joint?
Hey Paul and Victor, is media allowed?
What up, country? What the fuck's up?
I'm not eating anything for the rest of the day.
Why?
Oh.
My stomach feels weird.
Strawberry cheesecake blizzard, what?
What up, Carlos? What up, Todd?
I got the hamburger shit. Oh, crap. I don't normally eat that.
Caramel fudge cheesecake blizzard, oh my god.
Civility, what's up?
Wait, civility?
Yeah, Civility's in there.
Yo, what up, civility? How you doing?
Yep, he's in there too. Say what's up.
That's the thing, bro. People don't realize a lot of our viewers are all the same, bro.
Well, because they're all
Same
IRL. Yeah, small kicks. IRL is really small right now, and like to go into like
Covered
make
with
over
red
it
dots.
right now, so it's a good
And
time.
I think it's doing an update.
So where are you gonna go after this position? You gonna go back to
Jay?
Thailand?
Huh?
Back to Thailand?
No, I'm going back home to go chill with my mom and handle some stuff.
Yeah.
Looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah, and I wasn't lying about what I said about what
Oh, I didn't realize the point of the ceiling here.
What up? What? All right, I can't
Oh,
read it. All right,
fix it,
she's
but-
hurting my neck.
Didn't realize
Love you
that's what I was
guys.
doing. Ha ha ha. Ha
Last
ha.
4 men standing here. We can't.
They have water, give
Come on, coffee.
You guys got plenty, right?
Paul, there's no media donuts, right?
Huh?
Nobody can donate. No?
Just TTS.
Okay.
We can't.
You guys are getting 8 hours of sleep. I have on the screen on the stream the time that we're gonna wake you up at. It's gonna be 8 hours from now, okay?
Yeah.
Burger's gonna come in and tell you a bedtime story. You said the first aid kit.
That's right. You boys did
In my
really
car,
good today.
it's in the driver's side. So you got my driver's side door is fucked.
What, there, baby?
Yeah, the black one. You have my keys. So you gotta open it from the passenger side, lean over,
Code
and
Gary.
unlock it. Or you could just lean over and just grab it. It's like when you open the door, it's in that little space that's usually in the doors.
I mean, tomorrow we'll bring you that Neosporin,
Yeah, I
Boo.
should have.
but
Whatever.
I think they're fine. I mean, I've been
So
shot
you
with
can't play on
paintballs.
stick.
It's not gonna be effective.
I know, man. I just.
All right, prisoner, please turn around.
I've been laying on
Turn around
piss.
the other way, please.
I know, like saliva and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
People from other people. I don't know, sweating.
No, I'll bring you some stuff tomorrow.
No.
You know the rules. I don't know. Came between
Yeah, Paul, it's a pretty comprehensive
Yeah,
first
you
aid
been walking
kit.
like this all the time.
Well, I'll still bring it tomorrow.
Oh God, dude.
We'll get her back up.
Does it feel?
This is for my protection, Tony. I was already assaulted by
Ouch.
a prison guard by no less.
Does time feel slow in here, or does it feel fast?
It feels
Inmate coming through, back away.
I have no idea, man.
Yeah. When you're in this room, does it feel like the days are long?
We can't tell because we don't see shit. Oh, Paul. We won't need this no more. And I made sure we all had one cigarette.
Oh, you're good there.
Yeah, I was gonna stay for that. Yeah. There's a lot to it.
I think the perception of time is gotta get changed.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Now, some of the people have chosen not to flush the toilet That's gross.
So you can choose to flush or not flush, I guess. I don't know. I'd probably flush if it was me, but I guess I'm not you. But from what I'd heard, some of the guys had been choosing to not flush the toilet, and so come back and leave a little present for the other guys, I guess.
Nah, I'm good. That was some shit. You read on my ass to see that night.
You dropping a deuce?
Nah.
You know what I'm saying?
Don't go chasing waterfalls. Listen to the rivers and the streams like you used to. And you know that. Drop on the ground. Oh, there you go. Yes. All right, prisoner. Let me check your ones. They don't look too bad. You got one good one here. You can probably fill the well, and this one right here is a little, but they don't look bad. Just a little well. All right, here you go.
He really wants to do that. And then you guys will turn the lights off, and then you guys have 8 hours.
Yeah, when the lights go off, that's when 8 hours starts. After bring the story technically.
Yeah. You know what? When the lights go off, that's when it starts.
Yeah, let's keep that with us. Okay.
8 hours start.
Please put this on. Blindfold on, please, sir. Now you're not gonna try any funny business, right?
Now, Victor, they've been through a long day. Let's do it when we turn the lights
Turn
off.
around. Turn around. Hands behind your back, sir.
Good night, boys. Enjoy your wholesome Kansas sleepover. Mando, I'm rooting for you. Hopefully, once you win this, you can turn your life around and stop being a homeless bum. You got it, dude. Thank you. Just stay focused on the prize at the end. Thank you so Trust me, much. man. Free EBZ. And chat. I'll say this. After
Motherfuckers, you're being a bitch ice. Nothing like the last ones. Resident sleeper.
oh, I haven't heard Resident Sleeper in ages. Chat, Paul, you know what I
I
haven't
mean, the last one only lasted 2 days or something.
The first one?
Yeah.
Paul, you know what I haven't heard in a long time?
What?
Never sub, never donated, stolen laptop, neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you're true.
That's a flashback.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shout out to the weaponized autists. We love you.
Hey, these guys have earned this sleep. They haven't slept in almost, I mean, they haven't slept in days, it feels like. So they've earned this. They went through a lot today. They all shaved their heads. They all got fucking absolutely tortured, mentally, emotionally, and physically. They've earned it. You guys have done a good job so far, and I want to applaud you.
Thank you.
Although, somebody will eventually be tired of it and leave. And that person's going to be very angry because they will be 4th place, which means they get nothing.
Weren't we gonna do earlier the confession or whatever?
Yeah, but I changed my
Hey
mind.
Carl, can you reenact Henry quitting? He ran out of the room, crying like a little girl. EBZ came in with a taser, and Henry ran out and ran into a corner and started crying because his girlfriend misses him.
Get out.
Please make fun of him and reset VOD.
Get out.
Well,
That's not what happened. Is it? I mean, listen, I didn't even notice when
I was-
Henry was done. Like,
I was here.
I turned around
He
and
was
Henry
kinda like-
disappeared.
I'm gonna try to fight everybody and I'm gonna murk them when I'm here. But then when I'm here, I sit in the corner and do nothing and then I run out crying.
That's crazy. Did he get tased though multiple times at that point?
I think we tasted him once or twice.
He didn't get any damage. And he ate all the food too. Grabbed all the food. Every single time.
I think that
Did you ever get back home with him?
yesterday's stream with
I think I got as much sleep as you guys did last night.
I think the first day and the second day were insane. With SGC getting time, I think that was key.
Yeah, that time up was good.
I think that was really good.
How much longer you guys think you can take this?
Whatever it takes, I guess.
Forever?
Shit, if fucking numbers go up, yeah, I have nothing else to do with my life and numbers.
That doesn't scare you, Carl?
What did you say?
He says he had nothing else to do with his life. He's homeless.
We were saying we have nothing to lose.
I guess we might like start living out of here, right? Sam?
Free rent.
We might start like going to the bathroom. Like this is gonna be a regular lifestyle for us.
Yeah, I mean, what? We got like a whole year, so.
We're gonna eat the food on the commissary. We're gonna go use that bathroom.
We're gonna stay.
And we're just gonna wash the chat. Like that's gonna be our life. You know.
We're gonna be like puppets.
You guys
That's
are,
it.
You guys are basically my voluntary slaves.
Yeah, I mean, we signed a waiver.
You guys are just like, yeah, master, fucking do whatever you want.
Master Danino, give us more.
So if you guys stay here for a year,
But I'm gonna have.
I can just fuck with you. I can just fuck with my human puppets for the next year.
Yeah,
I
but-
like that actually.
Yeah, but Paul, you know what's gonna be awesome?
Listen, I'm gonna literally order Amazon packages here, and then like I'm gonna start installing things in the cell. Like, you know, I'm just gonna like, put a sink over here,
Yeah.
some furniture.
All that shit's probably gonna get fucked up.
I want to start painting things, and I'm gonna still keep on doing the challenges. I'm just gonna like put up pictures of my family and everything.
Yeah, Paul, what is it? Is it like 54 weeks in a year?
You know.
I think.
52.
52, so 52 times 50,000 is a lot of money.
If that thing that I told you about happens, I don't know if it will.
Well, you never know.
Depends.
Shit, 50K though is still a great annual income.
I mean, it would definitely be a cap. It wouldn't be that. That would be crazy. $1 million.
Right, man, I really do appreciate the opportunity, man.
Hurry up, Burger. Come on, man.
Yo, Chad, to all the people been supporting, man, I really fucking appreciate you guys.
I need to sleep too. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I am absolutely fucking dead. Hurry the fuck up,
Yeah.
Burger.
Prisoners, you have done a very good job today. I thought I would reward you with a little bedtime story.
Where's Hugh?
Let's all gather around, circle.
Where's Hugh?
Where's? Oh, I left him in the back. Oh God, he's escaped! Hugh!
Left him in the bathroom.
We did, didn't you?
Thank you so much.
Oh, we turned the lights off. He's having a good time down here. He's enjoying himself. Well, don't have too much fun, Hugh. We gotta get back to the madness.
Now it's fresh.
It's nighttime.
After.
Well, don't look like you're enjoying yourself.
What kind of steward?
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble either.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not
No
eating
one
any of
get
those
too much
motherfucking
trouble.
nasty, disgusting
You came too far. You don't want to screw it up now, right?
All right, let's go out, bud. You did good. You didn't escape. That's good. It's almost like you like being here.
Smooth cigarettes are really good.
It's time for nighttime. Lights out.
Oh,
All right.
shit.
Oh, we got you.
Oh.
What happened, buddy?
I found something.
You okay?
Alright, come on, keep it moving.
All right, let's all gather around a circle. I want to tell you guys a bedtime story. Come on over. All right, Sammy, you come over. Come on.
This is luxury right now for you
All
guys.
right.
Bedtime stories and sleep.
Here we go.
This is my
Tonight's
this is my
story.
bed, sir.
Well, I'm just gonna sit. We're not laying down around. We're all gathering around. Gathering around. Come on, Tom. What's up?
Come on,
Come
Burger.
closer.
Burger, he's earned it.
All right.
Let him lay in his mattress.
Tonight's story is called "The Story of the Good Little Prisoner."
Remember this, you. Remember what Burger's done to you.
The good little prisoner. He kept his teeth brushed. He kept his cell clean. And he loved the warden. The good little prisoner. He did as he was supposed to do. The good little prisoner. He was rehabilitated and ready to go back into society as a better man. Sometimes the good little prisoner, though, they can make mistakes too, you know, just like the rest of us. But we must remember that the mistakes we make in life, we must learn from those mistakes and not keep repeating them. Just as the good little prisoner does. See, there's a little good little prisoner in all of us. Even you, and even you, Carl.
What about Sam and Andy?
Not a chance. But Tom, you're cool. No, Sam Mondo's alright too. He's growing on me like herpes. Okay, what was that, guys? I'm trying to do a story. The good little prisoner. He finished his food. He did not have sexual urges with his cellmates. Carl. A good little prisoner. He did not say the F word, the word that thou shalt not say. The good little prisoner. He kept his butt clean.
Shut the fuck up.
The good
Shut the
little
fuck
prisoner.
up. Yeah.
He took
Shut the
showers
fuck
and
up.
bathed. That's not
Shut
smell
the fuck
bad.
up.
The
Yeah.
good little prisoner. He did everything as he should, and he eventually was rehabilitated and released back into society as a better prisoner. And then he wasn't a prisoner. He was a civilian. See, there's a happy ending, bud. There's always a silver lining, guys. What you're going through right now, this reminds me of a scripture about Job. Job, he had many tribulations, okay? But this guy Job, I know a lot of you guys don't know about Job, but the thing is, what happened to Job? He got through it. Just like you can get through this too. You never know how much you can endure, how much you can get through until you were in the warden's funhouse. Now, I think you guys did a really good job today, and I think, why don't we all give each other a little clap? We all did good. This everybody survived, you know? 3 people left today. You know, you guys are still doing a good job. You're making the warden hard as a rock. He's been walking around with a boner for the last 2 days. He is very excited about what you guys have been doing over here. Very good. Just keep it up, guys. Somebody's gonna win this 50 grand. It's gonna be one of you 4. So, and the next person that drops out, they potentially get nothing. And then the next 3 people are gonna win the 3 prizes. So,
Yeah, that's what's going on here. It looks like Discord started.
make it through
Well,
the next
Discord
person.
crashed in the middle of my update, so it's a real pain in the ass here.
We're gonna let you sleep for 8 hours so you guys can wake up big like a giant tomorrow and do a real good job so that the warden and Eddie, they'll be proud, you know?
Sounds great to me.
You guys excited about tomorrow?
Yes,
Yeah.
What do you guys think's gonna happen tomorrow? Anybody got any guesses?
No idea.
What
That's
project?
right. Ah, you're learning already. All right. What, bud?
More challenges?
What do you need? I know it's not I know a shower. But what else do you need?
Every 15 minutes.
You need anything, pal? What do you need, bud?
What do you guys
Well,
want?
thank you. Oh, nothing. He was just telling me my eyes look beautiful in the dark.
Oh, what was that? What's in the trash bag?
Nothing's
What's in the trash bag?
Well, Officer Davis thought
What's in the trash bag?
Officer David thought he forgot something, sir. It wasn't contraband. It was a personal item. It was a picture of his girlfriend that he's very in love with and fond of, and he thought he lost it. So I was just inquiring about that, sir.
In the trash can, in the cell.
Well, officer, he lost it. He doesn't know where it is, but Garrett, it's not a big deal.
Sam and Andy?
It's okay.
What?
It's
It's
not.
in the trash can.
It's not. It's nothing we need to worry about, sir.
That was like Waluigi. Holy porn.
He walks down the street and then
Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be
Victor, cut the music.
thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven.
Alright, Burger, we gotta let them sleep.
Now
He doesn't even know the Lord's Prayer. I mean, it's prayer.
I pray the Lord.
But-
Everybody, I pray the Lord, my soul to take. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord, my soul to take. Amen. All right, you guys have sweet, happy dreams, because the real nightmare starts tomorrow. All right, let's get some rest.
Yeah, you guys definitely should sleep. That's why I'm surprised you want to reach out. You need to get as much sleep as you possibly can because it's only going to get worse here.
Good night, gentlemen. You go visit.
Yo, Chad, I love you guys, man.
Night, bro. Night, guys.
Night,
Night, chat.
you, Batama.
Night, Ton Squad. Ton Squad, I'm out. Love you guys.
Right away, too. Mm-hmm.
So hi guys, hi guys, hi guys, hi guys, wake up, 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 hi guys, hi guys, hi guys, hi guys, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wow.
Their emote means nothing, it's just a rating. Our true friendship should never be challenged by such things.
I have 3,200 viewers, or I don't need your shit.
You don't need any more.
I don't need your shit.
You don't want my toxic viewers.
I don't need your shit.
These guys are, they're just...
I'm on another level now, Burger.
Oh my god. Are you now? Oh my god.
Okay, so what time is it? How long are they gonna sleep for?
Guys, go watch SJC Official.
It's
Have a good
1:20.
night.
Say they fall asleep at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, they get 8 hours.
Thanks for watching.
10.
We'll be back tomorrow.
That's too many hours, right?
Yeah.
That's like a lunch. How many hours should they get?
I need to buy them more food for breakfast because there's nothing left.
What have you guys been doing? You can give them this.
Oh yeah, we can give them that for breakfast.
4 of them, that's perfect.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Nobody eat that.
So that's hanging out.
I was looking at following.
There were so many. There was so much food. There was $600 of food.
Okay. Well, yeah, the Starbucks, Red Bull, all that shit adds up. Okay, I did it. Wait,
Oh,
I played Nick White.
I gave him the Heimlich maneuver earlier. Justin was choking at a barbecue restaurant. They gave him the Heimlich. I've never had to give the Heimlich, but he was choking and he gave him the Heimlich. That's what he's looking at. He said,
You're telling me that today, the whole day, so you got punched in the face by EBC.
and saved someone's life.
You saved Jim Carrey's life. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, he said that I did. When he was choking, like, he said, he said, I'm choking. He's like, do you need the Heimlich? He's like, yes. And I gave him the Heimlich.
If he can speak, he didn't need it.
What is this timeline?
Oh, okay, cool. He was scared as hell. I still helped.
If you can talk, then you're not choking.
One thing is,
Tiny Twink tip $3. Kimmy, if you're gonna stay the night, you should go live on Kick so we can watch your stream and we can keep you company. Go live Kimmy, go live Kimmy.
They said go live, Kimmy, if you're going to stay over the
don't
night.
take this away, kid. He's trying to say I'm here.
Yeah, I can.
You might as well if you're sitting there. You know, I mean, obviously you don't want to.
The only thing I was worried about is like when it goes really crazy. Like sometimes you're just floating from Twitch, and you're like, that'd be so insane.
Yeah, they
Like,
don't see the crazy. The crazy isn't there.
yeah.
They see you like, they, oh my god, when you go attend to the crazy.
Yeah.
They don't really see anything.
Now he has the mic on the series. EBZ trying to impress me today. No, he's
Is that Justin?
yeah, he's loving it. He'll probably do another freaking hour or so, or I don't know. He's well, you know, that's the first time I ever had to do the Heimlich maneuver on someone. I did like the kind of like my fist.
You're telling me that today
Yeah.
you did the Heimlich maneuver and saved somebody's life and you got punched in the face.
Yeah.
All in one day, too.
Dude, I got some crazy days. I don't know. This is kind of just
How did that
another,
all happen in one day?
just another day.
Come on, bro. Neither one of those things have ever happened in my whole
I
life.
almost got hit by a car just like last week. The car almost killed me. Like it was like inches away from running the order. Because I had the walk sign, so I was walking across the street, and this car just turns right on, like right around the corner, and they didn't stop, and they almost hit me. He's telling me story. I don't eat food in my mouth. I don't eat food in my mouth.
When you started choking before you made the decision to
Well, he
go out.
got up and he's puked into the things like, I can't breathe. And I'm like, you need the Heimlich? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, fucking, give him the Heimlich.
Come on, this happened off stream. There's no video.
Yeah, we're not sure where's lunch.
Bro,
We're getting lunch.
whenever this happens, we need to go to the restaurant and get the video footage.
Get the security.
No, not even kidding. We need to go to this restaurant tomorrow. Yeah, we have to go to the restaurant tomorrow, or wherever it was.
Where was that? Was that a restaurant today?
Yeah,
Usually when I go barbecue, it's like 20, maybe 30 bucks. Yeah. So like, yeah, this one is called Dick's Barbecue. They have good reviews, like 12 or 1300 reviews, like 4.3 stars or something. And it's like $10 to $20. Yeah, that's like sounds pretty good. Yeah, barbecue. Sorry. I mean, it's not really say, I'm not going to mess with it.
So I can go?
What do I have to say?
Okay. If you need me, call and I'll look up the money.
I was good from when you guys hit this way until fucking later.
So you hadn't held down.
I was thinking every time. I was fucking acting dreaming on it. They were to each other. I was fucking with them.
Yeah. That's crazy. No.
Production lost.
I thought everyone was
So you had a bad day.
So tomorrow morning,
Yeah,
I know, I'm gonna have to take over. So I'm gonna give them this for breakfast, but I need to go get them lunch and dinner. All the food's gone. I need to start yelling at people.
This is what happens when you have Nikolai over here, bro. He ate all the food.
He couldn't have eaten everything.
He's trying to wait the
He
chance.
tried. He got full eventually.
what did you eat?
There's no way it was just in.
What did you eat?
I don't believe it.
I haven't eaten any of this food. I had like two. I had one energy.
There's
I
only
think EBZ ate some shit.
only four.
I think EBZ
I
ate
think you did too.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Here's the quick
I had a squirt.
That's one squirt.
I had it
and
earlier
two
when I was like
Oh,
walking down with EBZ because I didn't know if he was going to try to like do something again or whatever. So I grabbed that before all this.
But please don't eat the frozen food. Like, what time is left? No, not just eat it. Like,
Sorry, I'm asleep.
I call everybody honey, sweetie. I call everybody sweetie. I don't know. That's all my grandma was.
You live on
Hi,
stress.
sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Honey.
Alright, I want honey.
Or we say,
Hon. Hi, hon.
we say "hun" a lot or in Indian.
Hi, hon.
Well, I guess we could pick something up on the way home. Hopefully.
Where'd you find that was open?
There's some kind of fave. Is this anybody's fave?
you're driving? Have a picture of me.
Oh, I should say.
Yeah.
Where? Oh, yes, that one.
Is this anybody's fave?
Yeah,
It was there. It was the.
I'm like the liquor jar. You like the liquor jar?
Oh, it's there. Are they being done or is it somebody else's? Oh, I don't get it. Trust me, you don't want that. Why? They've been sharing it all the time. Yeah. All this stuff.
Virgo literally found a date with him yesterday and he's been smoking it since.
Yeah, the one there for shit.
I swear to God.
I already smoked a ball with those guys. I don't know. It's the same shit, right?
I mean, so did I.
Yeah.
That was so funny when you did the X-ray yesterday. You were breaking him with the bong. Yeah, but you made him work for it. He was crying, asking for it. There's no lighter. He just had to beat everyone up for a lighter.
Oh, yeah.
There's been a lot of good moments in this career. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, CABC. What time you guys home?
Maybe it was around noon. Is that good? He wants some earlier, so we can see.
If you need anything, listen to us.
Yeah, that's how easy. I mean,
Okay.
can you come here? Hey, if you find that fake,
Yes.
take your headphones out.
And
I'll
I'll
come as soon as I can.
come here. I'll be here at 9 a.m. and I will be feeding them breakfast. None of them have daily medication anymore. All the daily meds are gone.
Okay, she'll be here at 9 a.m. and you guys want to do it.
Okay.
And I'll probably be here like. Have a good night.
Who do I text for the ride?
I'll be here like.
ABC.
I don't know.
Whose change is this? Is this anybody's?
It's mine, you can have
Tell me.
Looks like they are making more money on this.
Alright.
65 cents.
Alright, Chad, I'm gonna be right back and then I'm gonna.
Gary, you idiot.
Korean will cuck out. Mondo will cuck out. Chinaman wins 100%.
I've never jerked off once here, dude. What are you talking about? Sheridan, what do you mean, dude? I'm literally about to abandon streaming on YouTube and stream on Kick full time. Like, fuck my YouTube channel. YouTube channel at this point, dude. Kick is where I really want to be at.
What Campbell got red hair?
By the way, good to see you. I've been with you guys for a few minutes. Chad, you guys didn't hear that. Shh.
All the time, bro. Let it hang.
More basket.
Stretch,
With the weights, nigga, and stretching my god.
White boys saying nigga, shaking my head. I'm not even white, buddy.
No!
You
Don't ever call me white.
We know you did. The devil's cut.
Here we go, guys. What are we gonna find? Look at the little pipe. We got a little pipe. What else she got? Uh-oh. Oh, look at all this shit she stole. Bro, she stole all this shit from fucking Target and shit, nigga.
There should be a wallet right there on the passenger. Do it for free?
Dude, if you're getting pulled over like this, you've already lost, you fucking clown. What a fool.
I love this shit, bro. I love cameras. Such a great technology.
I haven't looked through any of the pockets. Take a picture of this. Meth. No, just meth. Loose.
Huh. No, it's just meth.
Between everything, probably about an 8 ball.
Probably about an 8 ball of meth.
Yeah.
You know what's wild? From my fucking times to the boys, right? You can do whatever in your fucking car. It doesn't matter. The fact that you're getting pulled over like this man, you got a big time fuck up fail to have this
You weren't
happen
honest
to you.
about it though.
Like, you can do whatever in your path, but this shit to happen to you, you're the biggest fucking loser ever.
You said you were honest though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be honest with you guys. Just like,
Did you hear what her original charge was? For identity theft out of Oregon? Yeah, she's on probation out of Oregon for identity theft.
Identity theft.
Yeah.
We're not a scammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's a Meti scammer, bro.
Sounds good to me.
Oh my god.
How you know what an 8-ball looks like, Gamble? What? Kind of a question.
Gamble has never seen his rug in his whole life.
No idea what you're talking about, dude.
You guys are capable of searching her. What is it?
I just want to be honest with you guys.
More meth?
More meth.
You said, is it more meth? She said, just a small amount.
Is that Silva? Isn't she supposed to? Oh, okay. Alright, if she's coming, I'll let you.
At this point, that's gonna fucking mean anything. Not that it did to begin with, but I mean, come on, the psychology there, dude. Come on. Just a little bit more. Bro, the fact that, like, to get into this situation to begin with, fucked up.
I love how she's constantly saying, I'm being honest. And then we find. I love how she keeps saying, I'm being honest, and then we find more stuff on her. She said, oh my god.
Whiskey!
Put the EBT card she sold.
Commentary.
She's got somebody else's EBT card.
Did Curtis give you permission to use his EBT card?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Of course he did, of course,
The whole story. then
No, I
was-
came here to get pizza and
Oh,
Coca-Cola,
Denver.
and
Okay, who were you visiting over there?
I already said it was. That's where I got it from. The girl that was there, Diana. That's just told me her name.
Okay. How do you know Curtis?
I met him through another random ass girl. I think her was Brittany.
Brittany.
Brittany and Tom.
Brittany and
Dude, she got the EBT card, son. That's some real gangster shit.
Why does she have
This video is crazy. Isn't this shit crazy, dude? You know that this woman is just a chatter. She's just like been talking shit in chat for like a really long time, and she would go live sometimes, just like talk shit about everybody and whatever. And then like somebody found this shit because they hated her, and like
They never learn, dude. Like,
so funny,
why would you
bro.
do that when you stop it?
Yeah, keep telling the truth so I can incriminate myself some more.
I'm just being honest, guys.
She's got like all these like random toys and shit that she steals
seems legit,
because
right?
she's like methy as fuck, bro.
Just random, like, new tech.
All random brands of cigarettes, like no consistency. Like,
whose EBT card she had? Did I show that to you?
bro, just wait when they get in the trunk, bro, and they find the Yu-Gi-Oh cards, bro. That shit hits.
Yeah. What direction is that?
Yo, little Gamble, you okay?
Everything's fine, Gamble.
What's going on?
Don't tell him that, because he's gonna think I hit you.
No, like in a sexual way.
Oh, there you go. Oh my god, bro. You guys are psychotic.
Oh, man.
Okay,
I'm about to take another whippet then.
No, but you need to literally take it easy on that shit, dude.
I'll take another one just because he told me to do that.
Like, they're deceptive like that. They're one of those. You can go too fucking hard and not realize it.
Yeah.
Every time you tell me to chill out, I'm gonna take 2 more.
No, the whippets are really.
That's not a good mentality.
Man, that
bro.
ass, bro. Stop doing the
whippets, man. It's some fucking
diddler shit, bro. The whippets are. It can be really bad, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, you gotta actually listen to me.
That's why they're so deceptive, man. It's like, right.
Alright, I'm
The
listening.
next time it just it's fucking worse. Like, on your head, like, for the day. Be careful. It's good shit, but like, not to keep fucking going like the whole night with little fuck you all.
The whole night we're going hard, nigga.
I mean, it is good shit. It's
Doesn't
like,
need a blunt.
they're very
Yeah, I know.
unlikely to die, like, but it's like.
Yeah, it's fucking deceptive.
But
like
they're-
that.
but-
Thing.
but-
You guys are fucking insane. You guys
Hey,
think
bro,
that
they
the
literally
fucking
sell that
ass
shit in
is
like
gonna get
Taiwan or
him?
something. Like, it's crazy. No, but
Yeah, I know,
there is
but, like,
there is a slight chance though that
Like, shit's my ass, nigga. I've never
Yeah,
been
it's
a
like,
kid, so
this
it's
is what
like,
it is, bro. At the end of the day, everybody got a death note. That's true.
That's true. Yeah.
Take another
There's nothing you can do about it. There's no point even thinking about it. Just have fun, man.
Yeah, but you can think about it, but not like you said earlier. that-
As long as you're not a diddler, you'll be good anyway. You ain't gonna die.
I'm gonna say 0.2 gram.
Look, more meth.
Being generous.
Remember when she stopped 5 years ago? Dude, she looked so stereotypically like a white chick like this.
For the sass that I received
She
earlier.
knows every yeah.
It was a little over the top, maybe.
Toilet. How many toilet papers you need to wipe your pussy? Look at the cross on the back of the window. See, this is the type of shit. It's right in front of your face right now. Like, use your brain, the floss, your little meth pipe, your everything you do. It's telling you right now, but you don't listen. You're a retard.
That's probably one of only like the second times out of how many
Hello?
tourists out of that place.
Oh.
that we've actually found it. I know.
It's like a fully depleted
Well, and who did she have
beach
something
whale
raw, too.
with a meth pipe hanging out her pussy.
She's claiming that. She's
Look
claiming
at the
that some
treasure
girl
chest.
Diana from 197 sold it to her.
Look at the treasure chest,
It's got a literal loot chest.
Well, the stuff in her
I love
bra
that.
should be.
I love that
packaged.
shit.
This is
It's like it's a video game fucking treasure chest.
She's got a little kit going on. Makes me think she already had it.
So you pull the top off? Pull the top off? Yeah, you can just pull either one out. It's just a friction.
Oh, tablet.
There's just random devices in there.
And that's Amber's car is what we're looking at, dude. Like, so you live in there and just get your pussy cracked, nigga, on meth, bro? Like, that shit must be stinking, and the toilet papers is to wipe, like, the diddler nut off your asshole and shit. Like, this is wild. Yeah, bro. I can't stand diddlers. I told you this shit is crazy, bro. Like, her life is crazy. There's meth out the car, bro. This is literally what people do, bro. Like, they do a bunch of drugs and then they hate themselves and they don't. And then they target children, which makes them a diddler, bro. That's literally what this is.
Also, like, at least when I was going fucking hard on everything, I had
Like, you don't care about
like,
God, all you care about is pleasure. Like,
of
it's
like
fucking pitiful.
Look at this shit.
Fucking train wreck.
Look at this shit.
Hey, you're looking at him, okay?
Oh my god, look at that. Look at that fucking toilet.
All the toilet paper out. Fucking crazy. You gotta wipe all that shit off his dick, huh? That's fucking crazy.
That's what he currently commands right now.
Fucking bitches are pigs. Diddler pigs. Diddler bitch.
That's a baby
With a wig on.
kid's car seat.
These cops are thorough, bro. I always thought cops were scumbags, but they're actually just clapping diddlers.
Most of them are clapping diddlers. Some of them, listen.
Yeah, like some of them are diddlers too, but yeah.
Corruption is everywhere, you know what I mean? People are people. But most of them, for the most part, I want to say they're trying to do the best, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but real quick, from my experience, real quick, they've been beaten down into like reality things without it being from their perspective.
Right.
Fucking shit being like, you gotta follow these fucking bullshit rules.
They gotta deal with a lot of shit, bro.
And bureaucracy bullshit, or like being on this, like dealing with people who are dumbasses.
It's like I put myself in their shoes and you got like Crack Rock Chris on Zanny's yelling at you, telling he's gonna break your chest open and shit, and you're like you're asking for, you know what I'm saying? You're acting like a diddler and then you get put down, bro. And if you're nice to them, usually, dude, I gave the cops my Xanax and my socks and they didn't even charge me for it. He threw it away because I was just honest and he.
I know quite a few as well, man, and I understand the whole getting burnt out there.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah, you definitely heard that one.
You're like, I'm gonna make a difference, and then you just get fucking burnt out with it.
That's peculiar.
And then there's another cop that's like, yo, give me that Xanax, nigga, you're going down for 10 years.
100%, because they're angry or whatever, bro. It's all just people. It's personal shit, you know what I mean? You can never, it's a gamble.
I went to jail at Six Flags, bro, and the guy was like slapping my boy's head in and shit, and he's telling me, he literally said because it's hot out and he don't want to deal with this shit today, bro, and he arrested all three of us.
The guy who
it was crazy.
owns the car to put her on the registration.
It's literally what he said to us. He was slapping my boy's brain in, and he's like, yo, it's hot out. I don't want to deal with you fucking people. I'm like, he arrested all three of us.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, that's how it is. Catch a bad day, bro. That's why you always gotta be aware. I always stay on their good side, bro. I try to let them all know.
One of my boys was banging, he was banging and he was pissing under the door and shit, bro. Like, he was going crazy.
They deal with the shit as well, like, they don't want more shit, and I don't want to deal with it getting worse. So I just try and fucking go along with whatever, because I don't want to fucking, I never want to get worse.
Jail sucks, bro. It's where diddlers go to die, man. Jail's the worst. It's basically like hell.
No, yeah, absolutely don't want to make it fucking worse. Both for yourself and because you understand that they're fucking done. They don't want to, like, without going to specific points, they don't want to fucking deal with more. They're already burnt out, like when they go to the fucking job to the nurses. They're fucking the worst job.
Yo, let's get to the fucking. Let's get to the trunk, bro.
She says she goes twice a week to resident.
Don't forget, she didn't just get randomly pulled over. They were targeting, which is the biggest fail.
I know, it's the funniest shit ever. I want to see the trunk. Let's open the trunk, bitch.
I want to see if she has any valuable UV card.
Yeah, there you go.
If you want, man.
You guys, I want to see if there are any valuable Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah, that sucks washing clothes at the fucking thing and keeping it in your car and stuff, man.
just to smoke meth and get fucked in your pussy. Bro, meth is the worst drug. It's like a scumbag diddler drug. Like, when you smoke it, you get like horny, bro, and all you want to do is fuck people and stuff. That's what meth is so scumbag, bro. It's literally, it's diddler shit. That's why they say meth turns you into a faggot, because when you smoke meth, like, you'll fuck anything. It's disgusting. It's a faggot drug. Like Silly Girl, she smokes meth and then she just fucking rides every diddler dick, bro. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, I know, but that's what they do, bro. They ride a bunch of diddler dicks for money, man, on meth.
No, I don't need Silly Girl, bro. Fuck Silly Girl. I love Rory, bro.
Yeah, that bitch is fire, bro. That bitch looks like a princess, nigga. That bitch is crazy.
She is.
I'm gonna have to clap Rory's love. I'm just kidding.
Don't do that shit again.
I'm just kidding. I'm gonna do that.
With his brand new cock. Like,
I don't do that shit, bro. Trust me. I'm not like that. It's like all fun and games and good jokes and shit.
I mean, they give this man so much shit. What's
going on?
You can't play with this game.
I don't even, like, I remember playing Pokemon when I was, like, in
Nigga, is that a violin?
He's like, yo, Crack Rock Chris just rizzed me out, nigga.
Rizzed him out, yeah, I see. Yo, is that a violin?
Yo, look at the trunk, here we go, look at this shit.
She got a little bit of everything back there.
She might be able to make something work, but
Pokemon, gotta catch him.
depends on what kind of information she's able to provide.
I know Pokemon has a direct correlation to like.
She ratted and she got out, bro.
Weird bitches.
That fucking bitch.
They found a bunch of Pokemon cards on her shit.
Hey, don't.
And I guess Pebs met all her crackhead friends on Pokemon Go. So like, Pokemon's for crackheads.
Fuck with Pokemon. Like, I have. What's crazy is I've stole Pokemon cards when I smoked crack.
Me? See, my theories. My theories.
So
correct.
scumbag.
Pokemon's crackhead.
Because it's something that you can sell easily. That's why they do it. Just like baby formula and stuff like that. They sell it to people so they can get drugs.
Pokemon.
Yeah, bro. Like people steal baby formula to.
I know, dude, it's a huge thing over here because like China, apparently they don't fucking. They're going to
Chinese methods.
And like diapers and shit like that. It's because everyone needs
It's
it.
just a funny relation to men. You're not wrong.
She's got a violin, bro.
It all stems down to a diddler named Amber.
She didn't play it?
It's like the devil walking around on Earth in her little car.
I just like to smoke meth and play violin.
It looks like there's a
Smoking meth and playing violin with a diddler taking me in my little car in the parking lot.
Like that's somebody's child's violin.
It is crazy. She must be fucked up in the brain right now if she's listening, bitch. Like, I'd love to shoot you with DXM and make you listen to this.
Yeah, the cops are cracking the fuck up. Why are the cops laughing so hard? Shit is dying.
Oh, what a mess of a fucking car.
Yeah,
They would just say copy code
We
1.
need to shoot these lying scumbag diddler bitches with DXM, and then they'll fucking fly their little hearts out and tell the truth about everything they ever did, like little scammers, the little scheming snake boys. Your little meth pipe.
Palm trees?
I love the title.
Yo, there's like shit
It's alright.
all the way back there.
That's good.
I'm so glad I don't ever have to look at it.
Right to the video.
I mean, I really don't know how that works with the K-names.
Oh yeah, is she gonna be like spitting excuses in the car?
Like, that's what you thank God for. Gotta thank God.
No, there's like a whole second part somewhere where she like.
I'm playing it.
Yeah, it's actually like on the way to jail, and she's like, "It's a felony." Oh shit!
Your hand on your chest when you come up, okay?
The realization hits her.
Hi, puppy.
The most ironic part is that I think she says she's studying to be like a paralegal or some shit. Like some kind of law stuff. So it's just ironic that she's like run up for meth and doesn't know it.
I can't get this one off.
But there's no way to handle it. I'm just being honest. I don't want to go to jail. It doesn't matter. You're like, they caught you with a bunch of shit. You're going to jail. It doesn't matter if you're honest or not.
Take the other ones off.
But you should have done was just shut the fuck up. Not say a motherfucking word.
And she's like, I just want to be honest with you guys. I want to work with you. Get off.
Yeah, like, can we make a deal? Like, if I tell you the truth, you don't take me to, for the 3.5 grams of meth and the bond. Can we work that out?
I could easily send you to God.
Somebody was clowning her nails. I forget what. Like she got like 2 nails. She literally got 3 nails on her hand. She got 3 fingernails. Like 3 fingers.
Yeah, she is clueless, but she's.
Like, does she even know what's going on at this point?
Nah,
You know
but
what I mean?
she's
Like,
but she's
she's
in
so
chat
clueless.
talking shit still.
Cause you can reel on all that shit and still fucking shit together.
Like, to be surprised that you're in jail for getting caught up with meth. Like, if you're a junkie and you leave your house to go get drugs, there's a possibility you're going to jail. Always.
They like were like, yeah, you pulled in after behind you.
Yes.
Like, from the ground up, this was already, you know.
She went straight to the dope house, man. Got run out.
She just seems like everybody's like life.
No, I can't with the 3 fake nails. Like, you taking those off. Why are they hanging on in your life?
T-O-R-R-E-S. I gotta talk to him. Hopefully, trying to call him right now.
She's so crazy.
Let's see. Are you employed right now? No.
Apparently, she has a sister that's a meth head. Like, they're both meth heads, and her sister's in jail.
No warrants, no.
Do I have any more information?
Yeah, and drugs is one thing that you do, or whatever in between that matters. Like, dickheads are gonna be dickheads regardless.
I don't think Amber does anything when she's methed out.
So
She just be
wait.
streaming.
All I want to know is, was Amber was she here in the chat still, or did she leave? Did she go crying after we played the damn thing? Because she said she wanted to hear my commentary, and now she didn't say a fucking word. Anyways, I did want to watch it because I thought it was funny that she chirped, and then we played it, and then like whatever.
Nah, she's not here. She left.
All good.
She does that. She goes from chat to chat like every. And
Is it like a Harry
most
Baby thing
people
where it's
don't.
attention?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. She's basically that, but in
That's
YouTube
like the most
chats.
pathetic aspect.
And she streams herself, and she gets low viewers or whatever number.
Like, you should be ashamed
But she'll
of it,
go
not
chat
fucking-
to chat and like know. She'll go to places where she knows she's not like welcome, and like
see,
just be
it's the most
there. She'll just
pathetic,
be
like getting beaten for what you've done fucking aspect, like, and feeding off of that instead of like being ashamed.
It's
of
just
like,
part
like,
of
getting
the
attention for other
YouTube
shit.
landscape.
It's such a, yeah, I know.
Well,
it's such
good night,
it's the most
guys.
pathetic dynamic.
Misfits, all that fluff and love inside. How'd you do that? You're so big. Pull me out for a surprise. Who'd you get? So much fun. Find each and every one. Misfits, collect them all. Get me out.
to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
Запобіжниками апаратними і, ну, в принципі, ми літаємо без втрат.
Field teams can pinpoint coordinates of targets for artillery units to attack from a safer distance in a control van. Artillery dominates the battlefield in this war, and thousands of shells are fired by Ukrainian and Russian forces every day. Soldier Kenobi explains the success they've had.
Можливо, десь місяць після того.
About a month after I started working with the Sharks, we found an air defense complex. We struck it, and it was very spectacular. Yes, this is what I remember the most.
Ukraine's domestic drone program has soared since Russia invaded in early 2022, producing a range of attack and reconnaissance UAVs that have played an increasingly important role in battle along front lines stretching over 600 miles. One Shark costs only $50,000 to make, and local manufacturing means they're easy to repair.
It's quite resistant to electronic warfare. This has been tested many times. The technology behind returning it home is very well thought out because it can work without GPS at all. The fact that the Russians are trying to jam GPS signals, well, we don't give a hoot.
The Russia-Ukraine war has entered its 617th day. Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. To talk more on the latest developments on ground, we're now being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Grant from Riga in Latvia. Colonel Grant is a former advisor to the Defense Minister of Ukraine and also fellow at Baltic Security Foundation. Thank you so much for taking our time and joining us on Beyond, Colonel Grant.
Thank you.
Right, Colonel Grant, I want to first seek your assessment as to how do you assess the on-ground situation at the moment with Russia shelling more than 100 settlements within the last 24 hours, and this is the highest in a single day this year.
It is. And Russia has been having an extremely hard time around Avdiivka on the east side of Ukraine for the last couple of weeks. And they've been losing huge amounts of soldiers in extremely poorly orchestrated and managed attacks. And I believe that they've actually changed the commander for this area. So this may reflect the new commander showing that he's intent on doing something. But just attacking all the settlements along the side doesn't actually make much difference because they've been attacked regularly, solidly for all this year. So I think this sounds to me more like a touch of desperation than any great hope that they're going to use this to break through. These are difficult times for both sides. I mean, it's definitely a touch of stalemate, but the evidence is that the Ukraine marginally has the upper hand.
Right, you speak of how Ukraine marginally has an upper hand in the ongoing war, but especially with these barrage of shells targeted at Ukraine by Russia, what is the way forward for the Ukrainian troops as the war has been going on? It's the 617th day of the ongoing war.
It is, but you see, a lot of that shelling doesn't go on to anywhere that there's much fighting. A lot of it has been onto just civilian villages behind the front line. So all it does is create a bit more terror where there is already terror. So yes, there'll be civilian casualties. Yes, some of the old people will have to move, but it doesn't actually change the fighting on the front line particularly. So this is more terror than it is specific fighting. But yeah. There have been lots of reports that the Ukrainian troops are tired, and it's not surprising. I mean, as you say, 600 days of war. But just to remind you, that's 600 days since the big invasion. They were fighting for another 8 years before that.
Right, Colonel Grant, I would just come to that experts, they sense some kind of tiredness among the troops on both the sides, Russia and Ukraine. But I want to seek your assessment as to, do you think that the war is now moving into a new attritional stage which will benefit Russia?
That's a good question. The attritional stage, it depends how long it goes on for and what they get. I mean, if Russia if Russia can keep its rebuild its industry and things, then it could be to the strength of Russia. But equally, Ukraine has still got a lot of countries that are supporting it, and there are a lot of things that have been undergoing on the Ukrainian side, support from the EU, support from other countries, that have still to come through to benefit the Ukraine side. So I don't see much change in the battlefield as it is at the moment, and I think both sides will get tired, but I don't think that it completely benefits Russia more than Ukraine, because the Russians are just losing too many people because they're not fighting very well.
Yes, Colonel Grant, I mean, the war has clearly crossed 600 days. You speak of how both the sides will eventually get tired, Russia and Ukraine. What happens after that?
Well, I mean, then we're looking at politics and whether the country, the Ukrainian country, will accept some sort of political agreement in the short term. At the moment, there's no appetite for that at all. And in fact, anybody who suggests that there should be a political agreement is pretty much given a hard time in Ukraine, because the population, what they want is the Ukrainian government to do things better, not to actually to give in because they're not doing things very well. So I don't see that there's any appetite at the moment for a political settlement. I think it will just drag on and drag on and drag on until one side or the other actually breaks. And I don't see any sign of that in the next 2 years.
Right, Colonel Grant. Also, what did Zelensky accomplish in his latest visit to the United States of America?
That's a good question. And accomplish is probably the wrong word. I think what he may have realized is that American politics is going to play the major part in the support for Ukraine. I mean, it's quite clear that lots of people are getting tired of listening to Zelensky begging for weapons all the time, and want to see more from Ukraine, from Zelensky, especially about corruption and rule of law in Ukraine. And I'm absolutely 100% sure that he was told this again on this recent trip to US. But he needs to be very careful with the US, because there are still a lot of the Republicans are very, very wary of continuing to put things into, as they see it, a bottomless pit. They will want to see that Zelensky has got a better plan and a better idea for what he's going to do in the future.
The last question to Colonel Grant: how do you assess the impact of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war on the Russia-Ukraine war?
A lot, and I think that this is why Russia has been supporting it, and why Hamas visited Moscow to probably get instructions and to brief about this. I mean, I think you have to see this as part of the same thing. This is all about Russia and China trying to destabilize the world. And Israel and Palestine is just one part of that. And I can assure you there will be somewhere else, and there will be something else, because Russia needs everything it can to actually to pull resources away from Ukraine, and to pull energy away from Ukraine, so that they can actually win the war.
Right, Colonel Grant, thanks very much for taking our time and joining us in Beyond yet again.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Let's now shift our attention to the Russia-Ukraine war. The Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. The Ukrainian Interior Minister Igor Klimenko has said that Russia unleashed a barrage of attacks in cities across the eastern regions of the country. And as per the Ukrainian authorities, Russia's wave of strikes have now turned some towns and villages into complete rubble. The authorities claim that at least about 2 people have been killed in southeastern Kherson and in Kharkiv. Elsewhere, a Russian drone strike on the southern city of Nikopol has resulted in the death of a 59-year-old woman, and 4 other people have sustained injuries. And according to the Ukrainian top general Valery Zaluzhny, the conflict is now moving towards a state of attrition, and Kiev will be needing new technology and larger army reserves to meet its goals. And also, the Russia-Ukraine war continues to drag on. There's a bit of a battle of drones that is raging on the front lines. The crew from Ukraine's 15th Separate Artillery Reconnaissance Brigade operates a Ukrainian-made Shark drone, a weapon which Ukrainian military says has helped destroy many Russian targets. Take a look at this report.
As well as looking mean, this new drone gives Ukrainian forces a cutting edge to find enemy positions. Attached with a powerful zoom camera, the Shark drone can make out text while flying more than a mile above ground. Here's drone pilot Soliara.
В принципі, можу сказати, що Shark – це...
I basically say that the Shark drone is the iPhone among drones of this type. Firstly, it is very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
запобіжниками апаратними і, ну, в принципі, ми літаємо без втрат.
Field teams can pinpoint coordinates of targets for artillery units to attack from a safer distance in a control van. Artillery dominates the battlefield in this war, and thousands of shells are fired by Ukrainian and Russian forces every day. Soldier Kenobi explains the success they've had.
About a month after I started working with the Sharks, we found an air defence complex. We struck it, and it was very spectacular. Yes, this is what I remember the most.
Ukraine's domestic drone program has soared since Russia invaded in early 2022, producing a range of attack and reconnaissance UAVs that have played an increasingly important role in battle along front lines stretching over 600 miles. One Shark costs only $50,000 to make, and local manufacturing means they're easy to repair.
It's quite resistant to electronic warfare. This has been tested many times. The technology behind returning it home is very well thought out because it can work without GPS at all. The fact that the Russians are trying to jam GPS signals, well, we don't give a hoot.
Well, while the world's attention was clearly focused and caught up in West Asia, Russia made swift progress in the other war. If you're thinking Ukraine, you're right. This week, Russia told this world that there is no stalemate in Ukraine. This message was sent both by word and action.
Нет, он не зашел в тупик. Россия последовательно продолжает проведение специальной военной операции. Все цели, которые стоят, должны быть выполнены. Вот, а киевскому режиму, собственно, уже давно нужно было понять, что даже говорить о каких-то перспективах победы киевского режима на поле боя, это абсурдно. Это абсурдно. Чем раньше киевский режим для себя это...
This week, Russia carried out what's being called its biggest artillery attack this year. Ukraine's Interior Minister Ihor Klimenko tweeted that in 24 hours, Russia shelled 118 settlements in 10 regions. He added, and I quote, "This is the highest number of cities and villages that have come under attack since the start of the year." At least one person died in Kharkiv, person two reported a death. An oil refinery was hit in the industrial city of Kremenchuk. Reports say that it took several hours and more than 100 firefighters to put out the fire. A Russian drone also hit the city of Nikopol. 59-year-old woman was killed. At least 4 others were injured. Ukraine said that 10 of its 27 regions have come under attack. Avdiivka has become a flashpoint in particular. It is a town in the eastern Donetsk. Here it is on the map. Avdiivka is a strategic town. It's come under attack at least 40 times this week alone. Ukraine says that Russia is trying to encircle and capture the town. Another flashpoint is this one, Kupiansk. It is in the Kharkiv region. There's the map. As Russia ramps up its attack, Ukraine's counter-offensive has barely made any progress. No major town has been recaptured. In an interview to British media, Ukraine's top general, Valery Zaluzhnyi, said that Ukraine would need new technology and larger army reserves. The West continues to supply weapons to Ukraine, but Kiev is burning through it at an unimaginable speed. There is frustration on the ground. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni voiced it during a hoax call from two Russian pranksters, Bovan and Lexis. Meloni told them, and I quote, "I see there is a lot of fatigue, if I have to say the truth, from all the sides. We're near the moment in which everybody understands that we need a way out. The counter-offensive in Ukraine is maybe not going as they were expecting." Unquote. In the US, the Biden administration is making appeals to Congress trying to get its approval on billions of dollars in packages for Ukraine and for Israel. Earlier this week, America's Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, and I'm quoting again, "I can guarantee that without our support, Putin will be successful." So, it seems very clear that there are wars taking place on two big fronts, Israel and Gaza and Russia and Ukraine. And the question is, does the West and the US have the stomach to continue to support two allies in different parts of the world, and both of them conflicts that could be expensive and prolonged? One thing I can say for certain, whether you're looking at Israel or whether you're looking at Ukraine, it is a prolonged conflict that we're going to be seeing.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin has signed a law revoking Russia's ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Moscow says its de-ratification of the treaty is merely designed to bring Russia in line with the United States. Remember, Washington has signed but never ratified the treaty. The latest move comes 23 years after Putin ratified the agreement in June 2000, 6 months after he first became president. Moscow, however, maintains that it will not resume nuclear testing unless Washington does. This move has attracted condemnation from Washington, whose ties with Russia have been at their lowest since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has criticized Putin's announcement. He said, and I'm quoting here, "Unfortunately, it represents a significant step in the wrong direction, taking us further from, not closer to, entry into force." He further went on to say that this continues Moscow's disturbing and misguided effort to heighten nuclear risks and raise tensions as it pursues its illegal war against Ukraine. Now, the condemnation did not only come from the US. France, which is one of the treaty's original signatories, said it deplores Russia's decision to revoke the ratification. On the other hand, Robert Floyd, who is the head of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization, said on social media, and I'm quoting him here, "Today's decision by the Russian Federation to revoke its ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is very disappointing and deeply regrettable." But what is the 1996 treaty all about? Now, it outlaws all nuclear explosions, including live tests of nuclear weapons. It also established a global network of observation posts that can detect the sound, shock waves, or radioactive fallout from a nuclear explosion. Though it never came into force because some key countries, including the United States and China, never ratified it. Now, post-Soviet Russia has not carried out a nuclear test. The Soviet Union carried out its last test in 1990 and the United States in 1992. No country except North Korea has conducted a test involving a nuclear explosion in this century. Now, Russia's move comes after Putin oversaw ballistic missile drills last week. His defense minister Sergei Shoigu said that it was a practice for a massive retaliatory nuclear strike against an unnamed enemy.
Now, to give us more perspective in terms of what role the French are, of course, playing in the peace efforts, we're being joined by Miss Anne-Elisabeth Moutet, who's a columnist for the London Telegraph. She's joining us live from Paris. Ms. Moutet, this, of course, is going to be a crucial bit of diplomacy. The Parisians, the French government is, of course, hosting a conference on exploring as to how best to move forward from here to at least provide humanitarian assistance to the people in the Gaza Strip. What role, realistically, can Emmanuel Macron and his administration play?
Realistically, anything that has to do with humanitarians is credible. First of all, because nobody refuses this, and second, because you already have on the spot organizations that were founded by French doctors, Doctors Without Borders, for instance, and Doctors Without and World Doctors. And so there are relays. There's an acceptance that France has an expertise on that and has had for the past 30 years since Bernard Kouchner was the foreign minister of France. The French are trying an effort coordinated with European Union. And they're in constant contact with the parties that will talk to them. I don't think they're in contact with Hamas because President Macron has been extremely strong-voiced about condemning Hamas as a terror document, but as a terror movement. But certainly for the rest, they are in contact with the governments in the region, especially Jordan and Egypt and the Gulf states.
Right, now, because you're joining us from Paris and you're tracking the developments there, you know, the fact that the French Cultural Centre has been bombed in the Gaza Strip. Now, the French government is said to have reacted with astonishment and incomprehension as to how the French Cultural Centre in the Gaza Strip could have in fact been attacked. What are you picking up at your end? Why is it that the French Cultural Centre must have been bombed by the Israelis?
Actually, the French have already received apologies from the Israeli army, from their spokesman, Colonel Rakovich, and the reason they gave to the French government was none of these, of course, were targets, neither the French Institute nor the office of Agence France Presse. What happened was the Israelis were targeting next to those buildings Hamas positions, and it was not even, they were not hit by French missiles, they were hit by Israeli missiles, they were hit by the blowback of the explosions. There's right now, we're all waiting for a reaction from the Foreign Ministry and the Presidency, but they have already acknowledged that the apologies have been offered and explanations have been offered.
Absolutely indeed. And now with the war still continuing and with these scenes of horrific, humanitarian suffering emerging from the Gaza Strip, the sympathy that the Israelis had, at the beginning of this war, in the immediate aftermath of the Hamas attack, that sympathy seems to be eroding. And now the public opinion seems to be more on the side for a humanitarian ceasefire. The European leaders will be coming together on the 9th of October for this Paris conference. What do you think is the mood amongst the European leaders?
Well, the thing is that you've got several conflicting narratives, and I was hearing your presenter before we started talking, saying things that have been now debunked, and for instance in France and in Britain have been debunked. For instance, the numbers, the figures for killings are given by Hamas, and therefore these are figures that can be questioned. The other thing is that Israelis do not provide more than 12% of water in Gaza. Gaza sits on an aquifer from which it gets 88% of its water. And so many of those expressions are actually, they're very good propaganda tools, but they're not true. And the same thing for the fuel. There was a New York Times
if I can just interject there,
this.
The fact is Israel is accused of having bombed the pipelines and also the generators that are used for the purification of water, effectively cutting off water supplies for the people in the Gaza Strip. And the death toll, this is something that even the American president had, of course, raised questions about, saying that these are figures put out by Hamas. But the way to, in fact, verify this is for a humanitarian ceasefire to be put in place and for international observers to go in and to verify what the death toll is. Because looking at the scale of the devastation that's being wreaked, even the Israelis have admitted that they've dropped at least about 12,000 tons of weapons on the Gaza Strip.
That should be international observers at some stage, something that the French government completely agrees with. The French government has been in consultations about this with, as I said, everyone except Hamas itself. But the coming to a ceasefire is something that has to imply all the partners in this, and that also implies Israel.
Right. All right. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Mutter, for joining us and getting us that perspective.
Thank you very much.
As the Russia-Ukraine war drags on, there's a battle of drones raging on the front line. The crew from Ukraine's 15th separate artillery reconnaissance brigade operates the Ukrainian-made Shark drone, the weapon which Ukrainian military says have helped destroy many Russian targets. Take a look at this next report for more details.
As well as looking mean, this new drone gives Ukrainian forces a cutting edge to find enemy positions. Attached with a powerful zoom camera, the Shark drone can make out text while flying more than a mile above ground. Here's drone pilot Soliara.
В принципі, можу сказати, що Shark – це
I'd basically say that the Shark drone is the iPhone among drones of this type. Firstly, it is very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
Запобіжниками апаратними і, ну, в принципі, ми літаємо без втрат.
Field teams can pinpoint coordinates of targets for artillery units to attack from a safer distance in a control van. Artillery dominates the battlefield in this war, and thousands of shells are fired by Ukrainian and Russian forces every day. Soldier Kenobi explains the success they've had.
About a month after I started working with the Sharks, we found an air defense complex.
Isn't it time to obsess over something other than money for a change? Like building a path towards what's important to you. Money's a thing, but it's not everything.
Edward Jones, we do money differently.
Played an increasingly important role in battle along front lines stretching over 600 miles. One Shark costs only $50,000 to make, and local manufacturing means they're easy to repair.
It's quite resistant to electronic warfare. This has been tested many times. The technology behind returning it home is very well thought out because it can work without GPS at all. The fact that the Russians are trying to jam GPS signals, well, we don't give a hoot.
Russia-Ukraine war has entered its 617th day. Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. To talk more on the latest developments on ground, we're now being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Grant from Riga in Latvia. Colonel Grant is a former advisor to the Defense Minister of Ukraine and also fellow at Baltic Security Foundation. Thank you so much for taking our time and joining us on Beyond, Colonel Grant.
Thank you.
Right, Colonel Grant, I want to first seek your assessment as to how do you assess the on-ground situation at the moment with Russia shelling more than 100 settlements within the last 24 hours, and this is the highest in a single day this year.
It is. And Russia has been having an extremely hard time around Avdiivka on the east side of Ukraine for the last couple of weeks. And they've been losing huge amounts of soldiers in extremely poorly orchestrated and managed attacks. And I believe that they've actually changed the commander for this area. So this may reflect the new commander showing that he's intent on doing something. But just attacking all the settlements along the side doesn't actually make much difference because they've been attacked regularly, solidly for all this year. So I think this sounds to me more like a touch of desperation than any great hope that they're going to use this to break through. These are difficult times for both sides. I mean, it's definitely a touch of stalemate, but the evidence is that the Ukraine marginally has the upper hand.
Right, you speak of how Ukraine marginally has an upper hand in the ongoing war, but especially with these barrage of shells targeted at Ukraine by Russia, what is the way forward for the Ukrainian troops as the war has been going on? It's the 617th day of the ongoing war.
It is, but you see, a lot of that shelling doesn't go on to anywhere that there's much fighting. A lot of it has been onto just civilian villages behind the front line. So all it does is create a bit more terror where there is already terror. So yes, there'll be civilian casualties. Yes, some of the old people will have to move, but it doesn't actually change the fighting on the front line particularly. So this is more terror than it is specific fighting. But yeah, there have been lots of reports that the Ukrainian troops are tired, and it's not surprising. I mean, as you say, 600 days of war. But just to remind you, that's 600 days since the big invasion. They were fighting for another 8 years before that.
Right, Colonel Grant, I would just come to that experts, they sense some kind of tiredness among the troops on both the sides, Russia and Ukraine. But I want to seek your assessment as to, do you think that the war is now moving into a new attritional stage which will benefit Russia?
That's a good question. The attritional stage, it depends how long it goes on for and what they get. I mean, if Russia if Russia can keep its rebuild its industry and things, then it could be to the strength of Russia. But equally, Ukraine has still got a lot of countries that are supporting it, and there are a lot of things that have been undergoing on the Ukrainian side, support from the EU, support from other countries, that have still to come through to benefit the Ukraine side. So I don't see much change in the battlefield as it is at the moment. And I think both sides will get tired, but I don't think that it completely benefits Russia more than Ukraine, because the Russians are just losing too many people because they're not fighting very well.
Yes, Colonel Grant, I mean, the war has clearly crossed 600 days. You speak of how both the sides will eventually get tired, Russia and Ukraine. What happens after that?
Well, I mean, then we're looking at politics. And whether the country, the Ukrainian country, will accept some sort of political agreement in the short term. At the moment, there's no appetite for that at all. And in fact, anybody who suggests that there should be a political agreement is pretty much given a hard time in Ukraine, because the population, what they want is the Ukrainian government to do things better, not to actually to give in because they're not doing things very well. So I don't see that there's any appetite at the moment for a political settlement. I think it will just drag on and drag on and drag on until one side or the other actually breaks. And I don't see any sign of that in the next 2 years.
Right, Colonel Grant. Also, what did Zelensky accomplish in his latest visit to the United States of America?
That's a good question. And accomplish is probably the wrong word. I think what he may have realized is that American politics is going to play the major part in the support for Ukraine. I mean, it's quite clear that lots of people are getting tired of listening to Zelensky begging for weapons all the time, and want to see more from Ukraine, from Zelensky, especially about corruption and rule of law in Ukraine. And I'm absolutely 100% sure that he was told this again on this recent trip to US. But he needs to be very careful with the US, because there are still a lot of the Republicans are very, very wary of continuing to put things into, as they see it, a bottomless pit. They will want to see that Zelensky has got a better plan and a better idea for what he's going to do in the future.
The last question to Colonel Grant: how do you assess the impact of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war on the Russia-Ukraine war?
A lot, and I think that this is why Russia has been supporting it, and why Hamas visited Moscow to probably get instructions and to brief about this. I mean, I think you have to see this as part of the same thing. This is all about Russia and China trying to destabilize the world. And Israel and Palestine is just one part of that. And I can assure you there will be somewhere else, and there will be something else, because Russia needs everything it can to pull resources away from Ukraine, and to pull energy away from Ukraine, so that they can actually win the war.
Right, Colonel Grant, thanks very much for taking our time and joining us in Beyond Yet Again.
Thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Let's now shift our attention to the Russia-Ukraine war. The Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. The Ukrainian Interior Minister Igor Klimenko has said that Russia unleashed a barrage of attacks in cities across the eastern regions of the country. And as per the Ukrainian authorities, Russia's wave of strikes have now turned some towns and villages into complete rubble. The authorities claim that at least about 2 people have been killed in southeastern Kherson and in Kharkiv. Elsewhere, a Russian drone strike on the southern city of Nikopol has resulted in the death of a 59-year-old woman, and 4 other people have sustained injuries. And according to the Ukrainian top general Valery Zaluzhny, the conflict is now moving towards a state of attrition, and Kiev will be needing new technology and larger army reserves to meet its goals. But also, the Russia-Ukraine war continues to drag on. There's a bit of a battle of drones that is raging on the front lines. The crew from Ukraine's 15th Separate Artillery Reconnaissance Brigade operates a Ukrainian-made Shark drone, a weapon which Ukrainian military says has helped destroy many Russian targets. Take a look at this report.
As well as looking mean, this new drone gives Ukrainian forces a cutting edge to find enemy positions. Attached with a powerful zoom camera, the Shark drone can make out text while flying more than a mile above ground. Here's drone pilot Soliara.
В принципі, можу сказати, що Shark – це
I'd basically say that the Shark drone is the iPhone among drones of this type. Firstly, it is very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
програмними, запобіжниками, апаратними, і, ну, в принципі, ми літаємо без втрат.
Field teams can pinpoint coordinates of targets for artillery units to attack from a safer distance in a control van. Artillery dominates the battlefield in this war, and thousands of shells are fired by Ukrainian and Russian forces every day. Soldier Kenobi explains the success they've had.
About a month after I started working with the Sharks, we found an air defense complex. We struck it, and it was very spectacular. Yes, this is what I remember the most.
Ukraine's domestic drone program has soared since Russia invaded in early 2022, producing a range of attack and reconnaissance UAVs that have played an increasingly important role in battle along front lines stretching over 600 miles. One Shark costs only $50,000 to make, and local manufacturing means they're easy to repair.
It's quite resistant to electronic warfare. This has been tested many times. The technology behind returning it home is very well thought out because it can work without GPS at all. The fact that the Russians are trying to jam GPS signals, well, we don't give a hoot.
Well, while the world's attention was clearly focused and caught up in West Asia, Russia made swift progress in the other war. If you're thinking Ukraine, you're right. This week, Russia told this world that there is no stalemate in Ukraine. This message was sent both by word and action.
Нет, он не зашел в тупик. Россия последовательно продолжает проведение специальной военной операции. Все цели, которые стоят, должны быть выполнены. Киевскому режиму, собственно, уже давно нужно было понять, что даже говорить о каких-то перспективах победы киевского режима на поле боя, это абсурдно. Это абсурдно. Чем раньше киевский режим для себя это...
This week, Russia carried out what's being called its biggest artillery attack this year. Ukraine's Interior Minister Ihor Klimenko tweeted that in 24 hours, Russia shelled 118 settlements in 10 regions. He added, and I quote, "This is the highest number of cities and villages that have come under attack since the start of the year." At least one person died in Kharkiv, person 2 reported a death. An oil refinery was hit in the industrial city of Kremenchuk. Reports say that it took several hours and more than 100 firefighters to put out the fire. A Russian drone also hit the city of Nikopol. 59-year-old woman was killed. At least 4 others were injured. Ukraine said that 10 of its 27 regions have come under attack. Avdiivka has become a flashpoint in particular. It is a town in the eastern Donetsk. Here it is on the map. Avdiivka is a strategic town. It's come under attack at least 40 times this week alone. Ukraine says that Russia is trying to encircle and capture the town. Another flashpoint is this one, Kupiansk. It is in the Kharkiv region. There's the map. As Russia ramps up its attack, Ukraine's counter-offensive has barely made any progress. No major town has been recaptured. In an interview to British media, Ukraine's top general Valery Zaluzhnyi said that Ukraine would need new technology and larger army reserves. The West continues to supply weapons to Ukraine, but Kiev is burning through it at an unimaginable speed. There is frustration on the ground. The Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, voiced it during a hoax call from two Russian pranksters, Vovan and Lexus. Meloni told them, and I quote, "I see there is a lot of fatigue. I have to say the truth from all the sides. We are near the moment in which everybody understands that we need a way out. The counter-offensive in Ukraine is maybe not going as they were expecting." Unquote. In the US, the Biden administration is making appeals to Congress trying to get its approval on billions of dollars in packages for Ukraine and for Israel. Earlier this week, America's Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said, and I'm quoting again, "I can guarantee that without our support, Putin will be successful." So, it seems very clear that there are wars taking place on two big fronts, Israel and Gaza and Russia and Ukraine. And the question is, does the West and the US have the stomach to continue to support two allies in different parts of the world, and both of them conflicts that could be expensive and prolonged? One thing I can say for certain, whether you're looking at Israel or whether you're looking at Ukraine, it is a prolonged conflict that we're going to be seeing.
Russia's President Vladimir Putin has signed a law revoking Russia's ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. Moscow says its de-ratification of the treaty is merely designed to bring Russia in line with the United States. Remember, Washington has signed but never ratified the treaty. The latest move comes 23 years after Putin ratified the agreement in June 2000, 6 months after he first became president. Moscow, however, maintains that it will not resume nuclear testing unless Washington does. This move has attracted condemnation from Washington, whose ties with Russia have been at their lowest since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has criticized Putin's announcement. He said, and I'm quoting here, "Unfortunately, it represents a significant step in the wrong direction, taking us further from, not closer to, entry into force." He further went on to say that this continues Moscow's disturbing and misguided effort to heighten nuclear risks and raise tensions as it pursues its illegal war against Ukraine. Now, the condemnation did not only come from the US. France, which is one of the treaty's original signatories, said it deplores Russia's decision to revoke the ratification. On the other hand, Robert Floyd, who is the head of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization, said on social media, and I'm quoting him here, "Today's decision by the Russian Federation to revoke its ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty is very disappointing and deeply regrettable." But what is the 1996 treaty all about? Now, it outlaws all nuclear explosions, including live tests of nuclear weapons. It also established a global network of observation posts that can detect the sound, shockwaves, or radioactive fallout from a nuclear explosion. Though it never came into force because some key countries, including the United States and China, never ratified it. Now, post-Soviet Russia has not carried out a nuclear test. The Soviet Union carried out its last test in 1990 and the United States in 1992. No country except North Korea has conducted a test involving a nuclear explosion in this century. Now, Russia's move comes after Putin oversaw ballistic missile drills last week. His defense minister Sergei Shoigu said that it was a practice for a massive retaliatory nuclear strike against an unnamed enemy.
Now, to give us more perspective in terms of what role the French are, of course, playing in the peace efforts, we're being joined by Ms. Anne-Elisabeth Moutet, who's a columnist at the London Telegraph. She's joining us live from Paris. Ms. Moutet, this, of course, is going to be a crucial bit of diplomacy. The Parisians, the French government is, of course, hosting a conference on exploring as to how best to move forward from here to at least provide humanitarian assistance to the people in the Gaza Strip. What role, realistically, can Emmanuel Macron and his administration play?
realistically, anything that has to do with humanitarians is credible. First of all, because nobody refuses this, and second, because you already have on the spot organizations that were founded by French doctors, and Doctors Without Borders, for instance, and Doctors Without and World Doctors. And so there are relays. There's an acceptance that France has an expertise on that and has had for the past 30 years since Bernard Kouchner was the foreign minister of France. The French are trying an effort coordinated with the European Union. And they're in constant contact with the parties that will talk to them. I don't think they're in contact with Hamas because President Macron has been extremely strong-voiced about condemning Hamas as a terror document, but as a terror movement. Mm-hmm. But certainly for the rest, they are in contact with the governments in the region, especially Jordan and Egypt and the Gulf states.
Right, now, because you're joining us from Paris and you're tracking the developments there, you know, the fact that the French Cultural Centre has been bombed in the Gaza Strip, now the French government is said to have reacted with astonishment and incomprehension as to how the French Cultural Centre in the Gaza Strip could have in fact been attacked. What are you picking up at your end? Why is it that the French Cultural Centre must have been bombed by the Israelis?
Actually, the French have already received apologies from the Israeli army, from their spokesman, Colonel Rakovich, and the reason they gave to the French government was none of these, of course, were targets, neither the French Institute nor the office of Agence France Presse. What happened was the Israelis were targeting next to those buildings Hamas positions, and it was not even, they were not hit by French missiles, they were hit by Israeli missiles, they were hit by the blowback of the explosions. There's right now, we're all waiting for a reaction from the Foreign Ministry and the Presidency, but they have already acknowledged that the apologies have been offered and explanations have been offered.
Absolutely indeed. And now with the war still continuing and with these scenes of horrific, humanitarian suffering emerging from the Gaza Strip, the sympathy that the Israelis had, at the beginning of this war, in the immediate aftermath of the Hamas attack, that sympathy seems to be eroding. And now the public opinion seems to be more on the side for a humanitarian ceasefire. The European leaders will be coming together on the 9th of October for this Paris conference. What do you think is the mood amongst the European leaders?
Well, the thing is that you've got several conflicting narratives, and I was hearing your presenter before we started talking, saying things that have been now debunked, and for instance in France and in Britain have been debunked. For instance, the numbers, the figures for killings are given by Hamas, and therefore these are figures that can be questioned. The other thing is that Israelis do not provide more than 12% of water in Gaza. Gaza sits on an aquifer from which it gets 88% of its water. And so many of those expressions are actually, they're very good propaganda tools, but they're not true. And the same thing for the fuel. There was a New York Times article
if I can just interject there,
this.
The fact is Israel is accused of having bombed the pipelines and also the generators that are used for the purification of water, effectively cutting off water supplies for the people in the Gaza Strip. And the death toll, this is something that even the American president had, of course, raised questions about, saying that these are figures put out by Hamas. But the way to, in fact, verify this is for a humanitarian ceasefire to be put in place and for international observers to go in and to verify what the death toll is, because looking at the scale of the devastation that's being wreaked, even the Israelis have admitted that they've dropped at least about 12,000 tons of weapons on the Gaza Strip.
That should be international observers at some stage, something that the French government completely agrees with. The French government has been in consultations about this with, as I said, everyone except Hamas itself. The coming to a ceasefire is something that has to imply all the partners in this, and that also implies Israel.
Right. All right. Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Mutay, for joining us and getting us that perspective.
Thank you very much.
As the Russia-Ukraine war drags on, there's a battle of drones raging on the front line. The crew from Ukraine's 15th separate artillery reconnaissance brigade operates the Ukrainian-made Shark drone, the weapon which Ukrainian military says have helped destroy many Russian targets. Take a look at this next report for more details.
As well as looking mean, this new drone gives Ukrainian forces a cutting edge to find enemy positions. Attached with a powerful zoom camera, the Shark drone can make out text while flying more than a mile.
PB&J filled deliciousness. Isn't it something? Our very old billboard.
It just talks about how tasty you are. Where's the crust, brother?
Oh, there you are. See?
Our billboard.
New Uncrustables. Find it in the freezer aisle.
Above ground. Here's drone pilot Soliara.
В принципі, можу сказати, що Shark – це
I basically say that the Shark drone is the iPhone among drones of this type. Firstly, it is very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
запобіжниками апаратними і, ну, в принципі, ми літаємо без втрат.
Field teams can pinpoint coordinates of targets for artillery units to attack from a safer distance in a control van. Artillery dominates the battlefield in this war, and thousands of shells are fired by Ukrainian and Russian forces every day. Soldier Kenobi explains the success they've had.
About a month after I started working with the Sharks, we found an air defense complex. We struck it, and it was very spectacular. Yes, this is what I remember the most.
Ukraine's domestic drone program has soared since Russia invaded in early 2022, producing a range of attack and reconnaissance UAVs that have played an increasingly important role in battle along front lines stretching over 600 miles. One Shark costs only $50,000 to make, and local manufacturing means they're easy to repair.
It's quite resistant to electronic warfare. This has been tested many times. The technology behind returning it home is very well thought out because it can work without GPS at all. The fact that the Russians are trying to jam GPS signals, well, we don't give a hoot.
The Russia-Ukraine war has entered its 617th day. The Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. To talk more on the latest developments on ground, we're now being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Grant from Riga in Latvia. Colonel Grant is a former advisor to the Defense Minister of Ukraine and also fellow at Baltic Security Foundation. Thank you so much for taking our time and joining us on Beyond, Colonel Grant.
Thank you.
Right, Colonel Grant, I want to first seek your assessment as to how do you assess the on-ground situation at the moment with Russia shelling more than 100 settlements within the last 24 hours, and this is the highest in a single day this year.
It is. And Russia has been having an extremely hard time around Avdiivka on the east side of Ukraine for the last couple of weeks, and they've been losing huge amounts of soldiers in extremely poorly orchestrated and managed attacks. And I believe that they've actually changed the commander for this area. So this may reflect the new commander showing that he's intent on doing something. But just attacking all the settlements along the side doesn't actually make much difference because they've been attacked regularly, solidly for all this year. So I think this sounds to me more like a touch of desperation than any great hope that they're going to use this to break through. These are difficult times for both sides. I mean, it's definitely a touch of stalemate, but the evidence is that the Ukraine marginally has the upper hand.
Right, you speak of how Ukraine marginally has an upper hand in the ongoing war, but especially with these barrage of shells targeted at Ukraine by Russia, what is the way forward for the Ukrainian troops as the war has been going on? It's the 617th day of the ongoing war.
It is, but you see, a lot of that shelling doesn't go on to anywhere that there's much fighting. A lot of it has been onto just civilian villages behind the front line. So all it does is create a bit more terror where there is already terror. So yes, there'll be civilian casualties. Yes, some of the old people will have to move, but it doesn't actually change the fighting on the front line particularly. So this is more terror than it is specific fighting. there have been lots of reports that the Ukrainian troops are tired, and it's not surprising. I mean, as you say, 600 days of war. But just to remind you, that's 600 days since the big invasion. They were fighting for another 8 years before that.
Right, Colonel Grant, I was just coming to that experts, they sense some kind of tiredness among the troops on both the sides, Russia and Ukraine. But I want to seek your assessment as to, do you think that the war is now moving into a new attritional stage which will benefit Russia?
That's a good question. The attritional stage, it depends how long it goes on for and what they get. I mean, if Russia if Russia can keep rebuild its industry and things, then it could be to the strength of Russia. But equally, Ukraine has still got a lot of countries that are supporting it, and there are a lot of things that have been undergoing on the Ukrainian side, support from the EU, support from other countries, that have still to come through to benefit the Ukraine side. So I don't see much change in the battlefield as it is at the moment. And I think both sides will get tired, but I don't think that it completely benefits Russia more than Ukraine, because the Russians are just losing too many people because they're not fighting very well.
Yes, Colonel Grant, I mean, the war has clearly crossed 600 days. You speak of how both the sides will eventually get tired, Russia and Ukraine. What happens after that?
Well, I mean, then we're looking at politics. And whether the country, the Ukrainian country, will accept some sort of political agreement in the short term. At the moment, there's no appetite for that at all. And in fact, anybody who suggests that there should be a political agreement is pretty much given a hard time in Ukraine, because the population, what they want is the Ukrainian government to do things better, not to actually to give in because they're not doing things very well. So I don't see that there's any appetite at the moment for a political settlement. I think it will just drag on and drag on and drag on until one side or the other actually breaks. And I don't see any sign of that in the next 2 years.
Right, Colonel Grant. Also, what did Zelensky accomplish in his latest visit to the United States of America?
That's a good question. And accomplish is probably the wrong word. I think what he may have realised is that American politics is going to play the major part in the support for Ukraine. I mean, it's quite clear that lots of people are getting tired of listening to Zelensky begging for weapons all the time, and want to see more from Ukraine, from Zelensky, especially about corruption and rule of law in Ukraine. And I'm absolutely 100% sure that he was told this again on this recent trip to US. But he needs to be very careful with the US, because there are still a lot of the Republicans are very, very wary of continuing to put things into, as they see it, a bottomless pit. They will want to see that Zelensky has got a better plan and a better idea for what he's going to do in the future.
The last question to Colonel Grant: how do you assess the impact of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war on the Russia-Ukraine?
A lot. And I think that this is why Russia has been supporting it, and why Hamas visited Moscow to probably get instructions and to brief about this. I mean, I think you have to see this as part of the same thing. This is all about Russia and China trying to destabilize the world. And Israel and Palestine is just one part of that. And I can assure you there will be somewhere else, and there will be something else, because Russia needs everything it can to actually to pull resources away from Ukraine, and to pull energy away from Ukraine, so that they can actually win the war.
Right, Colonel Grant, thanks very much for taking our time and joining us in Beyond Yet Again.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Let's now shift our attention to the Russia-Ukraine war. The Ukrainian authorities claim that Russia has attacked more than 100 settlements in the last 24 hours, marking the heaviest day of Russian shelling this year. The Ukrainian Interior Minister Igor Klimenko has said that Russia unleashed a barrage of attacks in cities across the eastern regions of the country. And as per the Ukrainian authorities, Russia's wave of strikes have now turned some towns and villages into complete rubble. The authorities claim that at least about 2 people have been killed in southeastern Kherson and in Kharkiv. Elsewhere, a Russian drone strike on the southern city of Nikopol has resulted in the death of a 59-year-old woman, and 4 other people have sustained injuries. And according to the Ukrainian top general Valery Zaluzhny, the conflict is now moving towards a state of attrition, and Kiev will be needing new technology and larger army reserves to meet its goals. But also, the Russia-Ukraine war continues to drag on. There's a bit of a battle of drones that is raging on the front lines. The crew from Ukraine's 15th Separate Artillery Reconnaissance Brigade operates a Ukrainian-made Shark drone, a weapon which Ukrainian military says has helped destroy many Russian targets. Take a look.
As well as looking mean, this new drone gives Ukrainian forces a cutting edge to find enemy positions. Attached with a powerful zoom camera, the Shark drone can make out text while flying more than a mile above ground. Here's drone pilot Soliara.
В принципі, можу сказати, що Shark – це...
I basically say that the Shark drone is the iPhone among drones of this type. Firstly, it is very easy to maintain, very easy to manage, and errors that may occur due to human factors are eliminated by control mechanisms in both software and hardware. We are basically flying without losses.
Gay. So gay. Hey, Bronwyn. kitty. Oh. Not right now, kitty. Woo. Oh. Oh. They are presently not in studio, Brahman, at 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank God. Just hunkering down and getting some art done. God damn it hurts. Ha 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 ha. Holy fuck.
Hey y'all, good afternoon. Hi y'all. Hey, happy MJ birthday.
Hey,
Shout out to
y'all.
MJ. Hey.
Good afternoon.
I was playing his music earlier this morning. And so today,
Oh, fuck, that hurts. Oh, man. Oh, cool, dude. Holy shit, man. I kind of like that one a little bit. That one. This one's neat. Oh, curvy though. I like that blingy one. That one. It's hilarious. Hilarious. Oh. Not that piece of shit though. Oh. Oh. Holy fuck, dude. That's what it is.
Alright, I don't want to mute us fate, so I'm gonna just go ahead and switch on forward. Yeah, let's see how this is gonna work.
Oh, Alexa's not there. You got it?
How the heck was that even? It doesn't make
Although,
sense.
too, my people also say Pac-Man style don't grunt at all.
It's literally made of a skeleton. Where does the, how does the...
Where's the, how's the... I got so many knives that are still not here. Fuck. What?
Gentlemen, morning. Sit then. Hurry up. I'm trying to get the out of the bathroom.
For one reason, is happening. This is the Lord's breakfast. This is the bread punishment and oranges.
Why is he putting orange juice on their bread?
I swear to God, my life. I swear to God, my God. 100 push-ups. 100 push-ups. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great breakfast plan for you, chilling, sleeping. I told you to get your peace. I hope you got it. But just waking up for it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, I didn't do anything. You give me anything. Yo, you give me clean up, bro. Clean up. Okay, I see you. Just to the floor, please. Salmon, you're doing good. Doing good. You didn't clean up? 200 push-ups. 200 push-ups. Just stand still. You're about to be disqualified. Fuck.
I was doing so many 50 yesterday.
I tell you what, stay just like that. Next time you speak, SJC, I'll just recommend you be disqualified. You're not following it at all. Hurry up, prisoner. What are you doing? See your face, man. I'm here 10 seconds, sir. No contraband, right? No contraband.
Man, no, man.
Do you have any heroin in there?
No, sir.
And you're done. I'm on my way. Get out of here, man. I'm on my way, man. Jesus Christ, man. I told you to work out, man. Get up. I'm gonna be a sweating. You guys got me sweating. You might miss breakfast. Don't have me sweating. Let's move. Sean.
No, it wasn't him that yawned, man. It really wasn't me.
What the?
Dude, what the?
You think you can lie? You think you can lie to me?
What do you mean?
I
You
didn't
try
touch
it.
you.
You try it.
No.
Exactly.
Prisoner Carl, 20 seconds is up. Breakfast in 5 minutes, you're gonna love it. Eggs, bread, to start the day off right.
Well, pepperoni,
No, that's fine. All prisoners pause, you're gonna eat on your knees. On your knees. You are a grateful piece of shit. What the? Read this right here. The nerve. So join these for 2 more breakfasts. May God bless your soul.
He was a nice guy.
What are you talking about? That's so crazy. Hold up. 100 push-ups. Right now, almost 100 push-ups. This guy right here, my friend, is challenge, man. I think you're worth 50,000, man.
Proving myself. Like this pooping is more torture than the taser.
That's not a really good push-up, so I'm one. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. You can't do the challenge. Exactly. So give me the taser. It's fair. It's an obligation. I felt disrespected the last time I was here. Had push-ups. Head down, hands down. You guys already shit. You already thrown it in here. Only thing I got a face mask.
Oh, I shit myself.
Okay.
Dude, he's going on my leg.
Dude!
I told him no. I told him it was going to be banging in.
Oh, it smells!
Oh, it's wet. It's wet. I shit myself, dude.
You guys should not have gotten
Oh.
This is penalty.
That's a rule. That's a penalty. Dude, I had a mud butt. I told you it was going to happen. I'm embarrassed. I shit myself.
Just hit you hard. Kneel, walk in the circle.
Ow.
If you play this passive game well enough, someone is just going to have to get destroyed. Well, you can't just kneel down. What do you mean? Whoa. Are you offended?
No.
Is it offending you?
No, it's not offending me. No, sir.
I said, lost your motherfucking mind. Talk about you can't let. Oh, you're great idea.
I'm walking.
I think this is the moment.
I'm walking.
Red line.
I walk.
Red line.
Oh, gross, man.
You ain't got no goddamn religion. Where's your God now?
Listen to me. I'm not even trolling you, dude. Worst experience I've ever went through in my life. Way worse than real prison. You're the cell phones at? The red thingy.
What were you anticipating?
No, I thought we were sitting in a box. And that was it. Maybe like a challenge here and there. Not like high school, but I thought like you'd be like just sitting there doing time, an occasional challenge.
Did the same thing. Just sit and chill. Right.
No, this is a real that's not that you could have these guys are homeless and shit. Oh, they want the money way more than me, bro. I can't compete against the human desire of desperation.
That's what I was saying. No, that's what I was saying. That's why they're looking at me like, dude, you're trying to keep it 50 G's for me. I'm like, bro, you chose it. Now, did you have a conscious time? Did you know it was morning?
No, I thought it was noon. I thought it was noon or 1 p.m. I thought it was like 4 hours ahead of where I lost track of time. A streamer my size would even go in there. So I'm like letting you know that it's not for the faint of heart. I was way underestimating the intensity of it. You guys want to call me a loser? I understand.
What are you gonna do for the rest of it?
I don't know. I guess they want me to come back as a guard. I don't want to leave Icy Streams. I don't want to help it out. I know we don't care about the stream, so I still want to be a part of the stream. Of course, all right, 100%. Yeah, so we're just gonna fucking.
Prisoner got out.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel relieved.
Oh, neat. The kangaroo's trying to strangle his dog?
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this.
Today, I bring you a character I have wanted to talk about for such a long period of time, but I've never known how to introduce him because he is such an enigma. If I did a video detailing everything this guy had done, the video would probably be as long as a Pyrocynical video, not a Pyroslop video. And I'm, of course, talking about the man, the myth, the legend, Joshua Block, or, as you probably know him, World of T-Shirts. So if you don't know who this character is, you might consider yourself extremely lucky, or maybe on the other hand, not enlightened, because there is a lot to learn from World of T-Shirts. Joshua Block, like I said, is a TikToker, and he lives in Long Island. And he basically became very popular in New York City for just kind of walking around. Like I'm not even joking. His earlier videos, he would just walk around, not really doing anything. But now, because of a lot of controversies and public appearances, he has amassed over 2.5 million followers. By the way, if you're wondering, yes, that is a Gamersubs cup. Here's the art of it. Definitely not provocative at all. I was going to ask for it to be larger, but they wouldn't let me. Now, originally, World of Shirts, or Joshua, he was doing like kind of, I guess, tour guides across New York. So if you went up to him and said, "Hey Josh, could you show me around New York?" he would be more than happy to. It would be his personal pilgrimage. Now, unfortunately with Josh, his mother did pass away back in 2015. And apparently, from his own words, he's had a bit of an absentee father. So he traveled all the way from Virginia to Long Island to meet his grandfather. And then in the blessed year of 2019, while still in high school, Josh started his TikTok career. Now, like many TikTokers or people posting for the first time, their first videos are nothing like what they post now. And some of the viral videos he had when first starting out, there is no reason why they should be viral.
I'll be honest, I don't really understand, but I fell down the stairs and now I got glue on my hand.
Another example here is him eating gummy sweets and just documenting what happens. Surprisingly, if you eat something with food coloring, it changes the color of your tongue.
So these will change the color of your tongue permanently for weeks. We're gonna put these in my mouth and wait 10 minutes. It's not coming off. Shit.
Now, 2021 is when Josh really blew up. This is like when his fame came in spades. Apparently, at one point, even being dubbed the King of New York, which is a very difficult title to obtain. I assume, like, to be the King of New York, you basically have to have billions of dollars in cash or be one of the biggest drug dealers within the country. Now, one thing Josh was really known for was singing the song Empire State of Mind by Alicia Keys.
In New York, concrete.
You know the song, we've all heard it before. New York, concrete. I mean, I can't even sing anymore because YouTube will probably think it's like the actual song and block the video. Now, like I said, Josh, he wasn't from New York, but he is obsessed with New York City. He loves it. It's his second home, his home away from home.
I run this city! Me! This is my city! New York's mine!
And if you're wondering, yes, I have some good news. World of T-Shirts does in fact sell T-shirts. Now, looking at his merch page here, unfortunately, he doesn't actually sell any T-shirts that say World of T-Shirts. It just says banned, because I assume at some point he's been banned off the platform. He's even selling the same glasses that he wears. I don't even know if that's like... How did he do that? Now, a lot of people don't actually know where the name World of T-Shirts came from. So this was originally a school program to help kids with disabilities. Basically, just to try and give them a leg up. Probably shouldn't say leg up. Give them some kind of support in life. Yeah, just keep that in. It's kind of funny. And one of these activities, apparently, was making a business and selling products to both students and teachers. Now, in the past year or so, there have been hundreds of videos titled like The Downfall of World of T-Shirts, Joshua Block is finished. I'm probably going to call it something like that just for the sense of clickbait. But on one of these exposed videos, there was actually a very good YouTube comment where someone says that they actually knew him personally. I know this is the equivalent of source my ass, but still, it does give a bit of insight. I'm going to add some insight, as I knew this kid from high school. Josh was always extremely socially inept. He would walk away in the middle of conversations and didn't understand that lots of people were making fun of him. He was on the track team and he would do all kinds of crazy shit. The team would run at Sunken Meadow State Park in Kings Park for practice. He was known to eat live crabs and worms off the bench and dirt of the track. He would also pee off the side of the hills towards oncoming runners. As for World of T-Shirts, that's a brand name he came up with. My school has programs programs for kids with disabilities and tries to help them out in life.
This simple line of code can increase your ad sales by 50 to 100% instantly. No changes in your business. I can prove it too. This is why Tony Robbins...
Hundreds of child predators are arrested this month as part of the DOJ's takedown of the largest known child exploitation website.
And this individual, the sole motivation was to inflict pain on another, and the journey to that.
We've been working on the story of a federal agent, a Border Patrol agent, now facing federal charges.
Welcome to Video was dismantled after the raid and arrest of the underground site's administrator, 23-year-old South Korean national Jung Woo-sun. In an operation by officials in the US, the UK, South Korea and Germany, hundreds of suspects have been charged across the world. More than 20 minors who were being abused by users of the site have been rescued. Officials say they seized more than 250,000 videos. That's staggering, with disturbing references to abuse of very young children and even toddlers. At a press conference, officials said it was one of the first times seeing cryptocurrency in trafficking child pornography.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessie Wu. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Thank you all for being here for this very important announcement of significant actions to protect children from sexual exploitation. I'm joined today by key partners in the federal government's fight against those who exploit the most vulnerable among us.
That's the Department of Justice announcing that they've just managed to shut down the dark web's largest child pornography site in October of 2019. That fact still rings true as I'm recording this video in 2023. 337 paedophiles who produced, uploaded and downloaded content from said site were arrested and some jailed as the result of an operation carried out by the UK's National Crime Agency, the IRS, the Homeland Security, the Korean National Police and the German Federal Criminal Police. Although 337 arrests were made, there were roughly 1.3 million users at the height of the website's popularity, with 360,000 videos being downloaded. And believe it or not, in the words of the investigators themselves, if it wasn't for the blockchain, we wouldn't have even seen those 337 arrests. Could the investigation have gone a different way if not for the blockchain? Maybe, but the tactics used in the months-long investigation relied heavily on it, and so without the blockchain, there would have been no case. In spite of the fact that the Department of Justice eventually took down the largest child pornography site on the dark web in 2019, the origins of this case can be traced all the way back to 2008. July 24th, 2008, Freedom Hosting, a specialist web hosting service, emerges on the Tor browser. It offers a plethora of hidden services to only those who can navigate their way around the darkest side of the internet. Back in 2008, there wasn't many who could. Some notable services, Tormail, which allowed users to send and receive email anonymously to email addresses inside and outside the Tor network. HackBB, a hidden internet forum specializing in buying stolen credit cards, skimming ATMs, and hacking computers, servers, and accounts. And then there was the Hidden Wiki. This held a directory of links to other hidden websites within the Tor browser. Freedom Hosting would eventually be home to half of all Tor sites that were available at that time. It began to attract many visitors for both the right and wrong reasons. For example, those who wanted to communicate in secret could do so, but a wide range of criminals had a field day, and the authorities couldn't do anything about it because, to put it simply, for a while, they had no way of knowing anyone's true identity. Although for years, the web hosting service remained in the shadows of the dark web, away from the majority of the general public, that would all change in October of 2011.
The first step to funnel hacking is finding ads, and today I want to give you a free piece of software that will help you bookmark and save YouTube ads and landing pages so you can successfully hack their funnels. All you have to do is click the link on this video now, and I will send you a free piece of software called the TubeSift Bookmarker. Now, what exactly is the TubeSift Bookmarker? Well, as you can see, I see a YouTube ad right here. This is for outsourcedoers.com. Let's say I want to, hack this funnel, right? So what I'm going to do is I can either click bookmark ad when I see this, or I can open the ad. Now the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to look at this, I'm going to see All right, how many views does this have? We're going to have to skip this Monday ad because they've been putting ads in front of ads recently. So skip this, and you can see this has 65,000 views since November of last year. So not too bad. This is probably working. We know that. And then we can see their landing page right here. But once this is gone, it's gone, right? So this piece of software that I'm going to give you for free is the TubeSip Bookmarker. And you can see, if I do a quick refresh, it's going to show all of the ads. Oh, those are my bookmarks. Here we go. There's the Monday ad we just saw, and here's the other one right here for outsourced doers, right? And you can see where exactly the landing page is right here. We can save that. You can see what video it was seen on and all of that good info there. And this saves all of those for you. You can actually get your top 50 or your most recent 50 YouTube ads that you've seen and go through and see which ones are working the best and use those to then funnel hack. So all you have to do to get this free Chrome extension is click the link on this video now. You'll be taken to a landing page where you will be able to get this TubeSip Bookmarker absolutely free. Save all your favorite YouTube ads, and this should definitely help you on your funnel hacking journey. So don't waste any more time. Click the link now and get the TubeSip Bookmarker absolutely free.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. It's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it. I would describe myself as a kind of a freedom fighter. My very first character was a Minotaur character because they just seemed like the coolest, most brutal people, and I was like, I want to be that guy. I started out doing the missions in HiSec, and I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and once I learned that you can basically help them and fight the other factions, that's all I wanted to do. It's a very satisfying feeling, starting out at the bottom and working my way up, getting to more advanced, situations, bigger ships, bigger enemies, and all that kind of cool stuff. The ship that I wanted to sit in more than anything was the Paladin, which is the Amarian Marauder. It was red and gold, and it had the lasers, and it, massive firepower, incredible capabilities, and I wanted to sit in that thing. I wanted to fly. I wanted to undock. It's like a project, and you're kind of putting the pieces together by getting the skills ready for the ship and all the modules. You've got to get the money to afford it. You've got a dream that you want, and that ship basically is the dream. And once you finally get into it, there's no greater feeling. I was love struck when I sat in that thing and undocked, and with that ship I could take on anything. There's so many different forms of PvE that trying to wrap your head around it, you've got a ton to do. All the options are there. It's just a matter of going out and whatever fits your play style, whatever you feel is the best thing to go after. Basically just jump into whatever catches your attention. It's a huge universe. There's a lot in it. Get out there and try it.
Dear citizens of the Internet, over the past decade, the Internet has become an increasingly integral part of our daily lives. It has evolved into the catalyst behind free media, free speech and global communication. Since its inception, the World Wide Web has become a prominent medium for individuals such as journalists and activists alike. However, a great injustice lurks beneath the surface. A bud infestation of abhorrent animals have been growing, parasitically spreading like cancer. Unknown to the world, it has consumed and victimized innocent children as well as adults. The growing trade of child pornography has become a major problem. While government organizations have put much effort into the dismantling of individuals and websites dedicated to this repulsive trade, the providers of this content have grown frustrated and moved their trades into a much seedier place known as the Darknet, a network dedicated only to the iniquities that are outcasted by the society we strive in. Unfortunately, a potentially benevolent resource has been corrupted by these sick and sadistic abominations of the world. We, Anonymous, have an eternal duty to fight against the social injustices of this world. When we came into this virtual realm, we were disgusted with the content that was provisioned and readily available for the perverted masses. Many of us have lingering traumatic images of the material that these pedophiles were hiding on the Darknet. Anonymous took a pledge to defend the defenseless and fight for the fallen. We rallied an army called the Legion and armed ourselves with our Chris Hansen cannons. We set out for the great hunt which has become Operation Darknet, also known as To Catch a Predator. We found that a majority of the Darknet pedophiles were using a site called Lolita City. We demanded that the major provider of the host known as Freedom Hosting rid their servers of such reprehensible materials. Unfortunately, to our horror, the owner of Freedom Hosting was the perpetrator for most of the pedophilic content. We are now aware that this provider has over 100 gigabytes of content depicting children being sexually exploited for money and sick thrills that only the underlying insects of this world could take pleasure in. While successful in our onslaught to identify users and take down the hosting provider of this unacceptable content, the Darknet is a vast sea with many providers. However, we fully intend to make it uninhabitable for these disgusting degenerates to exist without the fear of prosecution or death. This is our message, our manifesto. You may hold us to every last word, for we will never turn a deaf ear upon the screams of innocent children. You know who you are, and so do we. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
On the 14th of October 2011, a member of the Anonymous hacking group had been browsing the hidden wiki when they noticed a section titled Hard Candy, a directory of child pornography links. Disgusted by what they had just witnessed, the hacker quickly worked their magic and removed all links from Hard Candy. Job complete. Well, not exactly. You see, 5 minutes later, an admin on Hidden Wiki edited all of the links back in, and it was business as usual. Upon further investigation, the hacker noticed that 95% of the links listed on the Hidden Wiki shared a digital fingerprint with Freedom Hosting. And when the hacker redirected their efforts, they came to the conclusion that Freedom Hosting had been the home to the largest collection of child pornography on the internet, including the Love Zone, a site where Richard Huckle, dubbed Britain's worst paedophile, was an avid user on. The hacker would reach out to Freedom Hosting's unidentified owner to issue a warning to remove the content from their servers, but they refused. And so 4 hours later, a bunch of anonymous hackers assembled from forum boards such as 4chan, and they began to DDoS attack Freedom Hosting, rendering the service unusable. However, within 24 hours of the attack, Freedom Hosting's owner was able to restore services via a backup. In response, Anonymous issued several more warnings, but the owner refused once again. So a further DDoS attack took place, even after new security measures had been implemented. Was this it then? Were Anonymous about to shut down the largest host of child pornography on the Darknet? Well, yes and no. You see, Anonymous put out a final statement stating that they managed to grab a total of 190 unique IPs of people trying to gain access to Hard Candy and Lolita City, but ultimately the sites would continue to run moving forward. It's also unclear if any arrests were made as the result of the operation. But it would be something that happened 9 days earlier that really caught the media's attention in regards to this operation, and therefore the general public were made aware of it. At the height of the DDoS attacks, which prevented over 40 different child pornography websites from being accessed, the one that stood out from the rest was Lolita City, home to 100 gigabytes of child pornography images. The ages of the children ranged anywhere from newborn all the way through to 17-year-old teens. The content was being viewed thousands of times a day. On the 18th of October 2011, Anonymous managed to hack into Lolita City, meaning they had access to all 1,500 users of the site. Although their usernames were the only information to be leaked to the public, Anonymous stated that they had identified many of the users and had asked law enforcement to reach out for details. However, once again, it's unclear if any arrests were made as the result of this. Some would label Anonymous's operation a success. Others had called it a global advertisement for child pornography. You see, by July of 2013, just under 2 years on, even though you could only gain access by invite, Freedom Hosting, Hard Candy, Lolita City and others had all grown tenfold. Another 160 child exploitation websites would emerge over that same period. But just as the sickening online communities were growing, they'd be shut down temporarily, all thanks to the FBI. I say temporarily because, sadly, ladies and gentlemen, although it was the end of the road for Freedom Hosting, the majority of the sites hosted would continue just elsewhere on the dark net.
The Supreme Court has cleared the way for the extradition of a man accused of being the world's biggest facilitator of child abuse images. 33-year-old Eric Owen Marquez, who has an address at Mountjoy Square in Dublin 1, is wanted by the US authorities for conspiring to distribute and to advertise child abuse images. There was no stay on today's ruling, which means that he can be extradited immediately.
The country's highest court has now upheld the previous judgments of the High Court and the Court of Appeal, and Eric Owen Marquez has now exhausted all legal avenues. He has no time left, there was no stay put on today's Supreme Court ruling, and he can be extradited to the US to face child abuse charges immediately.
10 years on from Eric's arrest, and the details about how the FBI managed to track him down still remain a mystery. The only reference we have, Eric's US indictment, states that an investigation in 2013 found a key IP address linked to Freedom Hosting. After Eric's arrest, the FBI took over Freedom Hosting and kept things running briefly before shutting down the whole operation. Within that short period of time, they secretly deployed a JavaScript file to the majority of the sites hosted on Freedom Hosting. In simple terms, the script exploited a bug within the Tor browser, which bypassed the IP anonymization feature, therefore collecting real-world IP addresses of users accessing child exploitation websites. This information was then sent to an FBI-controlled server, and officials used the data to launch other investigations to track down other suspected pedophiles. Although Eric stated, "We do not give permission for any upload of any illegal files. If you choose to do so anyway, we are not responsible for your actions. I will not assist in any use of this server for illegal purposes. Sorry, I have to protect myself. And I do not consent to the use of the Freedom Hosting server for any illegal activities. If you do illegal activities on this server, I will not go to jail for you. If my identity is compromised and I am questioned/forced to cooperate to identify you, I will do it to ensure my freedom." The FBI still held him accountable, as did Anonymous 2 years before, for hosting child exploitation websites. The latter going a step further, claiming that Eric himself had either A, been the owner of Lolita City, or B, had in some way been deeply connected with the site. Eric's response to the FBI was that he was simply an innocent party who hosted a range of different websites on the dark net. The evidence doesn't suggest that Eric had owned Lolita City, but he most definitely wasn't the innocent party he claimed to be. When Garda officers raided his apartment in Dublin, Ireland, he made a dash for his computer in the hopes of turning it off, even though his PC, at that point, had been password locked. For those of you who aren't aware, when you turn your PC off, it erases the information stored on the RAM, and Eric was fully aware of this, so he attempted to shut down his PC, but officers stopped him from doing so. When the PC was forensically examined, the data from the RAM was pulled, and although they'd never crack into the PC itself, they had more than enough evidence to link him to Freedom Hosting. It wasn't just that though. You see, the data showed that Eric had been accessing a child pornography site that he hosted on Freedom Hosting 1,534 times. The site, reports say, had categories such as jailbait, preteen, toddlers, girls and boys. Each category contained numerous videos of child sexual abuse. Another website he viewed, which was once again hosted on Freedom Hosting, had been visited 412 times according to the data on the RAM. From images pulled from said site, 107 of them matched files on Eric's RAM. One of those was of an infant girl being abused. Eric was eventually charged with conspiracy to advertise and distribute child pornography on the dark net by prosecutors over in Maryland in the United States of America. They called him the kingpin of child porn after the FBI estimated that 8.4 million images and videos had surfaced via Freedom Hosting. It wasn't going to be an easy job securing a final sentence though, because as you know, he resided in Ireland. It took 6 years for his extradition to finally be granted, and on February 6th, 2020, he finally pleaded guilty to the charges that were placed against him. Eric Marquez was sentenced to 27 years in prison, followed by lifetime supervision upon release.
Well, the district court today imposed a sentence to 27 years, followed by lifetime supervised release, which is an important message to send to not only to Eric Marquez, who, as you know, was the largest facilitator of child pornography in the world, but also in terms of general deterrence. That sentence sends a powerful message to those who are trading in child pornography or are contemplating trading in child pornography. Mr. Marquez essentially created a market for others to trade and promote child pornography, and he was creating the demand and the supply for a very dangerous and harmful trade to children throughout the world. And it was important to get a sentence that not only tells those out there that we will find you and hold you accountable for trading in child pornography, but also to the victims, to make sure they know that law enforcement here and overseas are committed to finding the criminals who exploit them, and then when we can, seeking restitution for them.
There were many who watched Anonymous temporarily take down Freedom Hosting and Lolita City in real time on 4chan. One of those, who would later go by the moniker Lux, wanted to help Anonymous in their fight against paedophilia, but had found himself on the side of those who he originally set out to attack. The great irony was that he was led there by the very people who were trying to expose it as evil. I discovered numerous forums that existed on the dark web. Before long, I was hooked. In Lux's early days with online paedophiles, he created a persona of an American pediatrician, claiming to have had numerous sexual encounters with children, as well as maintaining an ongoing sexual relationship with a specific 6-year-old child. The content he had consumed in his early days was far too tame though, if you can even imagine that. And so he struck up a plan to create his own website where more hardcore content could be posted with less moderation. By early 2013, Lux had created not just one darknet site, rather a few. His name had rang bells in online paedophile groups. He was said to have been the go-to guy for anything paedophile related. It had even reached the point to where he was giving out advice to users on his sites. Some of the advice included topics such as how to groom and sexually abuse young children, how to ensure there were no signs of sexual penetration, how to drug children so they would be awake during the abuse but would have no memory of it afterwards, and how to kidnap, kill, and dispose of a child's body. He was everything nightmares were made of. The decision would be made to house all of the websites under one banner with a few new additions, as Lux's website started to grow in popularity. Pedo Empire, a one-stop shop for all things paedophilia, hosted by yours truly, Freedom Hosting. Most nights when I got home from work, instead of sitting back and watching TV, I bust out my laptop and got working on Pedo Empire, hopefully creating something which makes the community at least a smidgen better. One of the most popular sites that was a part of his empire was PedoWiki. At the height of its popularity, it had over 3 million page views and contained over 1,200 different articles. Some of the sites on the empire required an invite from a trusted member to gain access. As a member, you would be allowed basic viewing privileges, but you'd have to prove yourself to gain access to more premium areas. For example, you'd have to share images or films that hadn't been previously uploaded to the darknet. And trust me, Lux had his way of vetting such content. On other sites, if members wanted to stay active in a producer's lounge, they would have to show they were actively abusing children on a weekly basis, or else they'd be kicked. The never-before-seen footage would have to include children holding a sign with a unique identifier, such as the name of the site or a phrase created by Lux. In February of 2013, some users of the Empire voiced their opinion that they wanted something more extreme. They wanted more depravity, more violence, and Lux, well, he delivered. Hurt to the Core, a site dedicated to hurtcore pornography. Hurt to the Core was the first of its kind on the darknet, a forum dedicated to videos, images, and discussion about the rape, torture, and even murder of young children. At the height of its popularity, it garnered 400,000 views per day. Although Lux claimed he didn't necessarily like the content that was posted on Hurt to the Core, he believed that others did, and so he hosted it in the name of freedom of speech. Hurt to the Core was split into different sections. One of those sections had been split into different threads discussing different topics. By July of 2013, 23,000 posts were made talking about 2,192 different topics, which included how-to guides. Some of the most popular guides were as follows: Kiddie Porn for Dummies, created by Lux; Toddler Child Porn Star, How You Like to Make Them Scream; Sex Tourism and Prostitution, Where to Find Them Sexy Little Kids, and advice and guides on how to get what you want from kiddies. Some of the most popular general topic threads were as follows: 3 Men and a Baby, Butchered Bitches, Young'uns Bound, Crying Rape, Need Ideas for Blackmailed Girl Aged 15, and Bestiality. Out of all of the Empire, Lux was most active on Hurt to the Core, and he wasn't just making guides for members to use. No. He was giving out advice to some members about hurtcore related topics, which does make you question if he actually was into the content that was being produced on the site. One member wanted advice about filming the abduction, rape, and murder of a 5-year-old girl in Russia. Okay, good. So, do you have a plan? And this is not just a fantasy for you. I have many contacts willing to purchase such a video. It was never confirmed if the Russian had gone through with the plan. An American user wanted advice about producing and distributing the abuse of a 7-year-old girl who suffered with muscular dystrophy and was a mute. I work in the medical field, and if you show me a picture of her wheelchair, I bet I could track you down in a week. It's too dangerous to distribute, as she's too recognizable. However, you should make it for your own gratification. At least you know she can't cry for help. The user would then ask Lux about releasing just the audio. If you record audio, then that can give a lot away, but it's good, the fact she can't speak. I don't think it's going to narrow it down. As word began to spread about Hurt to the Core, many law enforcement agencies and hacking groups had tried to gain access to the site. But as you could only gain access by referral, no one was able to enter. However, hackers had indeed managed to enter Hurt to the Core in December of 2013, according to reports coming out of Mexico. One topic that was pointed out was something the hackers discovered in a thread titled Child Sex and Prostitution. To sum up, a user from Mexico stated that children as young as infants could be delivered by human traffickers to any hotel or home in any city or state for the rental price of $4,000 US, and if they wanted to buy them, it would set them back $10,000 US. Speaking of his own experience, he stated he paid more than $30,000 USD to buy 3 children, 2 boys aged 2 and 6 years old, and a 4-year-old girl, to sexually abuse them at a ranch he owned in Mexico, adding he had to pay extra because all 3 died as a result of the sexual abuse he put them through. With the information now in hand, the hackers would reach out to the Mexican National Security Council and the Mexican Federal Police to tell them that children were potentially being trafficked around various parts of Mexico, and that they should check in with various orphanages to see if children were indeed going missing after being adopted. On December 9th, 2013, Governor Fausto Figueredo announced that he, along with law enforcement agencies from across Mexico, had launched an investigation to dismantle an organized pedophile network that had been operating out of Morelia, a city in the state of Michoacan. This network was said to have been posting and exchanging photos of underage children on Hurt to the Core. The group had been exposed thanks to the work of the hackers. What's never been confirmed, though, is whether this group had in fact been abducting children and selling them on. As of September 2015, Mexican news outlets reported that no arrests came as the result of the operation. In early 2013, rumours began circulating on the darknet about a video titled Daisy's Destruction. Depending on who was telling the story, it would vary in regards to the content, but one common theme was that it involved the torture of at least one young girl. Many claimed it would go a step further and contained the murder of said girl, with reports that some allegedly paid $10,000 to receive a copy. It looked as if this movie, Daisy's Destruction, if it even existed, wasn't going to be released anytime soon. Enters Lux. Lux set out on a mission to see if A, the video was real, and B, if it was real, could he secure a copy for himself to release on Hurt to the Core. He quickly discovered that Daisy's Destruction was in fact real, and the sources who told him it was real pointed Lux in the direction of an online user called Excitagirl, who claimed that they had a copy. Excitagirl would go on to explain that they were the owner of a company by the name of No Limits Fun, a hardcore production company that mainly focused on young Asian girls. The user, Excitagirl, would turn out to be a man by the name of Peter Scully. For those of you who aren't familiar with Peter Scully, back in 2011, he fled from his home country of Australia and headed to the Philippines after being involved in a property fraud scheme that fleeced more than $2.7 million from 20 different investors. After spending a while in the Philippines, Peter would acquire himself two Filipino girlfriends, Carme Ann Alvarez and Lizelle Margelo Costana, and together they would approach parents in impoverished neighborhoods with offers of education and food for their children. They would take the kids under their wing. What the parents weren't aware of, though, was that they were about to hand their children over to monsters. The trio would give the children a false sense of security when first arriving at a property rented out by Peter, for example by offering them something to eat. But the mask would eventually slip, and the children would be subjected to days, months, and even years of torture and rape. Some of these instances would go on to be caught on camera and sold on Peter's child pornography site, No Limits Fun. The most infamous of Scully's video collection? None other than Daisy's Destruction, a multi-part video series that featured the rape and torture of three girls: 11-year-old Cindy, 12-year-old Liza, and Daisy, just 18 months old. Only Liza and Daisy would go on to survive, although Daisy continues to suffer with life-changing injuries both physically and mentally. That meant then that Cindy would die at the hands of her abusers. When investigators finally located her body some 3 years after she was murdered, they found her in a shallow grave beneath a house that Peter Scully had been renting. She'd been forced to dig her own grave and was then strangled to death. All of this was said to have been caught on camera, according to authorities. However, it's unclear if the murder was a feature on Daisy's Destruction. With the video series going somewhat viral due to the nature of the content, it quickly landed in the hands of Dutch police, who determined that it was shot in the Philippines. They then handed their evidence over to local authorities, and a task force was opened to find the perpetrator. Although they understood a white Australian male was their key suspect, it was hard to pinpoint exactly who it was. As part of their operation in order to eliminate suspects, investigators went door to door for months to see if the interior of people's homes matched what was in Daisy's Destruction. Ultimately, law enforcement in the Philippines wouldn't be able to locate the house they were looking for, and all other leads they were investigating were dead ends. However, there'd be a break in the case just as it was going somewhat cold. Two of Peter's victims would come forward to police after recently escaping. Carme let them go after she had felt sorry for them. Over the course of 5 days, the two victims had been subjected to multiple rounds of rape and torture. They told police that they had attempted to escape within the first couple of days, but were caught in the process. And as punishment, Peter made the pair dig their own graves. Who knows? They could have been the next murder victims. Peter Scully was eventually tracked down by law enforcement after going on the run for months. When he was captured, he was charged with 75 offences that were split into 2 separate cases. The first covered Peter and Carmi. They both faced 1 count of human trafficking and 5 counts of rape by sexual assault of underage girls. In 2018, the pair were found guilty on all charges that were put against them. They were both sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. The second covered Peter and Lizel. They both faced 69 counts of various offences ranging from murder to the production and distribution of child pornography on the dark web. In 2022, the pair were found guilty on all the charges that were placed against them. Peter was handed a 129-year prison sentence, Lizel 126. Lux would open up negotiations with Peter Scully in order to purchase the full video of Daisy's destruction, offering him $900 in Bitcoin. That was swiftly rejected. I could sell this for up to $10,000 through private networks. However, I could create more custom videos for her to the core if we enter a long-term business relationship. But as Lux's business model wasn't based on monetary gain, rather content for content, negotiations broke down. Lux simply couldn't afford to pay for the video, and so the two went their separate ways. Eventually, Lux managed to secure himself 4 short extracts of Daisy's destruction, a total of 12 minutes worth of footage from other sources. All were released on Hurt to the Core at once, free to all members as revenge for the deal falling through. Those NLF guys deserved me leaking Daisy's destruction. They were whiny bitches. With Daisy's destruction now out in the open, Lux had pushed the boundaries. He felt untouchable. So much in fact, he had this message for law enforcement when they eventually shut down Freedom Hosting. Well, it looks like this empire hasn't fallen yet. To any law enforcement agency who may be reading this, fuck you. You cannot keep us down. And every time you try, we'll just get bigger and bigger. So thanks for the publicity and leading more paedophiles to where you can't catch them. To my fellow pedos, it won't be long now until all of the major CP sites are back up and running. In the meantime, I suggest you spend your newfound free time by going out and fucking some kiddies. Although Lux had felt untouchable for a while, for some reason in June of 2014, he got spooked and felt law enforcement were closing in. So he made the decision to send an email to the FBI's cyber tip line, offering up details about his users. My name is Lux, and not only do I run the largest online suite of child pornography websites on tour, but I also have knowledge about its users and their identities, unrivaled by anyone out there. I'm willing to hand over control of my empire, including administration details for all sites under the Pedo Empire, and server details, as well as access to my emails. On top of that, I also have complete control over the large group of proven producers on any site. I'm sure that access to this, let alone everything else I'm offering you, is merit for the conditions I will outline below. The conditions include $50,000 in Bitcoin and immunity across all jurisdictions. To no surprise, the FBI didn't budge. They weren't interested in giving in to either demand. It's clear you're not taking my offer seriously. It's not a game. These are real lives you're bargaining on. It's now clear that if I want to fix this problem, I need to do it myself. I will get rid of these people because no one else will. As you don't want to be a part of the solution, I bid you farewell. After contact was made with the FBI, Lux announced to his inner circle that he would be closing down Pedo Empire. When the word spread, some reports say that sickos reacted by posting child abuse images online in his honor. On June 24th, 2014, true to his word, Lux closed Pedo Empire. As always, all empires eventually fall, and and today is the day that it falls. After years of running CP hidden services, today is the day that I walk away. There are personal issues which my close friends have been made aware of that have forced me to make this decision. I don't like awkward farewells, so goodbye. Regards, Lux. If you try to look online for a reason as to why Lux abruptly closed Pedo Empire, you're normally met with two answers. The first is a report claiming that he closed it due to, quote, personal issues, like he stated in his goodbye note. Those personal issues were later revealed as a suspected brain tumor. The other is there is no answer. It states for some reason he closed it. It doesn't go any further than that. But when you connect the dots, a potential answer is there, and it's far from a brain tumor. It's actually connected to another darknet user by the name of Ski. Ski, aka Shannon McCool, was a prolific paedophile and owner of the Love Zone, a darknet child abuse site which we've spoke about earlier on in this video. It had been home to over 50,000 members, including the likes of Richard Huckle. If you wanted to become a member, you were required to upload hardcore child exploitation material as a rite of initiation. By 2014, the site had surpassed Lolita City as the biggest child abuse site on the darknet. If you've seen my video covering Richard Huckle, then you'll know that Task Force Argos, a branch of the Queensland Police in Australia tackling online child abusers, brought the Love Zone down along with Shannon and a few higher-ups on the site in 2014. Their investigation into the Love Zone began as the result of an operation carried out by Canadian police back in 2010. Initially, it didn't involve Australian authorities. Dubbed Project Spade, law enforcement in Toronto, Canada, were looking into a man known as Brian Way, a 42-year-old who had a production crew in different countries across Eastern Europe. They had been filming what's called naturist videos of children. In other words, artistic films that featured nude boys aged between 5 and 12 years old. There was a loophole though, as they weren't of a, quote, sexual nature, the police couldn't actually do anything about it. An investigation would be opened into Brian back in the early 2000s after police received complaints about the films his production crew were making, but as you know, police couldn't do anything about it, so no charges were ever brought forward. The movies would go on to be sold around the globe through Brian's website, azovefilms.com. The business went on to make millions. Customers would use their credit cards to make purchases. At the height of its popularity, over 2 million people visited the site. In 2010, police investigated Brian once again, although initially he wouldn't be a specific target. You see, police had begun to investigate a person who was sharing extreme child pornography images online, and when that person was identified, it was none other than Brian Way. Not only was he sharing extreme child pornography images online with other paedophiles, police soon discovered that some of his movies wouldn't be classed as legal artistic films either, rather child pornography. In May of 2011, police raided Brian's warehouse. Up to 45 terabytes of child exploitation material that had been produced by Azov Films over the span of nearly a decade had been present. To put that into perspective, it took tens of police officers 4 full days, yes that's 24-hour days, to remove the content from the warehouse. Brian would be charged and subsequently found guilty on 15 counts of possessing, publishing and selling videos of naked, prepubescent and pubescent boys and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. However, that sentence would be cut to just 7 years and 10 months after he told the appeal judge that he was being abused in jail. When the secret operation was announced to the public on November 14th, 2013, it was clear that this wasn't just a Canadian operation, rather a worldwide one. Canadian police managed to track down 328 customers from around the world, and so once they were identified, they passed the information on to their international counterparts.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to talk about Project Spade this morning. In October 2010, undercover online officers with the Child Exploitation Section of the Toronto Police Service made contact with a male on the internet who was sharing very graphic images of young children being sexually abused. Through investigations, the officers were able to trace the internet connection to a male living in Toronto. The investigation revealed that this individual was running an exploitation movie, production, and distribution company from an address within the city of Toronto. This company operated a website known as www.azoffilms.com, where customers from around the world could place orders to have movies sent to them through the mail or through the internet. Investigators believe many of these movies were consistent with the Canadian Criminal Code definition of child pornography. At this time, the Toronto Police Service sought the assistance of the United States Postal Inspection Service, as it appeared many of the movies were being exported into the United States. The Toronto Police Service and the United States Postal Inspection Service then began a joint investigation. On May 1st, 2011, after a 7-month-long investigation, officers executed numerous search warrants at various locations across the city of Toronto. One of these search warrants was executed at the site of the purported business located in the West End of Toronto. Officers spent 4 days inside this business, cataloging the thousands of movies, computers, and other media located during their search. At this time, over 45 terabytes of information was seized from the business. And to give you some perspective, this is equivalent to a stack of paper as tall as 1,500 CN Towers. On the same date, a search warrant was also executed at the residence of the owner-operator of the business, Mr. Brian Way. It is alleged that officers located hundreds of thousands of images and videos detailing horrific sexual acts against very young children, some of the worst that they have ever viewed. Brian Way, 42 years of age, has been charged with a total of 24 offenses, including numerous child pornography, proceeds of crime offenses, and instructing a criminal organization. We believe this is the first time in Canada that anyone has been charged with being a part of a criminal organization in regards to child pornography. It is alleged that Mr. Way's company had revenues in excess of $4 million during the years he was operating. It is also alleged that Mr. Way paid people to have children filmed in Eastern European countries in order to produce some of the movies that he would sell online. These producers of the child exploitation movies, which were sold exclusively through Azov Films, have all been convicted in their respective countries. With the assistance of the Toronto Police Service's technological text section, officers were able to recreate the customer database used by Azov Films to distribute the material around the world. Child exploitation officers, with the assistance from the members of the Ontario Provincial Strategy to Protect Children from Sexual Abuse and Exploitation on the Internet, then spent months analyzing all the seized material, determining who the customers were. Information was then sent through the RCMP's National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre and Interpol to over 50 countries. This investigation was dubbed Project Spade, and its success has been extraordinary. To date, the project as a whole has saved 386 children from sexual abuse worldwide. This alone is spectacular. Furthermore, as of this morning, the number has actually gone up. Sweden contacted us and advised us that they arrested 7 more people for this project. So 348 individuals have been arrested worldwide as part of the investigation. They include 50 in Ontario, 58 in the rest of Canada, 76 in the United States, and 164 internationally. Of concern to the investigators was the number of people that had close contact with children. The arrests included 40 school teachers, 9 doctors and nurses, 32 people who volunteered with children, 6 law enforcement personnel, 9 pastors or priests, and 3 foster parents. An example of one of the search warrants that was conducted in Canada, a search warrant was executed at a retired school teacher's residence. He had over 350,000 images and over 9,000 videos of child sexual abuse. Some of these images were of children known to him, and he was also charged with sexually abusing a child relative. We worked with several agencies during this project. Federal Police, who are here today, Spanish National Police, here today, Special Investigations Unit for the Investigation of Trafficking in Mexico, also here today, Queensland Police Service, Task Force Argos, South African Police Service, Hong Kong Police Service, Norwegian Police Service, Garda, Ireland Police Service, National Police Force, and Royal Gibraltar Police. The success of this joint project with the United States Postal Inspection Service, along with all our international partners and other agencies you see here today, confirms that when we work together, regardless of the borders that divide us, we can successfully track down those who not only prey on our most vulnerable, but also profit from it. I would like to thank everyone involved and commend them for their hard work and commitment to this project. I would also like to acknowledge cybertip.ca, who is also present with us today. Cybertip.ca is Canada's tip line to report the online sexual exploitation of children. They receive numerous tips regarding Mr. Lay's website.
So this is where Task Force Argos comes into play. When they got intel that some Australians had been purchasing child exploitation movies from Brian Way, they set out on making multiple arrests. There was one arrest in particular though that would open a Pandora's box. When Task Force Argos arrested this particular person who's been named as Mr. Smith and seized his computer, they noticed that he encrypted certain parts of it. However, he made the thankful mistake of leaving all of his dark web login details on an unencrypted note. The login details would lead police down a darknet rabbit hole and ultimately led them to the Love Zone. It was uncharted territory. Mr. Smith was a VIP member, meaning he'd been uploading at least 4 gigabytes of preteen hardcore child abuse content to the site every 30 days. He had to keep this up, or he would have his VIP status stripped from him. When police got into the Love Zone, they realised they only had a few weeks at best to stay on the site. So Task Force Argos had to approach a judge in order to get approved for something that's called a controlled operation. In other words, they were asking the judge for the go-ahead to legally be allowed to possess and distribute child exploitation material in order to stay on the website. The bigger picture was to bring down as many predators as they could. The judge would approve the operation, and it proved successful. In a nutshell, the operation consisted of police uploading content in order to keep their VIP status, meaning they could keep an eye on everyone, including the owner, Ski. Even though a covert operation was underway, it would be good old-fashioned detective work that would finally unmask Ski. You see, police noticed a pattern in the way Ski greeted the users in the VIP section of the Love Zone. He used the phrase hires, and although the general consensus is that this phrase is used by females, police knew they were dealing with a man because Ski was actively producing fresh child abuse material. He would be raping different children, 7 to be exact. They also knew that Ski was an Australian because he made victims hold a piece of paper with the word Aussie written on it while they were being raped. Police had to act quick, and so Task Force Argos team member Paul Griffiths, a victim identification specialist, punched in the phrase hires on Google. 450,000 results were returned, but to Paul's surprise, within the first few pages, the phrase hires had been used by a man on an Australian forum board about trucks. He was asking for advice about raising the suspension to his VW utility, and had made the mistake of leaving his license plate bare. When police searched the license plate up, it was registered to a man by the name of Shannon McCall. Police were now confident enough that they had finally caught Ski. So they made their move, and to no surprise, they captured the right man.
Good morning everyone. David Waterford from Families SA, and I will brief you about an alleged offender who appeared before the Adelaide Magistrates Court on the 10th of June this year, and he remains in custody today. This offender was employed within Families SA in a role caring for young children at the time of this offending. You will appreciate that the information we can provide you is limited because of the ongoing police investigation that is being conducted into this serious criminal offence. I remind everyone that there is a court suppression order in place, as well as the usual operation of the Evidence Act, which prohibits the publication of certain information in proceedings for a sexual offence. On the 6th of June this year, Special Crimes Investigation Branch investigators received information concerning the dissemination of child exploitation material. Due to the serious nature of that information provided at this time, investigators searched the domestic premises in the metropolitan area of Adelaide on the 9th of June. As a direct result of that search, investigators arrested a male adult who is charged with 7 counts of unlawful sexual intercourse with young children in his care. He is also charged with the production, possession and dissemination of child exploitation material. At the time of entering the premises, police were not aware of any contact offending between the alleged offender and the child victims. The focus of the investigation up until that time related to the possession and dissemination of child exploitation material. At the time of the arrest, police became aware of alleged contact offending between the alleged offender and the children. This evidence led to 7 charges of unlawful sexual intercourse. When these 7 charges were laid on the 10th of June, investigators were not aware of the identities of the 7 victims. We were not aware of the location of the offences, nor were we aware of the time frame of that offending. Since that time, specialist sex crime investigators have been working closely with our computer specialists in an attempt to identify the young victims. This analysis has been tireless and has involved the examination of over 100,000 still photographs and 600 video files containing child exploitation material. This part of the investigation is not complete, and it still has a long way to go before it can be completed. Late on Wednesday of last week, with the assistance of Families SA, the investigators identified 7 victims. The victim identification process has been slow and very tedious, as it has involved comparing the images of the child victims contained within the child exploitation material against documentary material provided to us by Families SA. This process has been made even more problematic as some of the child exploitation images were partial images only. Since the alleged offender's arrest, the focus of this investigation has been the identification of the victims, and that remains today. It is important to identify the victims so that appropriate counselling and medical support can be provided to these victims, their parents or guardians. Investigators and Families SA are now in the process of informing the parents of the 7 children of the circumstances of the alleged offences and the identity of the alleged offender. Full support from police, Families SA and the Child Protection Services will be provided to the parents and guardians of these children. This investigation has been a priority for the police and will remain a priority. We still have a significant amount of computer analysis to be conducted, with the clear objective to identify all victims of this abuse. This investigation is being led by SAPOL and will continue until we have identified all possible offences and the identity of any further possible victims. Due to the complexity and the enormity of the data to be analysed, this investigation may take many months before it is completed. But rest assured, our investigation will remain victim-focused. This investigation can be best described as being horrific. It is horrific for the young victims and their families, and it is deeply disturbing for the police, who are required to view these images. I now pass on to David.
Shannon McCool had been a government-approved social care worker looking after vulnerable children, some who had previously been sexually abused. Many complaints had been made about him in the past about his inappropriate behaviour towards children, but ultimately those complaints were swept under the rug. For 3 years he went on to sexually abuse 7 children while he was taking care of them as a government-approved social care worker. One of the victims had been a young disabled boy, and another an 18-month-old toddler. All are thought to have been under the age of 12.
Good evening. Victims have cheered in court as Families SA carer Shannon McCool was jailed for 3 decades for inflicting vile sexual abuse on already troubled children. McCool, who was also the kingpin of a global child porn network, was described by the judge as a worldwide evil like he'd never seen before.
Shannon McCool needs protection from other inmates in jail, but the children he abused were denied that right under his care. Instead, he stole their innocence in the most sickening of ways, and he'll now pay with the next 35 years of his life.
I've got no remorse for him at all. I hope that he gets what he deserves.
McCall cried as Judge Paul Rice described in harrowing detail the repulsive crimes inflicted on 7 children. The former family's SA carer was trusted to look after them in a government-run residential facility. But when one of the state's heaviest sentences was imposed on him, the courtroom erupted into applause.
It's over in one part of it's over, and now I can deal with our family trauma.
McCall's victims were as young as 18 months. Some were disabled, all were vulnerable.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
McCall uploaded hundreds of thousands of videos and images to his depraved website, which fed an international market of more than 1,000 pedophiles. As website CEO, McCall boasted and encouraged others to post their own sickening material.
It was horrible to me. I can't understand anyone connect that way.
Judge Rice, in fact, he certified the guilty of McCall's insidious behaviour, saying no case has ever come close. Yours is a worldwide evil well beyond my judicial experience. Some people may describe your crimes as sick, but I prefer evil and depraved. You have no moral compass.
It's been emotional the whole time, but this time it was just, yeah, wow.
33-year-old McCall will be 61 before he has any chance of parole. The judge doubtful the pedophile can ever change his ways. What is plain is that the impact on these children is not in the past, it is immediate, ongoing, and unfolding as they grow up.
And I'm hoping that my grandson will never lay eyes on him again.
With Ski now in police custody, it was time for Task Force Argos to take over the Love Zone and bring down other members. One of those, none other than Lux. Exactly 2 weeks after Shannon McCall had been arrested, Lux would go on to announce that he was closing his pedo empire deal. Somewhere along the line, did Lux and Ski have a secret code for everything if either suspected that police had overtaken their plans? For example, if Lux said a certain phrase to Ski, Ski would have to give a certain answer. Or maybe Lux just had a hunch that something was off and decided to delete every trace of his online activity. It wouldn't be too hard to suggest either one was true, because reports say that many higher-ups within the Love Zone noticed that Ski, now operated by law enforcement, had started to speak and act differently. None of that would matter though, because what Lux didn't realise was that even though he had ended his pedo empire, the police had connected it to his home address. Little is known about the operation and how law enforcement managed to make the connection. All we know is that it was discovered after they had taken over the Love Zone. August 26th, 2014, police are about to swoop on a house in Melbourne, Australia. They were about to come face to face with the most hated man on the dark net. To the police's understanding, the property was owned by a white working class male in his 50s, a mechanic who lived there with his wife, son and daughter. They thought for sure that he was Lux. But as police began to tear the house apart, looking for the computer that hosted one of the most disgusting sites on the dark web, they instantly knew it wasn't the father, because he had no idea of how to even operate a computer. Their focus soon turned to the son, Matthew David Graham. 22-year-old Matthew David Graham, a nanotech student with no social life, liked to spend his days indoors playing games such as World of Warcraft. That was his form of social interaction. In his life away from a computer screen, he seemed like an average university student. However, as you know, he was hiding a dark secret. At the age of 18, he began exploring child exploitation websites on the dark web. Over the span of roughly 3 years, he created the most horrific child abuse websites at his parents' home. They were none the wiser. When police raided Matthew's house on that morning in August of 2014, detectives asked him to unlock his laptop and PC, but he refused. However, he would hand over his phone and passcode for it. An initial search of the phone brought up nothing, but 3 hardcore-related images would emerge after detectives took a deep dive into the device's cache. As the result of this find, Matthew would initially be arrested and charged for possessing child abuse material and failing to hand over his passcodes. No further charges were added at that time though, because police had no evidence. All they had was the lead that led to the address. Matthew's PC and laptop would be shipped off to Europol in Germany and the FBI in America to see if they could get into them. They already knew Matthew Graham was Lux, but they needed the data from the devices as they had stored the evidence they needed. For a while, both struggled, but eventually, the FBI would find their way inside, and there was the evidence they were searching for. Australian detectives would go on to give Matthew two options upon discovery of the findings. Either A, plead guilty in Australia and hand over the passcode to the other device, or B, face a potential extradition to America where he had been facing separate charges. He settled for the former. I guess I wanted to be part of something, and so I made it up. The sexualization was never anything I was interested in, it was the power within the paedophile community. On the 30th of July 2015, just under a year after his arrest, Matthew was charged with 88 offences which covered a wide range of crimes, but by the time he was sentenced in March of 2016, he was only sentenced for 13 of the original 88 after he struck up a deal with the prosecution. Those 13 charges included crimes such as hosting and distributing child exploitation material, encouraging the kidnap, rape and murder of the 5-year-old Russian girl, and encouraging the rape of the 7-year-old disabled girl in America. During Matthew's sentencing hearing, the judge presiding over the case was extremely hesitant about viewing some of the material that was hosted on Hurt to the Core, but the prosecution advised that the judge needed to watch at least small clips of Daisy's destruction without audio to get an idea of the horrific content that Matthew had allowed on the site. That way it would help the judge with what sentence to hand down. The judge agreed. How any human can view that impassively? The infant was being tortured, actual physical torture, an extremely trusting, vulnerable child who begins smiling, wearing a nappy, and ends a wailing physical wreck. I've seen some shocking things over the journey of my career, and I've never seen anything like that. After the viewing, the judge was said to have appeared pale and looked disorientated. On the 17th of March 2016, Matthew David Graham was handed a 15.5-year prison sentence with the minimum term of 10 years.
He was considered the worst administrator of some of the worst websites in the world at the time. So we knew who the user was, we just had to make the connection to that Lux was Matthew Graham. When I first saw him on the day that we served the warrant, I was surprised by his confidence, that he was quite calm in that environment. In his mind, I can't imagine how that would have been going, him thinking, have they got me? Because obviously there's a bit of bluff. What we've got, what we don't have, not all our cards are played at the time. The level of and the type of content that he was dealing with was considered the worst in the world by FBI and Europol. Hardcore, hurtcore material. Torture and abuse of babies, mainly through to I think about 12. It was surprising when it got to the interview how candid and open he was to talk about that level of depravity. That it didn't flinch, it just rolled off his tongue what he was talking about. It was staggering to think that the FBI and Europol are all chasing Lux. Who is he? Where is he? And lo and behold, he's here. And he's a 21-year-old.
Well, Lux in some ways stands out, and in some ways, just like the other darknet pedophiles that I spoke to, a lot of people I know ask, why would someone like this speak to a member of the media? And I think that one of the ways that he's just like the other people in this community is that he needs someone to speak to. He's still a human being, and this is a secret that they keep, and they saw me as someone who they could safely speak to. And so you could get that sense from him the same way you could get that sense from the other pedophiles in the dark net. He was different, I think, in that he was singularly hated by other pedophiles. I hadn't met too many other people who even like entire communities of other pedophiles really despised. Lux was hated in the pedophile community because he promoted hurtcore, which is a genre within a genre, right? It's a genre of child pornography in which the idea is that the kid is getting hurt and hit and abused beyond the normal level of abuse of child pornography. And that is something that a not insignificant amount of people enjoy, but that even more other pedophiles hate. It's funny to call them that, but the mainstream pedophiles basically think of this as abhorrent, because as part of the justification of their actions, they see themselves as part of child love. They see themselves as doing what's right for the child, what the child wants. And while that requires its own twisted sense of justification, it's another level of, it's another twist to say that the kid wants to be hit. There is no twist. The people who enjoy hurtcore, for the most part, get off on the fact that the kids are not enjoying it. And that is, to even most pedophiles, really abhorrent.
First off, I fully accept this offer may not be for everyone, so feel free to say no, but my offer is as follows. I would be interested in requesting photographs from you of yourself, either topless or in the nude. In exchange for this, I would be willing to pay between £300 to £800. As a bit of a background, i.e. why is this perv asking me for these pictures, I certainly wouldn't go as far as to call myself an artist, but I love to draw, mostly in charcoal, and the images I would ask you to produce would be the sort of thing that most inspires me. Absolutely nobody besides myself would ever see them. Let me know if this is something of interest for you. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Was an email sent out by a person called Liz to various people who listed services such as babysitting and dog walking on Gumtree, a classified ads website. The people who listed were looking to earn a bit of cash on the side. A lot of the time it had been children in their early teens. So when the offer of quick money was there to help someone with an art piece, they jumped at the offer. What they didn't know though was that once those images were sent, they'd be sucked into a blackmail scheme. If they didn't continue to send images that got more degrading as time went on, Liz would threaten to leak what material they had to people who knew of the victim. Whoever this Liz character was, did their due diligence in order to keep the blackmail scheme going. After targeting quite literally tens of children throughout 2012 and 2013, it was no surprise that police were fully aware of who Liz was. But the police had no way of figuring out Liz's true identity because Liz had used different means to hide any leads going back to them. In other words, they were a ghost. However, it wouldn't be too long before detectives in the United Kingdom connected Liz to a dark net site by the name of Hurt to the Core. Let's rewind. Earlier on in the video, we were discussing Hurt to the Core and some of the popular threads it contained. One of those was titled, Need Ideas for Blackmailed Girl, Aged 15. The FBI would figure out that the person behind the thread, in the garden, had been from the UK, and so they alerted their UK counterparts, the National Crime Agency, to give them a heads up about the discovery. Some point after this notification, a 15-year-old girl who fell victim to Liz's Gumtree blackmail scheme came forward to police, and after doing a cross-reference in the database, it was clear to detectives that the girl who had just came forward was the 15-year-old girl referenced in the thread on Hurt to the Core. The National Crime Agency had made the connection. In the garden and Liz were the same person. The hunt was on. Well, not exactly. I basically had a needle in a haystack. There are 32 million UK males over the age of 18, so I had to reduce that down to 1. It took 4 years for the National Crime Agency, working in collaboration with the GCHQ, the UK spy agency, the FBI, the US Department of Homeland Security, the Australian Federal Police, the New Zealand Police, and the Israel Police to finally figure out who In the Garden was. They were a #1 target. Over that 4-year period, Liz, going under different names, had continued their blackmail scheme on the surface web. And when they received images and videos, typically child pornography, from a victim, they posted that content on Hurt to the Core. In the Garden had posted that often they earned the title child rapist. That meant then that at a minimum, they posted 250 separate posts of hurtful images and videos relating to children before the site closed in 2014. After that, it's believed their offending continued elsewhere on the dark net, this time under the aliases Evil Mind and 666 Devil. Although reports don't state what websites they posted to, more than likely due to ongoing police investigations. It's thought that In the Garden approached up to 300 scheme. Hundreds would go on to fall victim. But in 2017, it would all come to an end. In March of that year, police had managed to trace the In the Garden, Evil Mind, and 666 Devon accounts to an address in Birmingham, England. However, detectives weren't too sure how strong the link was because the person of interest didn't fit the profile of someone who typically posted such content on the dark net. They had to go undercover.
If I told you that there was a tried and true method that would help you land a TEDx talk in the next 30 days, would you do it? Would you put yourself out there? Would you feel the uncomfortable feelings that come with stretching yourself to do something you've never done before? Would you do a TEDx talk if I handed you one within the next 30 days? Because I put together a training, it's free, it's a masterclass, and it is going to go through the step-by-step process for you to land a TEDx talk in the next 30 days. Look, I helped people like Neha, like Kevin, like Mike, like Jen, like Dominic, like Lucas, like Jason, hundreds more to land their TEDx talks using this exact step-by-step process. And in this masterclass, I'm not just going to teach you a bunch of stuff and hope that you go away and use it. I'm going to give you a list of TEDx events that are looking for speakers right now that you could speak on their stages. The reason that we have this list, the reason that I think now is the time, wow, that was a big wave. The reason that I think now is the time more than ever is because the global crisis that we're in right now has afforded the opportunity for more people to be at home watching TEDx talks, fortunately or unfortunately, than ever before. More people are digesting content than ever before in the history of the internet. And there are more TEDx events available for you to speak at than ever since I got into the business. And by the way, I've been helping people land TEDx talks for 10 years. One of my clients has almost 10 million views. Our average client, the last 100 clients that have landed TEDx talks, our average client gets about 100,000 views to their talks. Why? Because they follow a step-by-step process that we've used over and over and over again, not just to land the talk, but to do the best talk of your life and to make sure that talk gets out to all the people that are supposed to see it. So what I want you to do is click the button on the screen, attend the masterclass. You're going to sign up. It takes like 2 seconds to do. And learn how you get that message that is inside you. You're watching this far because you have a message. You are a messenger. It's in you. It's meant to be outside of you. You don't want to live out that quote by Benjamin Disraeli that says, "Creepy."
That's 29-year-old University of Birmingham lecturer Dr. Matthew Folder being surveilled by the National Crime Agency. He was their key suspect behind the darknet accounts. But police say if you took a look at his life, you wouldn't have suspected that to be the case. He didn't necessarily fit the profile. Born in Knutsfield, Cheshire, Matthew Folder had grew up in a £700,000 home with a stable family life. There were no reports of any abuse. He attended private school throughout his childhood. His parents rubbed shoulders with the movers and shakers. Without sounding like too much of a cliche, Matthew had the opportunity to do whatever he wanted because the financial freedom was there. He decided to settle for his education and excelled in school. He's featured here in a school letter stating that out of 75,000 students nationwide, he was one of the 4% that, quote, struck gold in a maths competition. As part of beating that challenge, it granted him a place at the Maths Olympic Trials. He didn't feature on the school letter just once though, ladies and gentlemen. Rather, twice. On the next page, he was pictured with 6 other students who had completed interviews with the university of their choice and had all been accepted. Matthew chose to study natural sciences at the illustrious Cambridge University. He graduated with a master's degree. He was one of the finest students I'd ever supervised. His work had an international impact. Matthew revelled in the social side of university. He looked to impress his peers. He wasn't going to be that person who stayed inside all day studying. He wanted to be the life and soul of the party. What many didn't know though was that behind the smiles and laughter lay a dark secret.
Yay. Fuck that guy.
And it's so
That's
proportionate.
Matthew
Step
Foley.
on a scale. How
As
much do
early
you
as
weigh currently?
2007, he'd been setting
Since my
up
weight's such an
cameras
issue.
in bathrooms at publicly accessible
Since you want to talk about the game,
and
you want
his
to
parents.
compare.
Covertly
You want to
recording
compare.
females He both
Troy,
knew
stop
and didn't.
for a minute.
In total, 27 videos.
Hey, Snakes, the reason why I lost weight is because I lost
Yes,
my husband.
we did.
That's why I lost weight. I gained weight purposefully because I was sick of being skinny.
Good job.
You're fucking pathetic. Funny how she's all of a sudden popping up in Sandman's chat, popping up in Q's chat. She never popped up in those places before. She decides that oh, what time of year is it? Is it Christmas time? I bet she's gonna start e-begging. Another Christmas that she can't afford gifts for her son.
Hey, me too.
Is that why you're back? Kids' Christmas gifts. Where? Sitting there saying, sitting there talking about that I did a clothing haul and then I asked people to send money for my kids' Christmas. No, I didn't. You're lying. That's a bold-faced lie. I don't ask people on the internet to afford for my child. Because with or without the internet, it's going to get done by mommy. With or without. Now, I may come to the internet sometimes and say, hey, if you want to help out with this expense, feel free.
That said, anybody wants to buy my kid a car, Christmas is coming up.
She's going to Spokane to Banks County. Probably.
Even a cheap car would improve my kid's life so amazingly.
Stop
It would be
posting
sick.
clips on my
Nobody's
shit.
giving me a car, trust me.
Please. Stop posting links. Because yeah, I know that about that Elizabeth lady. Also, Skelly's sitting here saying, "Why is a dead man?" It's not a dead man. My name is clearly in the strike. It's my name. It says my name. Just because it's my husband's email, nowhere in the strike does it say Charles Tabona. It says Carissa Tabona. It's my email now. That's my email now. Fucking clown. But keep on fucking with me though.
Keep it up.
Y'all don't get it. I'm going to fuck your shit up. All of it. One way or a fucking another. Because you want to know why? I know that it's going to go my way. Because y'all are evil. Like real life evil fucking entities.
Evil.
Oh, Drama Kiki, you're going to be getting a strike today.
Yay.
Also, yeah, you're getting a strike today.
That lady's a jerk.
Don't use my shit. Don't fucking use my shit. You don't have the right to, especially when you don't edit it in any way, shape or form. So you will be receiving a copyright strike today.
Not me. Where is it?
Simple as that. I told y'all, anything that comes up in my creator studio, I will be removing it. I will be copyrighting it. If YouTube gives me the option to do so, I will do it.
Shaved his beard, shaved his head. Trying to make him look like George.
Like, it's so funny because Skelly will make these videos titled Controller Raging Over the Danny video. Skelly, how about I reach out to Jessica? You would rage over that. You know you would. But you want to pretend like
that's no good way. Homie, love your friends, homie.
this is another thing too that I'm gonna say. Y'all keep on hitting me up talking about strike Trisha, strike this one. Don't tell me. You do it. You strike them. Because they violate TOS on a regular basis, but for some reason I'm the only one who deals with the consequences because they have a group of people flagging me. It's a group of them. So if y'all want to get at them, group up and get at them. I can't fight. I can't combat all of them. Like, I can't do it. It's me against Skelly, Scotty, Trisha, Drama Kiki, fucking Jean, Melissa. Like, Karma is real. Fucking George Wallace now, supposedly. That guy that does things. It's a group of fucking 10 people versus me. It's me. So me flagging doesn't do anything. They violate TOS every single time. And if I'm the only one that's reporting them, guess what? They get away with it. It has to be more than just me.
Okay, now. Go, controller.
It don't make no sense. What up, Region? I don't know what y'all expect to happen from me. I'm one fucking person. Let me go make my kids breakfast. Her lunch. And I've reached out to YouTube in every possible way that I can, bro. They play favorites. At this point, I'm gonna start saying that they're discriminating against me because I'm a black woman. It's a joke. She said it seriously. It's a joke. She's just like, yo, you're discriminating against me. I'm a strong black woman. It's because I'm black. It's because Trisha's a white woman, and I'm a black woman, and that's why.
Real.
It's because I'm not a skinny white woman. I get discriminated against. No, it's not really Alex. It's not so much Alex as it is the group of them. Alex does not have the power like people think she does. You don't think that Alex is like this mythical creature that can do everything. No. It's not her.
I don't think that at all.
Honestly, the biggest thing is that it's groups of them. That's what does it. It's the group of them. It's because when they don't do it, they coordinate attacks. That's what it is. It's not one or two people. It's 5 or 6 people reporting at the same exact time. Same thing happened with my monetization. 5 and 6 of them, or whatever, how many of them reached out to YouTube over and over and over again.
Okay,
And this is the wild thing. When I said that I was going to take Trisha's monetization, everybody came at me like, oh, you're going to take a single mom's income? Y'all took a single mom's income. Y'all took $200 out of my pocket right before Christmas for the 2nd year in a row.
Pretty cool.
2nd year in a row that y'all took money out of my pocket right before Christmas. And it's the same people. Bro, these people have gotten away with showing my address, showing my child. They still have monetization. It doesn't make sense. Bro, if you can't tell that I'm a black woman, I don't know what to tell you. Now, since everybody says that I say that I'm black, now I'm just gonna go with it. If you can't tell that I'm a fucking strong black woman, I don't know what to tell you. It's obvious. It's obvious. Funny because the people who say that, I never once said that in the past. Now I'm saying it. But in the past, the only thing I've ever said was that I was mixed. I've always said that I was mixed, but it's racist for me to say that I'm black.
You've finally done it. Congratulations, Big T. You have become the fat girl you always wanted to be. That fupa is huge.
Who donated that?
It's racist for me to say what I am. Okay. Listen, if Trisha can LARP as a Puerto Rican, I can LARP as a black, okay? I'm more black than Trisha is Puerto Rican. How about that?
Hey, Debbie.
Bro, look at these little circular fucking ice cubes. I love them. No, I'm black. I'm a black woman. I'm a strong black woman, actually.
Oh, doorknob.
Now, like my dad says, cash is king. Cash will always be accepted. Always. Always. Actually, maybe not. Because there's places I went to and don't take cash. And I had a problem. I love this little, I love my little ice cube things. They make me happy. I'm thinking about making some different flavor ice cubes.
Yes.
Or maybe like putting pomegranate seeds in the ice cubes. So I see all these cool videos online. People making cool ice. I just like the fact that I'm able to make spherical ice. I don't even care if it's not perfectly round.
Let's see. Oh. Am I allowed back on YouTube yet? Oh my god. How many days left, bitch? One? Done? One? One day
I
left.
just realized it. I hate Mondays, but I don't hate Mondays because it's getting back to the regular schedule of life. So I don't actually hate Mondays. I know a lot of people do hate Mondays. Ellie told me the other day that she hates Mondays. I said, oh, you're like Garfield. She didn't really know who Garfield was. I told her Garfield.
Military outpost that was attacked, and the top and dots were able to attack. So all of these things are not gun parts, which makes it an actual usable tool for these forces in Myanmar who don't have access to a lot of guns. Now, we have seen them with ARs in some of the videos, but for your average fighter, you're not going to be able to access that. So if you're going to get an AK or an AR, likely this will probably help you get access to a better gun. And that's enough of a purpose for this to exist, honestly. Now, who designed this? Well, the legend himself,
No,
Jay
Ellie
Stark,
does not live with
and
me. I
Ivan
make her
Troll
lunch so that I
both
can feel
contributed to this
closer to
design.
her.
Like I said before, I did make a video
Allegedly.
about this where it went into depth and talked all about the design of it and more about the technical details. That can't be found on YouTube because they deleted it, but you can find that on other places like the Odyssey.
I gotta have these little.
My friend,
Oh,
we have
I think I'm gonna
Sergeant
give her
Major
lunchable
Tonacci.
today.
Unfortunately, you're ill. Could you tell us how this
Black
came about?
Bandy.
Sì, sono partito il 31 agosto.
I left on August the 31st, 1998,
a Sarajevo
for a 6-month mission.
di 6 mesi.
I got the go-ahead after medical checks. During my stay in Sarajevo, I suffered several faint and dizzy spells. And a few months after I came back, these were attributed to lymphoma. Cancer? Cancer.
On December the 13th, 1999, 1 month after he appeared on television, Sergeant Andrea Antonacci was dead. In Rome, I meet another Italian soldier who'd been sent to the Balkans. Colonel Enrico Lacetti. So it began in 1999.
I came back in 1999, and on December 24th I had an X-ray. I remember I was alone with the technician. There was nobody at the hospital. When I asked him what I had, he said, "What have you got?" And then he said, "Enjoy Christmas, because you won't be here next year." I had this lump, 24 centimeters long, 14 centimeters wide, and 12 centimeters thick.
I have the
tumor in my lungs.
My refrigerator has an ice maker.
After that, I had other tests. And they took a piece of the tumor and examined it.
Fridge ice maker is broken.
Huh.
2008 by a man calling himself Future's father. He was describing a jar containing his bodily fluids. What appears to be a small amount of liquid colored cough medicine pink. A jar whose contents he'd give a name, Adam. Now, you've heard about a lot of fluid-filled jars on this channel, but while those were all someone's secret shame, this one was a man's pride and joy. A science experiment that he thought of as a son. A jar that he was eager to share with the world, or at least with 4chan posters based on some of the comments his blog received. And unlike other stories like his, where people were surprised that they had accidentally created life, his goal was to create life. Like Lisa Simpson if she was on image boards. Would he succeed at creating miniature Lutherans? Let's find out in today's episode of Tales from the Internet.
Huh.
This video is sponsored by Helix. Helix makes premium mattresses and bedding custom fit to your needs and shipped right to your door. Everyone sleeps differently, so Helix has you take a sleep quiz to match your body type and sleep preferences. I'm a side sleeper, so Helix set me up with a Sunset mattress. This year, Helix launched their newest and most high-end collection yet, the Helix Elite mattress. They put their years of extensive mattress expertise to use to create a truly elevated sleep experience. The Helix Elite collection includes 6 different mattress models to combine high-end luxury with personalized comfort tailored to your preferences. Helix delivers your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the US. Comes rolled up in a box and is easy to set up. And to make sure you love your Helix mattress, there's a 100 nights of sleep trial. You also get a 10-year warranty, as well as financing options and flexible payment plans. Also, Helix mattresses are fiberglass free. If you've been thinking about upgrading your mattress, now's the perfect time to do it. For the month of October, Helix is offering my followers an exclusive discount. Get 25% off your purchase, plus 2 free pillows. Just go to helixsleep.com/wang and you'll receive a unique promo code for 25% off. It expires October 31st. Some point on the channel, so subscribe and hit notifications. But this experiment right here went down in relative obscurity, nearly a decade before the trend. Not for clicks, just for the love of the game. In the initial unveiling post, Future's father marks the date of Adam's creation as January 19th, 2008, and he promises to provide regular updates on Adam's progress. Although he admits that in those first 48 hours, there was no progress. Rome wasn't built in a day. He also admits that he has no idea what to expect from this, so he's as much along for the ride as we are. But judging by the solved Rubik's Cube sandwiched between Adam and a jar of Vaseline, this is a very scientifically minded individual. As he puts it, the philosophical and existential implications of my little project are numerous. He also invites people to comment with suggestions on how we can improve the project, and a small amount of suggestions would come through. People wanted him to add things like strands of hair, scabs, Gatorade so Adam gets the electrolytes he needs, using a straw for air, or shooting electricity into it like Frankenstein. You also had one commenter who laid out why this would not do anything at all. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. The semen will die in the blood because, I don't know, sperm don't live in blood. They will also die after 1 to 2 days due to the fact that sperm cannot divide without an egg. And why even use blood? Use Dolbeco's medium. Dolbeco's medium being a substance used for cell cultures in labs. It's much better at providing nutrients. But like I said, the point of nutrients is moot since the sperm won't divide. It is genetically impossible. Maybe if you can get a girl to help out. That's a great opening line right there. Hey babe, you want to help me create life with a jar filled with blood and semen? And like the other guy said, bacteria/fungus are going to get into your concoction through the air, and it's gonna start smelling funky and looking weird. And although the readers knew that this jar contained Future's father's bodily fluids, they didn't know what the exact makeup of it was. So we'd have to explain in a subsequent post. As of right now, Adam consists of the following: several teaspoons of blood and semen, 1 hair with its root still intact, and a bit of mucus, all inside a sealed container which is kept between 60 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I supply the container with fresh blood whenever I'm able and introduce new sperm into the mixture as often as possible. In the near future, I plan to set up some sort of ventilation for Adam. The easiest method was suggested to me earlier, and that would be a straw going down into the container through the cover, to give Adam fresh air without worrying about combating evaporation. As for what his actual goal with this was, he just wanted to create some sort of life. Ideally, he was hoping for something unique and interesting to form, some kind of creature. But realistically, he'd have been content with just a little bit of mold, which, as you may have seen on this channel before, it's a pretty likely outcome. The reason why he chose to use blood and semen was that he felt that these were the substances that most contained his essence. And he wanted to avoid using waste products like, pee and poo, because he thought that the bacteria they'd introduce would ruin the experiment. I'm sure you have some idea of how he may have collected the semen, but there's a lot of different ways you can collect blood, and
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this first. Watch this. I can show you how to get the sweetest deals online when you shop from major retailers like Amazon and Target. You can drop prices automatically. I can show you how, but I can't do it for you. People are saving real money doing this. $160 million in the last year. Across thousands of different retailers, you'll immediately see this. See what I mean? You'll see better prices you had no idea existed.
He didn't want to cut himself for this experiment, which is honestly kind of surprising. Because with this kind of thing, there's always like a little bit of a magical aura. It almost seems like the experiment would lend itself to pricking a finger or something. Instead, what he would do is sterilize his mouth with hydrogen peroxide, alcohol, and hot water. Then he would aggressively floss until his gums were bleeding. and just spit that mix into the jar. A few readers expressed concern that the mix of hydrogen peroxide and alcohol could bring harm to Adam, but Future's father thought that this might actually help prevent the jar from getting too gross. Some readers also suggested introducing a female egg to the mix, which, that stuff's kind of expensive. And also, he said that he didn't want to risk creating a human, which I can just picture in a situation like this. You make a little human, and it comes out looking like one of the Bliblies from Smiling Friends. But after getting some sleep, Future's father woke up to a disturbing discovery. Adam had been evaporating. You see, knowing that living things need oxygen to survive, he left Adam uncovered. But he knew that he needed a better way or Adam would simply vanish. So he wound up taking the earlier user suggestion and using a plastic straw through a hole for ventilation. He also made a bit of a discovery in Adam's evolution. It's hard to see in pictures, and I did my best to capture it, but it looks like an opaque cloud is beginning to form around the little blob of mucus in the center of the container. It could just be remnants of my saliva or semen, but I'd at least like to think for a while that there could be some sort of protein forming, using the mucus as a nucleus. Most notably, the single hair had attached itself to this nucleus. He also floats the idea of adding earwax to the concoction, and he's got this big picture of earwax that you just know that was real satisfying to get out. And he says that earwax has these antibacterial and antifungal properties that might help Adam. Some commenters suggested that it might actually have the opposite effect, while others say he's going to have to use just a little amount. With all these different ideas of what may or may not happen, some commenters were suggesting that he should do a bunch of different jars with different mixes of stuff to see how they turn out. But there's only so much blood and semen one man can extract by himself. Day 5 comes around, and now he has a microscope. But it only has up to 75 times magnification, and you need at least 400 times to see sperm cells, so he's probably not gonna see that much. But in any case, he's gonna wait a bit before putting it under the microscope. In the meantime, he's added more semen and blood, and the nucleus appears to have vanished. He asked the readers about this observation that he's made. I find it curious that everything I put into the mixture retains its shape and color for quite some time. After several hours, the whole mixture is once again homogenized, and one element is not discernible from another within the translucent orange goulash. Is this an indicator of the development of life? Is it safe to assume that something living is absorbing the different substances? Or is it simply the result of several liquids being combined into one? Which, yeah, I would assume that would be what would happen eventually when you just mix a bunch of different liquids. Unless, either your blood or semen were particularly oily, in which case you should probably be more concerned with your own health rather than the health of a jar of fluids. Or, maybe you're just Greek or Italian or something, I don't know. The next day, however, this observation would be proven to be a false alarm, as he found the blood was pooling at the bottom of the container. It was at this point that he decided he should just leave it alone for a few days. And he would write an update at the end of the first week. Within Adam's first week of development, I've seen lots of changes. The most notable change is the volume of the mixture. Little by little, Adam's volume is growing, and that's just how I expect the developments to introduce themselves to me. If you consider organic growth, it is a very slow process. Maybe slow isn't the right word. Deliberate and subtle more accurately describe the way in which things develop naturally over time. Consider how long it takes to grow your hair out, or to grow it all. From day to day, you don't notice many changes. This is the same reason why a human fetus's growth is recorded in terms of weeks or months rather than days. These small changes translate to an infinitesimal daily growth. I'm not making excuses for Adam's apparent lack of development. I'm merely trying to explain why it may seem like nothing is changing. These things take time, and since I intend to let Adam grow with a minimal amount of human interference, it may take a lot of time. All I'm asking from you, as a reader, is to be patient and try to stay curious, because it is becoming quite clear that this experiment is going to take a long time to yield any worthwhile results. I intend to continue with what I'm doing for at least 9 months, and I'll continue past that if I feel that I should. He also notes that the individual pieces of the mixture had once again separated to some degree, with the mucus nucleus again becoming apparent, although its one strand of hair had fallen out. Damn, I should have gotten a Keep sponsorship for this video. He likens the separation of the blood, cum, and mucus into their own individual pieces to the development of organelles and primitive life forms. In any case, he realizes that it's a slow process, so updates will come less frequently. The next post would come on day 13. The biggest changes at this point would be that the strand of hair had completely dissolved, and he began to observe the formation of what he would call a structure in the hair, which was suspended inside the semen and was attached to the mucus nucleus. I'm not quite seeing what I'd call a structure here, but you can see it separating into different sections. Kind of reminds me of eye surgery or something. In any case, if there's no major changes soon, he's ready to introduce something new, potentially earwax. He also notes that the semen seems to devolve into the mix remarkably fast. To demonstrate this, he provides images documenting a 3-minute time lapse of the semen melting into the jar like that picture of the chocolate gorilla melting into the milk. He also finally tried out his 75 times magnification microscope and saw nothing. Although he remains dedicated to seeing this experiment through to the end, you can kind of see his excitement about it dwindling a little bit here. He jokes about adding caffeine to speed things up. But the next post is probably my favorite of this entire journey.
Bet pools on Sports Select. Prove your sports IQ and claim the title. Make your pools picks at sportselect.com. 100% legal.
Adam's 1-month birthday party. He even got balloons, a cupcake with a candle, he made a little birthday hat. But aside from the birthday party, this post also marks the most noticeable changes since the beginning of the experiment. The mixture had now fully homogenized and thickened into what he described as a colloidal substance. He also observed a crust forming around where the top of Adam touches the container, with oily rainbow-colored spots. I don't know if this is the beginning of the formation of some sort of life form, or if it's just some oil from my skin that found its way into the mixture from my blood or semen. If I had to guess, I would assume that this was all the result of bacteria making its way into the mix and doing its thing. But in any case, this is real progress and it seems to have reinvigorated things a bit. The next update would come a month later. It was on March 23rd of 2008 that he celebrated the birth of Adam 2. No, I said Adam 2, not Adam 22. That comes later, I assume. Although he hadn't given up on Adam 1 and he believed that more changes would eventually come, he wanted to see if things would move along faster if he changed some of the variables. While he had taken care to make sure that Adam 1 would be as sterile as possible, Adam 2 contained substances that he believed would be full of bacteria. After cleaning out a jar that he had previously used to keep a spider in, he filled it with blood and pus from an infected hair follicle and scrapings from his tongue. Although he planned to add more to it, he said the pus was probably a one-time thing. The way he puts it, he claims that pus is the only thing more difficult to harvest than sperm. Which, I don't know, in my life I've not found semen to be that difficult to produce. You know, sometimes I even do it for fun. And judging from the contents of the jars, it doesn't seem like he's exactly been working himself down to where he's shooting powder. Clearly he just needs his zinc and L-arginine supplements. In any case, he expects this bacteria-rich bounty to make Adam 2 develop faster. And reading this, I have the same expectations. And this would in fact be confirmed in a post a few months later entitled, Beyond the First Trimester. Adam 2 is repulsive and vile. Over a month ago, I stopped adding new material to Adam 2 because of the smell. It's really astonishing how such a small volume of a substance, less than 35 milliliters, can have such a pungent, overpowering odor. I always hold my breath before I remove the cover from the jar, but that isn't enough. Even after I replace the cover, the smell lingers in the air and has already filled a significant portion of the room. The smell is one of rot and decay, and is extremely unpleasant, to say the least. He notes that while Adam 1 also has a smell, it's nowhere near as strong and you would basically have to put your nose in the jar to smell it. The pictures provided of Adam 2, which had since had more saliva and tongue scrapings added, kinda look like honey, which I guess in a way this kind of is man honey. He also began yet another experiment, this one much more visually interesting. This one contained a variety of substances that he declined to name. He sealed it and left it in the dark, and in under a month, mold had taken over completely. This massive difference in growth inspired him to potentially try making different versions of Adam 1 and 2, sealed and unsealed, dark and light. We got a modern-day Gregor Mendel right here. The next update would show some major changes to Adam 1's condition. What was once a viscous and colloidal substance was now black and nearly solid. He said that he would poke the surface and would make little dents and peaks, but it would eventually return back to the surface and flatten out. He wasn't sure if this was due to the humid weather they had been having or if this is just the natural course of things with this type of substance. On the other hand, surprisingly, Adam 2 had seen no changes at all, but this hadn't killed his motivation. What I learned from Adam 2 is this. After 3 months, a bacteria-rich substance that is sealed and exposed regularly to light will yield nothing of interest. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to pack it all in and give up. It just means I'm going to keep waiting and watching while I start developing new specimens upon which I'll test numerous variables, both in terms of the contents of the substances and the environments in which they're kept. In about 1 month, I'm going to start testing more bacteria-rich substances under various conditions, because these are easier to make than something that more closely resembles Adam. I'll make 3 or 4 new specimens similar to Adam 2 at once. While they're developing over time, I'll start putting together another mixture that is identical in its contents to Adam and keep it in a different environment.
Okay, Winston, what do you think of the rom-com script?
Oh, great. Really beautiful. And the explosions, so realistic.
You're gaming again, aren't you?
Maybe.
Go ahead, break it down real low. Stop playing with it. Red light, green light, go.
He mentions that he'd also started another similar but unrelated experiment that had a bunch of bugs that lived and died in a jar. Did not provide any pictures of this. From that point on, though, we would not hear from Future's father for almost another year. He would make one more post on May 11th of 2009. In conclusion, this post is weirdly bittersweet considering, it's about jars of cum and blood. It's probably the most emotional thing I've ever read on this subject, which, I've probably, for better or for worse, read more than most on this subject. What started as a silly, sophomoric pseudoscience project has become so much more. As the ultimate culmination of my scientific curiosities, artistic inclination, and whimsical thinking, Adam has been a resounding success. The results of this experiment, if it ever really had been such a thing, are disappointing to the part of my imagination that first dreamt up this whole thing. The scientist in me is not at all surprised. The artist is beside himself with satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. And honestly, although I guess it does feel kind of lofty for him to refer to himself as an artist in this context, I've definitely seen similar, but much less ambitious projects presented as art. But ultimately, neither art nor science were his real goals with this project. He admits that this whole thing was much more personal than he let on, and in a way it was kind of a coping mechanism. I stopped taking care of Adam many months ago. Around the time he began evaporating beyond my control due to humidity, I more or less gave up on him. That was probably when I should have been adding fresh blood and semen to him the most. But instead, I put him away in a dark cabinet, and didn't look at him more than 3 times within twice as many months. The original feeling out of which Adam was born, loneliness, no longer drove me at that point. Adam had served his purpose to that end, providing me with a de facto companion and an engrossing hobby while I endured the overwhelming pain of feeling completely alone. When my life seemed to be turning around, I no longer needed Adam in that regard. It's good to hear that, for once, the internal struggle that led someone to become a weird guy online was resolved and they came out better on the other end. That being said, although it wasn't his original intention, this whole experience left him with some thoughts about the nature of humanity. Adam has met an end that none of us will be able to avoid. Part of my intention with this project was to create something as unhuman as possible, and see just how human it could become. I did not ever really expect to achieve this in a biological sense. I do feel, however, that I pulled it off in some regards. Adam quickly became human to me, even if his form was composed entirely of dead material that never showed any signs of promising change or developing life. Through the months of neglect, having outlived their usefulness, each of the atoms reverted to piles of dry crust, and in this way, we're more like these jars of blood and cum than we are different. So while Future's father didn't quite succeed in his goals as a scientist, he did succeed as an artist. Because what is art, if not a medium through which we can reflect and come out with a better understanding of the human condition? That mold jar though, that shit went crazy. Like this looks like kombucha, honestly. It probably even tastes like kombucha, although I assume he didn't try it. But anyway, that is the story of Adam. Shout out to Yegsy.mp4 on Instagram who suggested this to me like a year ago. And if you like this video, check out my interview with the My Little Pony cum jar guy. I'm out.
You look so paranoid, standing on the edge of nothing. Could it be you? Could it be you?
Live streamers often go out of their way to create dramatic spectacle for viewers, and unfortunately, some of these streamers take the showmanship a little too far, with there being many recorded instances of streamers behaving dangerously on camera and endangering the public in the process of doing so. And in a handful of cases, this has resulted in serious, costly legal problems for the streamers involved. Today we'll be looking at some of the highest profile cases of streamers getting arrested and detained for reckless on-stream activity. Their run-ins with police being captured live and broadcasted to thousands around the world. These are the live-streamed arrests. This streamer arrest involves a self-described incel who would do just about anything to entertain his degenerate fan base. This is the Smooth Sanchez story. Born in 2001 and residing in Manhattan, New York City, Malik Sanchez gained a cult following in the edgy IRL streaming community. 18-year-old Malik went by the streamer name Smooth Sanchez and began to broadcast his antics roaming around New York City while harassing residents and getting into trouble in the process.
Could you answer me that question? Why am I the only one getting things done around here? Look, NPCs, you don't even want to acknowledge my question? Baby, make eye contact with me. Eye contact? Eye contact? Can I get your number? No, you should get a life. Maybe you should go back to the state that you came from. Your parents did a failure job with you. They did a failure job. You're a disgrace.
Smooth Sanchez was a boisterous, loudmouth New Yorker who pushed and went beyond every line imaginable in his streams, being encouraged to do so by his ravenous viewer base that would donate for him to do ridiculous stunts.
I gotta time this right, guys.
Day in and day out, Sanchez essentially humiliated himself and put himself in danger for money. Which of course leads us to the day that Malik's boneheaded live-streamed behavior got him arrested by the New York City police. One day in October of 2020, Malik was streaming in Queens, New York City when at around 4:45 p.m. he began to illegally climb up the nearly 350-foot tall Queensboro Bridge. Malik's self-stated goal for wanting to climb the bridge was so that he could be deemed the King of New York. During the incel's ascension up this bridge, chatters donated to his text-to-speech, causing racist messages to play from his speaker while he scaled up further. Malik Sanchez's live-streamed climb would begin to go viral on social media, causing more people to flock into the stream and witness this 2-bit daredevil risk his life for a handful of YouTube super chats.
Thank you so much for that interaction. At least you know who the King of New York is. Shit. Many of these fools don't recognize. Undisputed King of IRL. What can I say, man? What can I say? This has been the time of my life. We have to cross this. I could fall right through these gaps, but we have to cross this to get up there to the top. Let's do it.
As you can see on the footage here, Sanchez had scaled up almost the entire bridge and was hundreds of feet up in the air. Falling from this height would almost certainly result in death, even if you landed in the river. A crowd of concerned citizens had formed beneath Malik and pled with him, trying to get him to come down. New York police officers arrived and made their way upwards towards Sanchez, risking their own lives to retrieve this reckless teenager who was putting himself in extreme danger for internet clout. As police began to close in on his bridge position, Malik Sanchez knew that he was about to get busted, and while live, he requested that his mother access the donations that he had been receiving through PayPal and use that to get him out of jail.
Oh, Mom, if anybody in my family is watching this, access all this donations through my PayPal. If I do get arrested, you know, access this and get the king back out in New York, please.
Officers would reach and detain Mr. Sanchez and pull him down off the bridge unharmed. He was charged with reckless endangerment, unlawful possession of a noxious substance related to the pepper spray, and criminal trespassing. He was also taken to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. The man would later be bailed out. Now you think old Malik, Smooth Sanchez, he would have learned his lesson after something like this. But no, unfortunately, this is only the beginning of his degenerate bullshit. However, nothing lasts forever, and eventually Sanchez would get got for good. In February of 2021, Malik live-streamed himself at an outdoor seating area of a restaurant in New York's Flatiron District. And here, he would begin to publicly start yelling out terroristic threats.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Bomb detonation in two minutes. I take you with me and I all you. I all you right now. And I all you for Allah. F that shit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Allah. I'm going to do it for Allah. Allah.
After yelling this at two women that were at the restaurant, Sanchez fled the area and went about his normal sort of trolling antics. And he didn't face any immediate punishment the day of making these comments. However, apparently sometime later, the feds found this footage and didn't take his threats lightly. Months later, in April of 2021, Malik Sanchez was arrested and charged by federal authorities for perpetrating a hoax bomb threat. Apparently, a number of his videos were reviewed by the FBI, and the man was arrested in the process. After being detained, prosecutors argued that Sanchez should be held without bail due to his proclivity for creating dangerous IRL live streaming content. There was also concern after police had searched Malik and allegedly found 5 magazines fitting a Glock pistol. Taking recommendations from the prosecutor, the judge agreed to hold Sanchez without bail. In November of 2021, Malik Sanchez pled guilty to 1 count of converting false and misleading information in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1038, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. Malik's sentencing was in April of 2022. During the hearing, he apologized to the women he had threatened and said that his behavior was that of, quote, an immature and reckless child. Due to good behavior and acquiring his high school diploma since committing the crime, Malik managed to avoid jail time and was ultimately sentenced to serve 3 years of supervised release. And it appears as if Malik has learned his lesson after being wrapped up with the feds, as he hasn't been live since. This story involves a careless and inconsiderate drunk driver live streaming themselves on Periscope. This is the arrest of Whitney Beal. On a Friday night in Lakeland, Florida, in October of 2015, 23-year-old Whitney Beal was live streaming herself on Periscope at a local bar. After finishing her drinks, the woman makes one of the worst decisions imaginable and loads up in her vehicle and heads home and live streams the entire drive, considerably drunk.
Hi guys. If you're not new, I'm driving home drunk.
The idiotic woman even commenting to the viewers of her stream how she might get arrested for a DUI. That would be so crazy, right?
Let's see if I get a DUI. In the USA, people, let's see if I get a DUI. I don't think I will. I really don't.
And this was one of those rare circumstances where the live stream chat was actually giving this woman good advice, encouraging her to pull over and stop. She faded. Bad move. Hey, call a cab. I hope this is a joke. It is so sick to say that you're drunk and drive a vehicle. Ticket, you're about to die. Whitney would continue her drunken drive around Lakeland for close to an hour, rambling about. Throughout the stream, many indicators of this woman being completely plastered are apparent, such as her stopping at a green light and the car behind her literally honking at her constantly.
Driving drunk is not cool.
The woman was so fucked up, she was asking her chat how to drive.
Please supervise me because I feel like I'm not driving straight right now.
The drunken romp eventually becomes destructive after the woman drives through a street sign in the median of the road, puncturing her front tire in the process.
Oh my god. I really hope I don't. I'm a fucking tire.
Chad continued to plead with her to stop. This is a bad idea. Why are you doing this? Watch her previous post. She torn a street sign down. Seriously, you gotta stop. You're embarrassing yourself. When it became clear that Whitney wouldn't listen to them, chatters took matters into their own hands and made calls to the police. Police would receive numerous 911 calls about Whitney from the viewers. Around this time, Whitney had gotten lost in a residential neighborhood and was low on fuel and also had a flat tire.
Can I help you? Hi there. I just saw a girl on Periscope driving drunk. She doesn't know where she is, and she's driving really fast.
What is Periscope?
Periscope is something that people broadcast live.
You want to send me the link? I'll see if I can figure out where she's at and get somebody with her to check on her.
Officers were able to review the live stream footage and use that street sign that she ran over as like a way to determine where she was at. And eventually, Whitney Beal was tracked down by police and pulled over. The drunk woman refused a breathalyzer and completely failed the sobriety test that she was administered. Whitney Beale was arrested at the scene and charged with a DUI. In February of 2016, Whitney pled no contest to driving under the influence. She received a 6 months license suspension, 10 days of vehicle impoundment, and 12 months probation. She was also issued 150 hours of community service and 10 days of weekend work release. This is one of the most fucked up things you could do, and it's a miracle that this woman didn't kill somebody, but yeah, that's the story of the dumb woman that live streamed herself fucking drunk as hell while driving. The inclusion of this next story should come to no surprise for those of you invested in the lore of live streaming. It's the time when Ice Poseidon got swatted while boarding a plane. Ice Poseidon, real name Paul Danino, doesn't need much of an introduction. The man is essentially popular for popularizing IRL streaming as a genre. You know, going around in public, interacting with strangers, and just sort of seeing what happens.
What do we have here? Let's see. We got Content City. We got Content City, Ghent, Belgium. They said this was a college town. The viewers who live in Belgium, they said this was a college town. Where the girls at? Where the content at?
Ice Poseidon's IRL streaming content was unpredictable to say the least. Not only in the sense that random passerbys added to the chaos of the content, but you also had thousands of people watching the stream at home who would inadvertently know his location just by looking at things around him in the stream. And using this, geographic information, they could track down where he was and mess with him directly.
Okay, what's your number? Hi.
I'm getting about 30 calls about you on my phone, and I'm a gangster. So you better fucking leave here right now before there's trouble for yourself. You understand that you're fucking with the mob over here? You better leave now.
I apologize.
You better leave now.
What's going on?
As soon as you leave, you better.
Okay. I will be gone then. I will be
You're
gone.
not gone yet. As soon as you go.
I will be gone. Thank you very much for your business.
Ice's IRL streams were sniped on many occasions by his various cloud-chasing streamer orbiters, known as Andes, and just fans in general. But what I want to focus on in particular in regard to interfering with Ice's IRL streams were the various SWATs called to the locations that he would visit. Ice Poseidon was hands down one of the most swatted streamers in live streaming history. This being because when IRL streaming, his public location was easy to surmise.
Yo, get a CX design. I want to sell shirts. I'm gonna sell shirts again. CX shirts again here on YouTube, so. Yeah. No.
And unfortunately, it would be these frequent swattings that essentially ended Ice Poseidon's career as a Twitch live streamer. In April of 2017, Ice Poseidon was live streaming at the Los Angeles airport as he prepared to board a plane to Austin, Texas to attend the DreamHack Gaming Convention. And while performing this live stream, Ice Poseidon makes the stupid mistake of allowing his stream to see the gate number of his flight. And unfortunately for Ice, after boarding this plane and taking off, one of his live stream trolls would call the police and claimed that Paul Danino was about to blow up the plane that he just got on with a bomb.
Thank you for calling American Airlines. How can I personally assist you today?
Yes, hi. I just saw a post by a friend of mine, and it looks like he might have smuggled a bomb on his plane.
As a result of this bomb threat, the plane was forced to immediately land in Phoenix, Arizona. And what happens next is really one of the most infamous moments in IRL streaming history, with law enforcement boarding the plane and Ice Poseidon facing the, sinking reality that one of his trolls had just caused this plane to land from a bomb threat.
Yeah. Of course.
After it was discovered ICE was indirectly responsible for the bomb threat, he was detained and interrogated by the FBI.
What you mean, dude? We just got fucking interrogated by the FBI for some bullshit fucking reason. Like, fuck off.
The entire incident naturally being quite the stressful circumstance for Paul. Miraculously, Ice Poseidon walked away from this situation without facing any charges. After being let go by the FBI, he booked a hotel in Phoenix and opted to skip out of getting another flight to DreamHack out of fear of trolls calling in another bomb threat. By this point, the footage of Ice getting swatted went viral on social media, and the man was getting bombarded with news interviews. The story had become quite a PR disaster for Twitch itself as well. With the publicity building, Ice began to fear that this incident would result in his Twitch channel getting banned. And sadly for Ice, his suspicions were correct. As a result of this fan-issued bomb threat, Ice Poseidon was permanently banned from Twitch and remains so to this day. Despite the incident not directly being Ice's fault, it appears Twitch doesn't want to have anything to do with the streamer and his toxic fan base. He's appealed his ban on numerous occasions, all these appeals being denied. In May of 2022, former Ice Poseidon associate and live streamer Miskiff would reveal that Ice Poseidon's swatter was later arrested and jailed for the incident, the swatter reportedly being given 10 years in jail.
I've heard the guy that did that bomb threat is in jail for 10 years. He is in jail. You do not fuck with the FBI. You just don't do it. They are way better than you at anything. I think that guy was, yeah, I'm pretty sure they caught him and he's in jail for good.
Ice Poseidon continues to stream today on other platforms, but his career was permanently stunted after being banned as a result of this incident. Before we get into our next story, a brief word from today's sponsor. Some of the streamers featured in today's video faced extreme cybercrime threats such as doxing and swatting, and you too could be at risk of cyber miscreants trying to steal your personal data and violate your privacy. That's why you need today's sponsor, Guardio. Guardio is a browser extension that acts as a digital watchdog while you're surfing the web, protecting you as you browse by blocking malicious downloads, shielding your personal data, and detecting scam sites and phishing attempts in real time. After you download Guardio, the app will perform an initial scan, and you might be surprised at what you find. Begin a free trial, and Guardio will remove any threats that it found with the click of a button. My personal favorite Guardio feature is the dashboard. Guardio's dashboard clearly displays alerts related to dangerous sites blocked, hijacking attempts, and more. Here you can see Guardio identified my email addresses as being subject to 2 data leaks, one of which being somewhat recent. Definitely gonna change those passwords now that I know that. I took care of those breaches, and Guardio will let me know in real time if any new ones ever occur. Now I know some of you are watching this ad thinking, hey, my browser already does all of this stuff natively. Well, you're wrong about that. Guardio blocks 100 times the sites that Google does and detects them faster. By the time Google or one of its competitors recognizes a site as a scam and removes it, it's already too late. Thousands have fallen victim, none of which were using Guardio to protect themselves. With Guardio equipped, you can rest assured knowing you're browsing with top-of-the-line online security at the best value possible. You guys can get the Guardio extension right now and begin your 7-day free trial. Begin your Guardio premium scan by going to guard.io/wavywebsurf. My link gets you 20% off a monthly Guardio subscription. The link is in the description box. This next live-streamed arrest incident involves a Zoom court hearing where a man is arrested during the proceedings. It's the story of Kobe Harris. During the COVID-19 pandemic, court hearings couldn't proceed in public due to social distancing. Therefore, Zoom Court was created. And you've all probably seen some of the viral clips that came out of the Zoom era of court.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that is your screen name.
Why
We'll
would that?
discuss that in a little bit. What kind of idiot logs into court like that?
And while there's been a plethora of laugh-out-loud moments and memes born out of these live-streamed court hearings, There's been one pretty disturbing incident that was recorded. In March of 2021, Kobe Harris, a Michigan man, was accused of assaulting his girlfriend, Mary Lindsay. The man had allegedly used a crowbar to attack her. As a result of this, Kobe was issued a no-contact order barring him from communicating or being near his girlfriend, and he was scheduled to appear in court over a Zoom call that was being live-streamed. At some point before the Zoom hearing, prosecutor of the case, Deborah Davis, had been tipped off that Kobe wasn't only breaking his contact order, he was attending the Zoom court call within the same household as his girlfriend. The prosecutor brought this tip to the judge's attention and wanted to make sure that the girlfriend was safe and that Kobe wasn't in the same house as her.
Your Honor, I have reason to believe that the defendant is in the same apartment as the complaining witness right now, and I'm extremely scared for her safety. And the fact that she's looking off to the side and he's moving around, I want some confirmation that she is safe before we continue.
All right, what are you on, a laptop or a phone?
Me?
Yes.
Phone.
All right, I want you to walk out to the front of the house, show me the house number on the house.
Why? I don't even think this phone has the charge for that, so I'm at 2%.
Your Honor. Knocking at the door right now for Miss.
What?
The police are at Miss apartment right now, knocking on the door.
All right. Would you go answer the door?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Can you take your phone with you so that you know you're okay?
So it appears Mr. Harris is there at that house?
I believe so, Your Honor. We would ask that his bond be canceled.
Yeah, so we'll confirm what we're gonna find here.
Moments later, police would enter the residence, and Kobe had been caught breaking the no-contact order red-handed.
Yes?
Your Honor, me and both don't want the no contact. I asked if that be dropped. I'm sorry I lied to you. I knew the cops were outside. I don't know why I lied to you.
Mr. Harris, my advice is don't say anything else. Take the cigarette out of your mouth. The hearing is adjourned. Your bond is canceled.
The contact order violating man would appear on a subsequent Zoom call that discussed his fate.
To bind the matter over, and your attorney's going to argue the other way. Would you like an opportunity?
Yeah, I'd like to fire my attorney and represent myself for the rest of this case, please, because he hasn't done anything that I've asked him. I sent him a whole paper of questions to ask her and ask him to come see me before this court date. He hasn't. Paul Gibson's a dude, and he should not practice this profession because he's not doing anything.
All right, well, that went well.
The sad reality of the situation was that because of this abusive relationship, even with legal barriers protecting her, Mary Lindsay still felt that she had to let her boyfriend stay with her. But thankfully, the keen prosecutor sussed this out in that call and got the judge and police on board, getting Kobe locked up again. The clip of Kobe's Zoom arrest would go viral online, and in the wake of this, Mary Lindsay would set up a donation drive on Facebook to further help her get away from her abusive boyfriend. I want my fundraiser to be able to raise awareness of what a victim goes through, the reasons they stay, why it's so scary to leave. I also want people to understand why an abuser is the way they are. You aren't just born a monster. Someone or something makes you that way. People need to know why they both would put themselves through so much pain, either emotionally or physically, and stop the judgments and criticism of either party. Please realize that fear isn't the only reason someone stays in a situation like that. They truly love the person and believe the other partner loves them as they say they do. The fundraiser resonated with many, and Mary would end up accumulating $9,725 for the cause. Our next individual arrested on a live stream might come as a surprise to some of you, Shia LaBeouf. Easily one of the most prolific and beloved actors in Hollywood, Shia unfortunately has had many legal issues pop up over the years. He's been arrested on multiple occasions for incidents involving disorderly conduct, harassment, public intoxication, obstruction, and the list goes on. The Shia LaBeouf arrest incident that we're discussing was not only live streamed, it turned out to be one of the more important moments in internet meme history. I'm of course referring to the infamous He Will Not Divide Us protest. On January 20th of 2017, after Donald Trump had been elected president, Shia LaBeouf created a live performance art piece, which involved him and others setting up a 24-hour live stream outside of the Museum of Moving Images in Queens, New York City. He Will Not Divide Us was all about protesting the election of Donald Trump, with Shia LaBeouf's goal essentially to have this live stream going on and people protesting his election for the entirety of the man's 4-year term. On the first day of He Will Not Divide Us, hundreds of people showed up on stream, almost all of which were protesting Trump. Some attendees even having a degree of fame to them, like Jaden Smith. And the day-to-day activities of He Will Not Divide Us pretty much included a bunch of anti-Trumpers chanting together, "He will not divide us, he will not divide us, he will not divide us," for hours and hours over and over again, you know.
He will not divide us, 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 he will not divide us.
It quickly went viral online. The He Will Not Divide Us story began to spread like wildfire. One tweet covering the event garnered over 120,000 likes and 61,000 retweets within 72 hours. Shia LaBeouf started an anti-Trump live stream that will run for 4 years. Hashtag He Will Not Divide Us. Soon, YouTubers would begin uploading highlight footage from the He Will Not Divide Us stream, bringing even more eyes to the project. But not all who discovered He Will Not Divide Us were fans. Eventually, the event would be met with detractors, infiltrated by pro-Trump trolls and 4chan memers holding signs on stream featuring Pepe the Frog, as well as graffitiing Kek on the museum wall, both of which being symbols that have been, by the mainstream media, associated with the alt-right over the years. And Shia would begin to get frustrated with these trolls, and his anger would show on camera. Shia's rage would begin to boil over on January 22nd, when a troll ran in front of the livestream camera to loudly sing praise to Kek. Shia gets in the young man's face and screams, "He will not divide us," while wiggling his head around looking like a complete maniac. The young troll refused to back down, and this clip became one of the more absurd occurrences captured on the live stream. And more Shia public freakout style incidents would pop up as a result of this stream. Footage from the incident shows a man holding a cell phone inviting Shia over to take a picture with him. And as Shia poses for the camera, this individual yells out, "Hitler did nothing wrong," which naturally caused Shia to push the man away, disgusted by his presence and words.
Hey, Shia. Hey. What's up? Bang, bang. Hitler did nothing wrong. Hey. Yeah, why do you attack me?
And as people saw that they were able to provoke Shia in this way, it only made things worse, with more trolls coming and trying to stir shit up, leading to the incident that ultimately results in Shia LaBeouf getting arrested. On the evening of January 25th, just after midnight, while a large group was seen crowded around the live stream, Shia allegedly pushed a 25-year-old man off camera, allegedly grabbing him by a scarf and scratching him in the process. Although Shia was just out of view of the live stream when this happened, the accosted man was recorded claiming that Shia had hit him.
He will not divide us. He will not divide us. He will not divide us. He will not divide us.
Around 20 minutes later, police officers approached the group that was around the live stream. And it's at this point that Shia himself was handcuffed as a result of the scarf incident. He was cuffed and taken into custody. As a result of this He Will Not Divide Us scuffle, Shia was charged with misdemeanor assault. He was released hours later and would promptly go right back to the He Will Not Divide Us live stream. Unfortunately, this would be the last time Shia was arrested as a result of his project. As a result of the trolling and bizarre clips publicized about this event, He Will Not Divide Us turned out to be quite the failure. with it being overrun by rabble-rousers within a matter of weeks. He Will Not Divide Us was eventually moved to another secret location, which was promptly uncovered by 4chan and trolled again. The project would continuously move around until becoming mostly irrelevant in 2018. And that's pretty much the legacy of Shia LaBeouf getting arrested at He Will Not Divide Us. Our next story involves a beloved old-school Call of Duty YouTuber getting busted for pot while live streaming. This is the White Boy 7th Street story. White Boy 7th Street, real name Alexander, was born July 16, 1990. A Milwaukee, Wisconsin native, White Boy got his nickname after a large family had moved down the block from his house on 7th Street. He would become close friends with this group, and due to him being the only Caucasian out of the bunch, his friends started calling him White Boy. Combine that with 7th Street and you get White Boy 7th Street. White Boy started getting into Call of Duty shortly after the death of his father in senior year of high school. White Boy's father's passing left him depressed, and the way that he dealt with this depression was by spending hours upon hours a day playing Call of Duty. After graduating high school, White Boy got even more bad news after learning that his mother had been diagnosed with breast cancer. The man would take care of her full time while also maintaining his YouTube channel, and over time White Boy would foster a die-hard YouTube community. Sadly, White Boy wouldn't get to enjoy much of his early YouTube growth, as around the time of his channel becoming popular, his mother passed away from cancer. Now parentless, it's said White Boy coped with this family tragedy in various ways, often smoking weed and gaming excessively to keep the loss off of his mind. But things weren't all bad. Thanks to the success of White Boy's Modern Warfare 2 videos, he would rocket from 1,800 subscribers to close to 3,700. His popularity eventually landing him a contract with Machinima, essentially turning YouTube into a money-making opportunity for him now. It was at this point that Alex decided to commit to YouTube full-time, and the rest is history. White Boy 7th Street now has over 2 million subscribers and is considered by many a Call of Duty commentary legend. But there has been trouble in paradise, which leads us to the time that White Boy 7th Street got swatted and arrested. At some point, Alex's home address got leaked onto the internet, and he found himself getting harassed quite frequently, with pizzas being delivered to his house and Craigslist ads being published asking people to meet at his address.
The first time I got swatted, my address was leaked, and they posted on Craigslist that there's a TV I don't want, come pick it up, first come, first serve, and they also sent a bunch of pizzas to my house.
When you become big enough on YouTube, it's only a matter of time before someone, really has it out for you and wants to fuck with you personally. And sadly, there was somebody out there like that. They called in a SWAT to his house. White Boy has been swatted 3 times, and it's the 3rd time that we're most interested in covering. On August 17th of 2014, an anonymous virtual miscreant called the authorities and made claims that Alex was in a precarious situation and had killed his girlfriend, and stated that he planned to shoot any officers that arrived. As a result of this, local police stormed his house while the man was live streaming playing DayZ.
Hold on, guys, give me a second here. I'm gonna relog right now. Give me one moment, guys.
Now what's messed up about this is while police are in here performing this bogus SWAT, they end up taking a look around and actually find some weed in his house, with the cops allegedly discovering close to 30 grams of pot, which was grounds for Alex to be arrested along with his girlfriend who was living with him. The couple faced felony charges of possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. The day after being arrested, Alex and his girlfriend were bailed out. Fortunately, prosecutors would take a hard look at this case and decided to drop the charges, apparently fearing they would have difficulty, legally justifying the search for weed in the middle of a fraudulent SWAT. In the meantime, the video footage of Alex being swatted went viral on social media and even made the front page of Reddit, the clip becoming one of the most infamous swatting videos in internet history. 3 years after the SWAT in 2017, Alex would release a video giving details about his swatting experience, claiming that he couldn't really say much about it before, as his lawyers advised him to stay quiet about everything.
It's been 3.5 years since I was swatted, and I haven't really said anything on the matter because my lawyer advised against that for the first 3 years. So we're in the clear in terms of time frame, and it's just not a fun memory. It's not something I like thinking about. I still remember the bald police officer with the assault rifle.
Hurry up. I'm ready to drown myself in a bathtub. I guess. No, I don't know. No, bum. Who is that? I don't know who Progo is. That's good. I am totally not. Good. You can get through a lot of shitty stuff if you're happy. Oh. Ouch. That did not feel good. He's an idiot too.
To like take my kids on vacation.
Our planet is pretty amazing. It's the only one in over 5,000 discovered planets we know for sure has life. But in this infinite expanding universe, have you ever wondered if there was something, I don't know, better? Well, it turns out there's a candy world, a diamond world, and all manner of other unbelievable places out there. So prepare for liftoff. We're taking an intergalactic cruise around some newly discovered planets so unbelievable they seem to defy logic itself. A galaxy far, far away. So what makes a planet suitable for us to live on? Well, most importantly, it needs to support liquid water, or we'd be shriveled up 4.5 million years. And that's without potty stops. Our earliest ancestors split from monkeys around 5 million years ago. So it will take about as long for us to reach K2-18b as it's taken a bunch of chimpanzees to master space travel. In theory, any humans that arrived would resemble us about as much as we humans resemble chimps. Hot dang, that's wild. Space is freaking huge. And here's me thinking the walk from my couch to the fridge feels too long.
Turn your knees up before.
Home away from home. Now you know how far away planets could be, you're probably wondering how the heck we find them in the first place, right? Well, the most popular way is the transit method. Scientists select a specific cluster of stars to observe over a period of time. If one of the stars dims, it could mean an orbiting planet is passing over it. The stars are trillions of miles away, so without a really high-end telescope, you'd never notice anything change. But the best telescopes can give us loads of data about a planet's size, orbit, and even atmosphere. Even so, some planets are so far away we know very little about them, like Kepler 442b. This planet was discovered in 2015, and at a literally astronomical 1,206 light-years away, none of our telescopes are capable of getting a good view. What we do know, however, is astounding. Kepler 442b is bigger than Earth, and might even be better. What? Well, it's in that habitable zone I told you about, so it could have liquid water, but that's not all. It's also highly likely to be rocky, meaning it could look like Earth too. Here's where it gets really special though. Its sun is about 40% smaller than our own, which means it burns much slower. So whilst our sun is expected to last about 10 billion years, Kepler 442b's could last between 18 and 34 billion years. In other words, there's a planet out there, just like Earth, but with twice the longevity. Damn. The problem is, it's so far away we can't tell what makes up its atmosphere, if anything. And that's a really big deal. On the one hand, it could be like the Bahamas all year, every year. On the other hand, it could be minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit and smell like rotten eggs. So whilst it's currently considered more habitable than Earth, that's only on the few metrics we can actually measure. There's so much we don't know that could make Kepler 442b an absolute hellhole. I guess all we can do is wait. Or I could show you the other cool planets I found. First, you've got to hit those like and subscribe buttons to ride this spaceship though. Intergalactic travel ain't cheap, and I've got fuel bills. In return, I'll keep you up to date with all my out-of-this-world content. Welcome aboard, Space Ranger. Blasting off in 10, 9. Who's got time to count?
Sydney cat protecting bum?
Candyland. Okay, so finding a nearby Earth-like planet anytime soon isn't looking too hot. But who needs them? They're way better planets I'd want to live on. In 2017, scientists discovered WASP-107b, which they saliva-inducingly nicknamed the Candy Planet.
Concerning, right?
Are you taking Reese's Piece?
Weird.
Forget liquid water, I want to see a Willy Wonka planet with a chocolate river. Sadly, this small step for man is nothing more than a giant milk dud. It's only called Candy Planet because it has a similar density to cotton candy. Aw, bummer.
Did
But
she would
wait,
even try
that's
to take a
still pretty
position where
wild.
she thinks she has
Despite
to
being
defend
as big as Jupiter,
Columbia, it's kinda
WASP
fucked up.
107b is a tenth of its mass, making it super light for its size. In fact, over 85% of its total mass is gas. Now, this in
Dissolution
and of
is what they
itself
call
isn't
that.
too crazy,
I call that.
until you realize Jupiter is almost entirely made of gas too. So how the heck is Candyland so much lighter? Well, it's to do with its core. Jupiter has a solid core that's 25
Yeah, I don't get
times
any
the mass
discounts,
of
don't you
Earth's,
worry.
meaning it generates a wild amount of gravitational force. The greater the mass of a planet, the greater its gravitational force. This force pulls gases into Jupiter's atmosphere, which makes up the majority of the planet. Scientists used to think a planet's core had to be at least 10 times the mass of Earth's to be capable of this.
It's deadly. For no reason even. It's weird. That's the weird part. Several times.
Until they found WASP 107b. Indeed, WASP 107b's core is just 4 times the mass of Earth's, so it should generate much less force than Jupiter and gather less gas. And yet, the two planets are the same size. So how is this possible? Well, scientists reckon the planet must have originally formed far away from its star, where temperatures are colder. In colder temperatures, gas accumulates faster, so gradually WASP 107b became bigger and bigger, despite the low mass of its core. Then at some point, a nearby planet interfered with its orbit, pulling it closer to its current star where it is today. For now, though, this is only a theory. It's cool, sure, but I'm still holding out for Wonka World. A light snack. All this traveling around the universe has my stomach rumbling. Funnily enough, though, there's a planet with an appetite just like mine. Except instead of glugging down 12 cans of wieners, WASP 12b devours 94% of all light that enters its atmosphere. Wait, it eats light? You bet. See, WASP 12b, which was first discovered in 2008, is a hot Jupiter, a term for a giant gaseous planet that orbits very close to its parent star. In fact, it orbits so close that the star's gravitational force is ripping the planet into an egg shape. Huh? Yep. The star is pulling the planet so intensely that it's literally stretching
Fuck this
out.
shit in my lungs,
This close
dude.
orbit also means WASP 12b gets pretty toasty, like 4,700 degrees Fahrenheit toasty. Phew. Most hot Jupiters reflect about 40% of light, but WASP 12b is so hot that hydrogen molecules in its atmosphere are broken down into atomic hydrogen. This is the fuel that makes stars burn, causing WASP 12b to have an atmosphere less akin to a planet and more like a small star. Jeepers. Scientists believe this insane reaction is why practically no light reflects from the surface. Whilst light doesn't reflect, though, the incredible heat on the planet's surface does mean it emits an eerie molten red glow. But it doesn't just look freaky. The heat is so intense that it's boiling off the gaseous atmosphere of the planet, stripping it away to spill out into space. Whoa. I guess that's just what you get for munching up all the light. Nice to see karma still operates in the wider universe. Sign of the tides. Remember earlier I said habitable zones can be vastly different to one another? Well, in 2007, scientists discovered a planet called Gliese 581c, which has been deemed habitable despite being just 6.8 million miles from its nearest star. Alright, that still seems pretty far, but it's much closer than the 93 million miles we are from our sun. Though that's not what makes it so interesting. Gliese 581c is tidally locked, meaning the planet doesn't spin. One side always faces towards its star, whilst the other always faces away. So if you stood on the inward-facing side, the scorching heat would burn so hot
What?
So I'd say like 2-3 days ago, I told a personal story of me in prison where, you know, some people could look at it as
Well, it's nice that
stealing.
you feel that
I look
way.
at it like finders,
I
keepers,
feel like I'm,
losers, weepers. But it was about a CD
I don't know what I
that
feel
was
like, but
taken
I don't
from
like
a
it.
person doing life in prison. And the CD happened to have been a Marilyn Manson CD. That story was reminded to me by this court case. I said I was going to bring it y'all's way, and today is the day. In 2019, Mr. Marilyn Manson, or Brian Warner is his real name, was charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of simple assault for spitting and blowing his nose on a camera woman at a New Hampshire concert. Well, we're going to find out what happens with him today in the courtroom with that. Not to mention, if you stay tuned to the end, my co-host Bobby over here has agreed to allow me to show you exactly what Marilyn Manson did to the videographer on him, so that people don't lose sight of the heinousity of the crime. Purely and merely for educational purposes only, Bobby said. So stay tuned to the end for that. But if you enjoy this type of content, all things lockup and crime related, then this is where you want to be. Hit that like, subscribe, notification bell before you leave, and check out my playlist with many more videos for you to start watching today. Now, the audio in this clip is pretty busted, man, and there ain't really too much excitement in it, you know, besides the fact that there ain't too many videos with Mr. Manson in the courtroom. Either way, this is kind of legendary, and I had to have it on the channel. I've seen guys doing mosh pit activities inside of a prison cell with Marilyn Manson playing in the background, turning it into a full-fledged fight, not to mention working out in the prison yard listening to Marilyn Manson, and stealing the CD, or I call finding the CD, from someone doing life in prison. So, yeah, you know, even though I don't know him personally, I kind of feel like I do. I think back in the day, people used to say he was the Wonder Years guy.
Oh, do I have
Was
to
he
need the
really?
volume even
I
on right
still
now?
haven't
Sorry.
figured out if that was a myth or true. Let's find out right now, actually. No, he was not. He was not. So let's jump right into it. Like I said, the audio's kind of shoddy.
I'm like, don't worry about it. I don't like when people act in a way contrary to how I expect them to be. It sets off the weird alarm. Oh, you're pissed with me? Well, that's okay. At least you're being honest. Well, to whatever degree you're being honest. That's good.
For me, I'm a professional person and I've been in this industry for 30 years. I've worked for a lot of companies and in all the years I've worked with people, I've never been humiliated or treated the way I was when I was in For him to spit on me, blow his nose on me, was the most disgusting thing a human being has ever done. I understand this was not a big social church to begin with, but I was hoping that this was the end of your weak sentence that would make you think twice before you
So, Your Honor, in the sentence, given the nature of the crime in this case, how longer is it? Some pain in their life, so in my office, I'm Scott.
Maybe that was the big remembrance that makes you happy, but if he ain't gonna be able to express his activities on stage no more the way he wants to, what is us?
All the kind of the same, regardless of how they come. So, given the fact that he's 54 years old, comes before the court, no prior criminal record of any kind. And obviously, this is an act, I believe, very poor judgment. It clearly shows a great deal of disrespect for the defendant who he's witness to, and so it is deserving of self-punishment. In this case, the defendant will be receiving a criminal conviction. This is his first criminal conviction ever that fine, service. And we believe that that a sentence of this type is similar to how we would treat any other law.
Wow, this is the metal rock star's first crime ever. 54 years old, wow, time's flying. Like he is old. But 54 years old, with decades of doing concerts across the world. And this is his first crime. I gotta say, Mr. Manson, he's a law-abiding citizen. And it surprises me that his attorney couldn't get this case dismissed, man, based upon just trying to entertain the crowd. If I were to guess, what else is attorney who walked away scot-free? Scott or Scotch?
Alright, so can you stand up and bring the paper, please? Are there any facts because this is in the contest that Attorney Barkley wished to add to the offer of proof?
No, Your Honor.
Alright, Mr. Warner, I have here the acknowledgement and waiver of rights on class B misdemeanor. Did you go over that form here from David Attorney Barker? Okay, did you understand that form?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering the plea of no contest that you're giving up certain rights that you have? Do you understand that you're giving up the right?
That's a face of guilt and remorse right there.
Okay, do you understand that you're giving up the right to see, hear, and question all witnesses? Do you understand that you're giving up the right to present evidence, call witnesses in your favor, and to testify on your behalf? Do you understand that you chose not to testify to court or instructed the jury not to draw any inference from your sentence? Do you understand that the state's burden in the trial to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to all the elements of the charges? Do you understand you're waiving the right to a jury? Are you entering this plea of your own free will, free from any pressure or any enforcing measures? Alright, so on the charge before the court, which docket number?
Your Honor, this is Marilyn Manson case. Get it right.
Okay. Alright, so on docket number 18940, 5AC, what plea you wish to enter this time? Except for no contest plea, the court is entering the finding of guilt. The court finds that the state was the most burden of proof, and the court will impose the sentence that was outlined by the court of proceedings. Do you want to make a statement at all? So the court will impose the sentence. The court does overall find all this is quite egregious act that imposes a sentence and having that was pretty given the lack of a record and
Thank you for the record. I just want to make sure the copy of this, the Superior Court document is 2023 C-0.
Oh, I read this.
And the charge that is 18940.
Thank you. Okay, very good. Okay. I guess you can run it.
What if there was an AI tool that could take that exact vocal that you sang and then change it into any voice, almost like as if it was a synth patch preset? Check this out. The fact that I can literally just export something, convert it, and within a minute have an entirely new singer on my song is insane.
Now, before they even went into the courtroom for the sentence, they already knew what Nancy was looking at. The victim was in agreement with it as well. The sentence was 20 hours of community service plus a $1,400 fine, and if I were to guess, they will never go with probably the dad's phone fucking crap. Minor offenses like that, especially if it's kind of taken out of context, you don't really need to do it in a physical, attacking kind of way, then a judge later on could agree to get it off his record. Not to mention it's his only crimes that will help him a lot in exposing the case. But still, as promised, my co-host said that he would agree to allow me to show y'all what Marilyn Manson did to her on him. I warn you now, some of this could be distressful for some, but it must be done. You can't forget about the heinous acts done by Mr. Marilyn Manson. No cameraman or woman should ever have to be subjected to such treatment while doing their job. But Bobby, like I said, has volunteered for the reenactment for educational purposes only. If I were to guess, Mr. Manson would probably be on stage. Once you stand on the chair, act like you're on stage, and the camera person is Bobby. Marilyn probably went down closely to get some accents in the cameras and get a feel for him there, like way back to the crowd. And the only way for him, what I believe, to get the crowd to feel these emotions is to spit. So let's go ahead, probably rock it out, then he leans down, spits on him, goes back to rocking, the crowd's going crazy and stuff, and then leans back in, and there's a little snot rocking on him, not knowing that it's about to be going to the courtroom, but he goes back to rocking it out and winning the crowd's love. So, Bobby, I appreciate your assistance today. I'm sorry, Marilyn didn't do that. But God, you took that one like a champ. You didn't even fall down, you piece of shit. Gotta hit him with a fist nowadays. He's getting too strong for them slaps. Must have been working out last night. Anyways, as always, y'all be easy, be safe, and stay free. And never be spitting or snot rocking in no fight.
Walmart Delivery Pass. Unlimited grocery deliveries for $8.97 per month or $89 per year.
Limited deal take methamphetamine, okay? It was in your vehicle right there, the center console. I don't have much discretion with a felony charge, buddy. I don't have much discretion with that, man.
I'm serious, dude. Anything. What you want me to do, man?
Between 2016 and 2018, Jackson County, Florida Sheriff's Deputy Zachary Wester is making arrests for drug possession.
I mean, driving C4, the whole bunch of things you told me about, it had a crystallized substance in it. Whenever I tested that, it turned something positive for methamphetamine here in the field. You are going to go to
Lester either turning off his camera, not turning it on, videos being deleted, that raises red flags to anybody.
Is it possible that Lester could be planting drugs on innocent people?
Not in the ground side department, lots of activity. Yeah.
Watching body cam footages, most of these searches are only being conducted by Zachary Lester. There's not a second person in the car helping him. So he's in there by himself while the second officer and the backup officer is watching the suspect. So that does give Zachary Lester ample opportunity and time to plant those drugs.
If this test, what I think is going to test or is going to put you more of a fast off for this felony.
It's not worried about here.
If this test was not positive, this would be open at the felony.
The how he planted it in my car is still a question that literally keeps me up at night. I still can't figure it out. I know what happened, I just don't know how.
Okay, when did you get there? Because I'm being arrested for possession of narcotics. I don't want to talk about it right now.
The only explanation I've been able to come up with is he went to the back of his car, he put the bag with the syringe in his glove, carried the gloves to the car, dumped it in the passenger seat, then put the gloves on, and quote unquote started the search. Jackson County police officers, they wore short sleeves. They weren't long sleeves, he couldn't have tucked it in his shirt, he didn't like reach down on his boot or anything like that. I think he just carried it in his glove from the back of his patrol car into home.
Earn extra cash while you work.
The Breeze 925 is back.
It's simple. Listen for the songs that play weekday mornings at 9 and afternoons at 2 and 5.
Go to 963thebreeze.com and tell us the 3 songs you heard.
We'll even make it easier by giving you clues when you become a Breeze member on our website.
The Morning Breeze with Brad and Deb could be calling you to give you $200 just for listening.
Let's take a closer look at these stops to see if Lester is the one breaking the law.
You know what that is? No, sir. I don't know what that thing appears to be. That's a cocaine. I've never seen that at all. That's strong. That's great. Okay.
Most people will make denials, and that's why the law is pretty clear when it tries to prove the existence of probable cause. A suspect's denials are not sufficient to refute probable cause.
All right. Those yards can be detained this time, okay? I can undetain you. I just can't arrest you. What the hell?
But there is a consistent look of surprise on these people's faces. You can tell when people are surprised. You can tell when it's like, oh shucks, we found this stuff. This was a little bit different. It was a level of indignation, shock.
At this point, you are detained, okay? All right. I was searching the vehicle on the side that you received it, like a brown tied up bag. You got a white glove with zipper in the bottom. Okay. Bottom corner, the way it was positioned, I opened it up. There is a crystallized substance in the bottom of it. It did return a presumptive positive methamphetamine here on the side of the road. So my question is,
I don't do anything. That's what I said. Part of the other problem is that this officer is trying to convince them that maybe somebody else got something in the vehicle to explain away why they genuinely might not know that there was contraband in the vehicle. And so that is able to create some plausible deniability for him that maybe it wasn't him that put it there.
you got to be careful you let your do. If that is not yours,
This company policy, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I have to have an employee with me comes to the bank or deposit every single one.
Lester's demeanor on the side of the road was probably the worst part, not because he was mean, but because he was so nice.
this is unfortunate for you today, okay? There's going to be a fork in the road, man. Go left or right, right?
The buddy-buddy demeanor that, oh no, you're going to jail. It was a lot of the same MO over and over and over again. He was playing a game, which is sick.
But catching Lester in the act is not so simple.
see what could be argued to be an inadvertent, a version of body camera at the critical moment the stuff was recovered. He essentially was employing like magic tricks to hide evidence.
Coming up, can the truth be uncovered?
No, sir. What is it?
When you're corrupt, when you're dirty, when you're a liar, it's going to catch up with you at some point. But that one piece of evidence right here proves to be crucial in this case.
Father stopped that vehicle right there, okay? And if I'm horrible, pulled me over, searched the vehicle. And if he found that, what would happen? How would it work? It would be working here on the certification I put it yet. Whenever you get behind the wheel of that vehicle, do you are in possession of everything in this vehicle, okay?
Out in Jackson County, Florida, between 2016 and 2018, Sheriff's Deputy Zachary Wester has arrested various people after supposedly finding narcotics in the car they were driving.
If I would have never lifted the center console, I would not have seen that orange part sticking up. It was right between the console and the front passenger seat.
Not only do these motorists claim the drugs don't belong to them,
You were in constructive possession of methamphetamine, okay? So you are one of the jail taking possession of methamphetamine because it was on your side of the vehicle. What I'm going to do, though, is that young little boy's looking back on it, put you in handcuffs, okay?
but between inconsistencies in his reporting, the body cam turning off at key moments, and the locations of where the drugs were found, something's not right, and someone starts taking notice.
There was a whistleblower in this case named Christina Pumphrey. She worked for the state attorney's office at the time. There were a lot of things with this case that just didn't sit right with her. So she started doing her own investigating.
That's huge slide. Now I'm in the Christmas spirit. What we got there, my friend? Look at there.
They actually start picking up on some discrepancies from his report to what's actually shown on the body worn camera. And this right here is the crucial moment. We need to look into this a little bit further. We've got to notify the supervision to start running an investigation into Wester. At that point, they start pulling all these traffic stops.
However, there's a big problem.
This ain't the door right here. You're on the main thing now, okay? So be quick, okay? On this thing, put me in my passport.
On his body cam footage, we don't actually ever see him planting in narcotics. That raises some red flags to me. Did he actually find the drugs? Or were they actually planted? I don't know.
He had mastered what he was doing. He knew when to turn his body camera off. He knew when to keep it on. He knew when to find whatever he was going to find. The fact that he was so comfortable doing it, he was so good at only showing what he wanted to show until it came to the Teresa Odom video. That's when he really slipped up.
Deputy West Virginia Sheriff's Office, reason for my stop is your brake lights. They work 1 minute and the next minute they don't work. You got the driver's license on you, ma'am?
I expected it was there, but
Oh, did you? No, you're fine. But you proceed to a search of your vehicle. You're fine with that, okay?
You know, we saw the Teresa Odom case where there was a frame-by-frame shot of his body camera. And we saw that there was a clear baggie in Wester's hand during the stop.
You can physically see a packet with white powder in his hand before he puts his glove on, which he later finds that same packet in Teresa Odom's truck.
Okay. How about this?
That is not mine. No, sir.
Okay. I'm on that.
No, sir.
I'm going to ask you very quick. I'm going to read your license first, okay?
That's what blew the case wide open in reality.
Authorities discover a stash of drugs and paraphernalia hidden in the trunk of Wester's patrol car. After an investigation by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, it's suspected that Zachary Wester planted narcotics in dozens of traffic stops. In 2019, Wester was arrested and is ultimately charged with 67 crimes with respect to 12 victims: racketeering, official misconduct, fabricating evidence, false imprisonment, perjury, and possession of controlled substances and drug paraphernalia.
The first thing that I thought was, this deputy wants to get involved in some type of narcotic use. So he's trying to add his numbers. What we kept seeing during these traffic stops was it seemed to always be methamphetamine. Nothing really surprising me here. You know, we still have a methamphetamine problem across the United States. A proactive law enforcement officer, you stumble upon drugs on a frequent basis. He's trying to show that he goes out here and makes big cases. I work in a unit that focused on street level narcotics, and it's hard to get into these units.
You gave me a piece of advice. Sometimes the people you think you can trust are the very ones you shouldn't. That has stuck with me as the most chilling thing he said. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have trusted the police officer standing in front of me. How awful is that to have to say? When you think of all the other people before me and after me who he played the same game with, and you one knows he had no fear in what he was doing. To have that kind of power and use it that way, disgusting.
Zachary Wester may have been arrested, but he is presumed innocent. The more challenging issue now is, can prosecutors prove Zachary Wester is guilty?
I am surprised and alternately impressed that the DA's office actually took this to trial, because I think that everybody in law enforcement in the DA's office believed that it was someone that there was something really wrong here, but convincing people who are not in the industry, a jury of just regular folks, that this was a deviation and a criminal act was actually a heavy lift.
What's the word on the streets these days? Razor, razor, and whistling. Wow. Are you bragging about yourself or someone else? Came out naturally.
Still got it. Not bad singing. Oh, I love a tune in case I'm ever good in front of a jury, you know. So they're not just sitting somewhere. I'm sure you're not just sitting somewhere chilling, hanging out.
In May 2021, a Florida trial began that was quite startling to see. A former police officer named Zachary Wester was facing 67 criminal charges in connection with planting drugs on unsuspecting and innocent motorists.
This is a case about use of an incredible power. The defendant used his position as a deputy sheriff to make traffic stops of 12 members of this community and plant methamphetamine in their cars. Methamphetamine and paraphernalia. He turned what should be a law enforcement agency, and is, into something for his own use. That was criminal.
The strongest evidence was what was examined under a closer professional eye. We had a very similar MO of policy and practice that this individual employed, the recovery of the same type of substance, not within direct view of body form, movements that could not be accounted for, divergent paperwork, unexplained discrepancies in test and field testing.
Dr. Hager voluntarily told the defendant that he had a gun in his car before the defendant had any reason to search it. Now, why would you do that if methamphetamine was really in his car? Why would Mr. Bolton give the defendant information about the key? Let this deputy know right away that he's got a criminal history. Why would you do that if there was methamphetamine in the car? But if I know that you're a team, go ahead and search, man. Come on, man. Really? People still do sometimes. Why do they consent to a search of the car? There's no reason to. They consented to search
because they didn't have anything to hide.
And the prosecution honed in on arguably their strongest piece of evidence.
Why in the world does the defendant have palm with his finger, clasped like this, not like this, not like this, like this, the classic back? Why in the world does he have that there? I would submit that this is objective evidence when you see him taking drugs. In the moment, you see something in his hand, there's no reason, no logical reason, given this stuff and what we know about it, for it to be there. This is implanting evidence. You see it.
People say you can see the bad guy. I could not see it. I think the hardest part for a prosecutor here is number one, there's no smoking gun. And number two, there's a really flimsy motive for the regular person. You have to understand why someone who has so much to lose would risk.
Mr. Wester went one by one through each and every stop and arrest. Many other officers saw nothing unusual, no red flag, everything was arrested. Many of those same officers were not surprised at all that those suspects denied ownership of the drugs and the paraphernalia that Mr. Wester found in their cars. There's no direct evidence of Mr. Wester doing anything wrong. Not one person said they saw him doing anything unusual. Not actually seeing him plant the drugs, that may come off as, that was just a bad angle of the camera. But again, juries do want to actually see that. Jurors want to see physical evidence. Many of them entered pleas. Nobody challenged anything in the courtroom, and nobody filed any complaints with the sheriff's office.
Here's the other hard part, the victims. Some of them plead guilty. What that means is, if you plead guilty, you can't overstay that plea period. The people who admitted that the drugs were theirs, in the eye of the law, the drugs were theirs.
Most people that got up there and testified also said, yeah, I'm suing. And one of them said, yes, a conviction here would definitely help my civil case. So is there an interest? Yes. And what is that? Money. Some of these people on traffic stops entered a guilty plea because they felt like, who's going to believe my word over a deputy sheriff's plea? That's a legitimate concern. So you've got a public defender or your attorney that's saying, hey, look, you just pleaded this, you're going to get no prison time. The pressure's on you just to say, I want this to go away.
And the jury got to hear from those alleged victims themselves.
The white small plastic bag that was in that spoon that the deputy just showed you on this video. Have you ever seen that? Yes. Is that in your car?
No, sir. He said that he smelled marijuana maybe from the vehicle.
Smoking marijuana in the vehicle?
No, sir, absolutely not.
What about?
Absolutely not. She was 3 months pregnant.
How long was it between you packed your reference lunch and this defendant pulled you over and said he found nothing?
Less than 5 minutes.
Was there any meth in that lunchbox?
No, sir.
Did you put any meth in
No,
it?
sir. We went to original for the same time as that. Went to a regional over towards the tree.
At some point, did you try to film this on your phone?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
Nobody does wrong as we do, because at Hyundai, wrong is all we do. He was like, no. He told me that I would be arrested if I did not put my phone down.
Testifying against Webster was scary just for the fact that you're testifying against a law enforcement officer.
The only thing I really saw was the fact that he did kept going back into the car like several times over and over and over again. Because he'd come back and talk to me, he'd go back to the car, he'd come back to me, he'd go back to the car.
This is someone the state has put in place to protect and serve. They're entrusted with the public safety. They're entrusted to do the right thing, and they took an oath to do so. So when you're sitting in a courtroom saying that's their job, it doesn't look good.
He said he found a syringe and a baggie that nothing had been used. He said it was stuck down in between the passenger seat and the center console.
Did you see if something was there?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Was there anything like that there?
No. Everybody says there was something. Everybody said it wasn't mine. Everybody says they had nothing to do with it. So going into that, you're thinking, how many other people have been in my spot testifying against an officer? Typically that doesn't go very well.
You ever saw him with a needle or bag or anything
So me testifying was a big deal, big state.
Then it was time for Zachary Wester to take the stand.
Did you plant this substance in Mr. Williams' lunchbox?
I did not.
The report that you wrote in that case, did you falsify anything in this report?
No, no, sir.
With Miss Wood, was there anything with her that you planted so that you could arrest her?
No.
Was there anything in your report that wasn't true about Miss Wood?
No.
The marijuana shake and the methamphetamine that you found in the vehicle, did you plant that there?
I did not, no.
This case is tough because you're dealing with a professional witness. Cops on their job, they testify. Police officers are trained to be great witnesses.
The allegation is you found 6, but only entered 5 in the evidence.
And that would be correct.
Okay. Tell us why.
It was determined that one that was unused could have very well been for his diabetes that he just stated that he uses syringes for. So I didn't determine that one to be of evidentiary value, and it was just simply disposed of.
Did you take that other needle and hide it in your car to plant in somebody else's car later?
No, I did not.
There are certain strategies and techniques when people testify that become more and practice over time. Not getting overly emotional, answering only what is asked, responding in a way that is not confrontational, not argumentative.
All of these cases that we talked about, did not plant it there.
That never crossed my mind. No.
These were legitimate stops, searches, and you found legal narcotics.
Yes, sir.
By and large, he's really good on the stand.
Methamphetamine is quite prevalent here in Jackson County, correct?
Methamphetamine is very prevalent in Jackson County. I've seen firsthand the destruction that methamphetamine has on families, has on friends, and in my job as a deputy sheriff, I wanted to be as proactive as I could. I didn't feel that the citizens of Jackson County wanted to pay me to just sit somewhere and wait for a call.
Wester even tried to explain away the arguably criminal evidence from the early stop.
In the void space, there was a baggie of some sort. I didn't know at the time if it was of evidentiary value or not. It didn't appear as if it had narcotics in it. It didn't appear as if it had anything that may have been of value, but nonetheless, I wanted to try to preserve it, so I grabbed it. And whenever I entered the vehicle, it was in my left hand. But I wanted to be able to still use my fingers before I put my gloves on. I moved my hand and I placed that item in the driver's side floorboard, and I continued my search.
This tape was showing still photos. There's something in your hand.
Sure.
There is something in your hand.
Absolutely.
Was it that bag of methamphetamine that's sitting there on that screen right now?
It was not, no.
It was obvious to me that Wester had been coached a lot for his family. That's not uncommon. Wester had done his homework and really prepped for the questions that were probably going to be asked by the state prosecution.
Where on your body camera video did you see you handle that bag even either picking it up or putting it down or looking at it closer than a second?
Whenever I put that baggie in the front driver's side floorboard, I never seen it again. I'm not sure if it's because when a semi came through, it blew into the roadway. There was really no need for me to go walk across 231 at the busiest time of the day to try to find something that I didn't even know was evidentiary value or not.
Why did you set it down on the floorboard if you didn't know if it had evidentiary value or not?
So that I could search the vehicle.
All that searching wasn't pain about that.
I didn't expect him to actually get on the stand. He kept like moving his nose. He was very twitchy and nervous the whole time. He lost his cool on the stand several times near the state attorney.
Your theory was that because mom had been in the car at some point and mom had been a meth user years before.
Holiday rollbacks are starting pretty early. Online too.
That even if they were accidental possession, that you went ahead and got.
I did, and here's the thing. Most of the time, late at night on. So Mr. Williams, you're presenting to this jury
that in the First Circuit where you work, that if someone says they didn't know about the narcotics, you're just going to drop the case on every single narcotics charge that comes on your desk?
We have a filing saying.
It sounds to me that's what you're saying.
Well, thank you for your input, and I'll remind you that you're aware that I asked a question, you answered.
Sure.
I just really believe that he came across a little cocky, a little arrogant, versus, hey, I'm truly innocent here.
Rolling body cameras allow someone else, this very court system perhaps, to see what you or any other deputy would see while they have that body camera on. Isn't that right? Body cameras are very beneficial. Yes. Not for Reginald Williams. We don't have one, right? So why do we have one? If the body camera video for Mr. Reginald Williams would not have been deleted from the server, this jury would have had a chance to review that body camera. Who deleted it? Mr. Williams, I don't know.
If someone deleted it, if they delete the front part of the manual video, they go in and delete that as well.
Mr. Williams, I've already testified as to the first part of that manual video, and I made it very clear that the body camera experienced a malfunction.
And it so happens that that missed the part where you would have first gotten in the car and had a chance to see it, so we're in the back. Is that right?
I would disagree with that.
That's not when the error occurred?
I would disagree with that.
Then why isn't it on the video?
Mr. Williams, I've explained this to you 3 or 4 times now as far as why that is not on the video.
Is there some reason you will not answer that?
The body camera error occurred as soon as the traffic stop was initiated.
The defense's case was actually pretty solid, and it's not really due to the defense attorney. It was Wester's covering of his actions. He had an explanation for everything. He had cut his body cam on and off at certain times perfectly and explained it away as a malfunction. And they questioned people involved in IT in that department. Is this a possibility? Well, yeah, it's a possibility. It's body cam.
Now, you testified that you saw Kimberly Hazelwood reach down and put that Excedrin bottle in that trash bag. Is that right? Yes. Where's that on video? The body camera doesn't pick it up. Okay? But whenever you look through the back window, you'll be surprised at how a body camera, how it darkens things. And you have to remember, a body camera sees a narrow field of view. It sees what it wants to see. So I was able to see that with my eyes through that back glass.
That was tough to sit in the courtroom and say, I don't know how he did it, but I know he did. And I hope there's enough evidence to prove it. The packet being in his hand before he put his glove on. The fact that he didn't have him finding anything on camera. It was just there. So the jury really had to go by their belief in whether or not he was a dirty cop.
To the jury this case went. Would they believe Zachary Wester was upholding the law or breaking the law? After deliberating more than 7 hours over the course of 2 days, this was the jury's decision.
You the jury find the causes of the counts charged in the information. Count 1, guilty of racketeering as charged. Count 2, not guilty. Count 3, not guilty. Count 4, not guilty. Count 7, guilty of official misconduct related to Teresa Odom as charged.
In a split decision, the jurors found Zachary Wester guilty of 19 charges, including racketeering, official misconduct, false imprisonment, and possession, but not guilty on 48 other charges.
So I think they came back with the right verdict, convicting him on the charges that they have the strongest evidence on.
Want strong teeth? Calm your body, replenish vital minerals with pronouns and minerals.
There were so many more not guilties called out than there were guilty verdicts. And that was rough to hear as someone who went through it. He's getting off on all of these cases. But in the end, after all was said and done, he was found guilty on charges relating to 3 of the people involved. Myself, Stephen Van, and Teresa Odom. In that moment, you're like, someone realized that this wasn't right. And you start thinking that maybe he'll get the time he deserves.
As to count 1, racketeering, which is a first-degree felony, you are sentenced to serve 5 years in the Florida Department of Corrections.
fair share of side effects from it. To this day, if I see police lights, my heart drops and I have a panic attack on the road. There's a bad apple in every profession, but when you run into a bad cop, that can change your life. And it can be for the good, it can be for the worse, and this time for a lot of people it's for the worse.
For a moment, just think about the impact that Zachary Western had. So in total, prosecutors dropped charges in 119 cases involving Western. Over 30 of the people that he arrested agreed to a nearly $1 million federal court settlement. His career, reputation, good. He's locked up behind bars for years. And you have all of these people who are going to go through life knowing that they were falsely arrested by someone who was entrusted to uphold the law. And all of this, that question of why he did it is still not clear. And honestly, I'll tell you what, it will never be clear. That's all we have for you on this episode of Crime Crime, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to see you next time. And as always, stay safe.
Is this too much salt? Definitely too much salt. Okay? Just make it till you make it.
They're trying to lure me somewhere.
It was deceptive, it was dangerous. Everything else. I used words to the justice system failed her in so many different ways. While a powerful institution that is trying to protect its image,
She didn't believe it. And nobody did get to that point.
just like, no. It's a parent's love.
In 2018, University of Utah senior Lauren McCluskey repeatedly asked for help.
The people and institutions who were supposed to listen, protect us, did not.
This is a story of Lauren's life and murder, and her parents pressed for answers. I'm TJ Quinn.
And I'm Nicole Morin. We're journalists for ESPN. For 4 years, we've investigated what went wrong and why.
You're going to see previously unreleased surveillance videos, police interviews, photographs, and documents. You'll hear from people connected to the case speaking publicly about it for the first time.
The story begins in Pullman, Washington. Lauren was just athletic from the very beginning. She could climb trees at 2 years old and she had no fear. She was pure determination.
She was a very sensitive girl, and so the athletics really gave her a leg to stand. It just helped her be a more confident person.
I put her in 3 months at 8 years old and she broke
Sheldon Fields is not his real name. It was Melvin Sean Roden. He's 37. He was convicted of 2 sex crimes in 2004.
She went back to Salt Lake City the next day, and she told me that he was a sex offender and he died at that age. And that she was going to break up with him. I said, yes, that's exactly what he did. We were talking about the public plans and how she should break up with him, and I didn't want her to do it because it's hard for a lot of people out. He had her although she was gone, and she needs to get her car back. And then her sister plays a party tomorrow in Westlake Park. And I was scared. I really not sleeping that night. That next night, her voice seemed very hushed and she seemed very scared. And I was like, no, I don't need to go. And she's like, no, I'm going to leave it. I finally get a call from her. And she said good night. He was still denying anything happened. It was years ago. He was out of a college fraternity party. The girl lied about her age. He was still making excuses like how that's not true. And then the next day, after she broke up with him, he had a car. I was waiting for her to
But no one ever did call her. Next day, Saturday, 6 weeks after she was rolling, all the university police again.
So I'm in this situation from being lost man and then a photo of me and my ex where so I think it's just around everyone.
Lauren suspected Roland might be involved and lied to the lawyer, saying he too was being blackmailed. She sent $1,000
Oh no.
She was so in constant contact with university places with the police developers. So anytime she was getting messages, she just forwarded them on to him. She had his personal number. I know she was nervous and she was still waiting to hear from the detective. So I got her policies phone number, same for
was in this room, and right on sitting right there. And Jill was right behind me over here. And she was talking to Lauren and Stephen. So I could hear their conversation. It was very lively, very happy. And was looking forward to playing. She's proud that she was making progress on a song that was going to do 50 days. So it was a wonderful conversation. She was so happy. And
I quickly go, no, no, no. And then I start quickly being dragged away from the top, no, and then no one answered the phone. I knew that everybody was going to get that time.
took the landline and called my mom.
Hi, my daughter immediately wants me. We're talking to her mom, and then she just starts saying, no, 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 no. And like someone might have been grabbing at her something.
When I was sitting in the newsroom at the South Fair, all of a sudden you would hear this tackle on the police radio. Kidnapping, University Talk, kidnapping, and kept repeating that.
My sister's located each of Texas about possible kidnapping, victim is aware of the proceeds, for better her to get no, no on the phone, but the line went quiet.
We were scrambling, trying to figure out where she might be.
Alright, you said she was walking to her car from one building? It was just,
The alarms of it was chilly, it was a cold night, and everything was just caution tape up in this huge room.
Information is not being shared readily. I'll be able to act in mankind. Very limited availability of time.
There's a lot of focus on this one particular parking lot, and there were police everywhere. I mean, from multiple agencies and police dogs. It was really this atmosphere of fear and no answers. And what were they looking for? What was going on?
About the investigated, the police. Okay.
Officials issued a purpose-story shelter-in place alert and soon followed a suspect description at 10:10. Manhunt was on the 37-year-old Melvin Rowland.
Daddy was down from the northbound house. Said he had a group of police officers and a canine heading northbound.
I would look out the window, and as long as I didn't see any police cars coming to our house, I thought we were okay.
was actually her coach that told me that they found her. And I said, is she okay? And he said, I'm sorry, she's not. She's fine. And that was when I just started crying when that knew that they would 75 persons.
It's hard to even describe. I didn't cry. I was totally shocked. It was like trauma, like getting hit by a baseball bat. It was that physical.
I never get the sense from Miss Professor that she said that we lost her. I was like, what do you mean that we lost her? And I don't remember telling her that she said that. That Lauren had been shot. And that she was murdered. I just remember going outside and just sitting up, looking up at the stars and just thinking I can't get something wrong with that. And we left too long. We were in pain.
We now know more details about what happened that night in 2018. According to the police report, surveillance video shows Lauren as she was about to enter her dorm, and Melvin Rowland's feet can be seen several feet behind her. He steps towards Lauren and grabs her. At 8:18, he can be seen turning her north away from the door. This video was never released.
Roland carried her to this nearby parking lot, forced her into the back seat of his neighbor's car, and shot her several times. Seen here, 3 minutes later, making his way south through campus parking lots, across this bridge, ending up at a light rail station on campus.
Unit on the shooting. The suspect is supposed to be a male black, white fitted black jacket with white stripes, wearing gray, bikini, and white shoes.
He was picked up at the station by a driver Hyundai Sonata.
Within minutes of shooting her, of shooting Lauren, he went out on a date with a woman that he arranged on a date. They went out to dinner, they hung out at her place, he took a shower, really seemed like he was just having another normal night after with another.
The woman contacted police that night.
I saw the picture of his dad, and then I saw that he had been living in the same house, which is where they used to keep my car. There's only picture of him and he was in the same
because we were looking at the web. Two investigations have been done. One by the state's Department of Public Safety focused on Rowland's history in the criminal justice system. The second was an independent review commissioned by the university.
When we presented this report, it showed all of these ways that the university was handled, that how offices was handled, and all these recommendations that the position fixed. And then President Ruth Watkins made the kind of infamous statement.
This report does not offer us a reason to believe that this tragedy could have been prevented.
I was shocked that she would say that. I just felt sick to my stomach.
I think this statement defies logic, it defies facts, it was written by a woman.
Everyone's really trying to avoid. What we didn't do is wrong. We didn't do anything wrong. I'm like, his parents lost their kids. She is wrong. You have the audacity to try to cover your ass.
What did your journalistic instincts tell you about that approach of the
That they would protect the integrity, the reputation of the university athletes. The facts that they uncovered were tragedy. The sheer number of times that she was trying to get help from the police, when in fact it should have just been learned from them. But the most shocking thing was the large number of flaws in the system.
We began our investigation in early 2019, a few months after the incident. At the time, University President Ruth Watkins was communicating with the McCluskey, but a university lawyer denied their request for their encounter. Then, in June 2019, Jill and Matt McCluskey filed a $56 million lawsuit against the school, alleging it failed to protect their daughter.
I do not want to be in this world without him. But we've stuck here. And no choice but to try to make this work better. It's with the greatest reluctance we've chosen this last resort of people. Our only profit will be the somber satisfaction of saving lives.
Women must be believed and taken seriously when they ask for help.
Other women spoke out about their experiences with campus police, saying their reports of widespread harassment have not been taken seriously. As the McCluskey's lawsuit against the school proceeded, so did our investigation. We submitted a series of public records requests. Despite repeated challenges by the school, we obtained important material it has never released.
We also interviewed key people from the case who had never spoken about it publicly. You'll hear from Adele Darris, former campus police officer who took Rowland's police report and communicated with her in the last days of her life. David Thompson, Rowland's parole agent at the time of the murder. And Sean Reyes, Utah's Attorney General.
Immediately I was upset. Viscerally upset at this transfer. Masquerading as a campus accepting agents who are cool, not just war. How does it get through?
The state's investigative report gave a bit of Rowland's background. He grew up in Brooklyn, New York. It said he was adopted by an older couple who died when he was young. Utah officials say they found no juvenile record for him, but he attended a high school for troubled youth in Colorado. He moved to Utah when he was 20.
A summary of the report stated that Rowland was sentenced in
proceeded. Rowland was on supervised release, wearing a monitoring device on his ankle while he attended classes. He dropped out as he reached the deal to plead guilty.
There was a strong likelihood that the victim in this case was not going to be able to withstand trial. And so that was a strong motivation for me to reach a plea bargain.
What was the next thing you ever heard?
I saw the report on TV that he had killed Lauren and himself. It hit me like a ton of bricks. He was a fellow. We did the right thing by stopping him. How did he get out? Why was he out? And what got caught?
The details of Rowland's crimes that our reporting uncovered were not included in the state's report. There were two other omissions as well.
First, in March 2003, a woman filed a police report saying Rowland attempted to rape her, but she was named as a fight.
Second, a different woman filed a restraining order against him in early 2004 while he was out on bail and awaiting trial for the two felonies. That July, he was sentenced to over 15 weeks in prison. We obtained audio recordings of 6 parole board hearings that occurred over the next 14 years. We asked Rowland's last parole agent, Megan Thompson, about his history of Utah's adult probation and parole department, known as APD. When he resigned,
Never wrote how many other cases
Maybe 70, 80. Like they said.
There was a parole hearing we had years earlier where he essentially admitted to committing 2 rapes that he had not been charged with. Did you ever hear that?
Yeah.
First time you heard it? So this was from 2012.
But he told me how many victims you have. So I'd like you to give me kind of an idea of what you're looking at, victimized.
This is exactly the one that gave those.
When the recap and the kids are going to jail.
I would say for now, but I think boss gave more attention. So everyone like that, but nothing across. You know, I use my immigration acts to get around.
How many did you add out right back then to
Like, not like that, but like me being a womanizer, you know, I use those acts to get around. Let's say some similar, let's say, 2. But I see it in general as how manipulated
how many women in general did you convince to have sex with you about manipulation?
got locked up in 22, my sex was 20, so I'd say about 50.
So the hearing, say, flat out indicates 2 other women. What's your reaction to hear that?
I still probably didn't should have been investigated. There's been so few limitations.
Have you heard of situations like that where someone essentially admits to violent felonies in a hearing and nothing happens?
We asked the Board of Pardons and Parole why Rowland's admission to 2 additional rapes wasn't investigated. The board replied, the individual retains their right against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment. The board's role is to ask questions and respond to the information provided, but it cannot be a fair venue if you are also involved in investigatory or prosecutorial actions.
We got away with other crimes. It makes me feel horrible that I wasn't able to do about that.
Hopefully, when you get out, you learn from this experience. Anything from that.
Yeah, I know I'm like
Rowland had been denied parole his first 3 attempts. A month after that hearing, July 2012, he was released. Within a few months, he was sent back to prison. Failure to participate in sex offender therapy, having links to pornography on his phone.
In 2013, he was paroled
2018, Roland was below the third time. Megan Thompson was assigned was below 18.
What were your impressions of it?
I knew that he had a history, and so I was very overly, I shouldn't say assertive, rigid, to where he in some ways massive me. He would clearly say he didn't like bullies, that he had a problem. He was just kind of more focused on his life after
During the search, you found that you had access to the phone. So, what did you discover?
his phone had some media, he was socializing with them, and as far as violating him on that and he went back to prison, there's no way the supervisor, the board of pardons would have proved that he went back to prison on just that.
In August, you testified with the matter.
Yes. There were multiple concerns about drug use and his history of order prison. My encounters with him, I came down a little bit. I knew that they went to prison. This would be overwhelming.
People, after the fact, after he played the line, he got the fact that, oh my God, there's a chance right there he could have violated it. When you look back at it,
What I did was what would have was effective.
how did you feel when you handled all the information that came from it?
I handled things very appropriately. I was told handle things very appropriately.
Roland's positive marijuana test occurred on August 15, 2018. At the time, he was working at a call center for General Dynamics Information Technology. He also had a night job as a bouncer at a bar in downtown Salt Lake City.
On September 1st, 2018, Roland McCluskey was a senior track and field athlete at the University of Utah. That night, she went out dancing with her friend Alex. Met Elvin Sean Roland.
1 week later, Roland's fellow bouncer Nathan Boger asked his friend Sarah Emily Lady to help him buy a Beretta handgun from his gun store. Later that month, Roland borrowed that gun and took home to shoot. The friends became concerned and alerted housing advisor Diamond Jackson, who sent an email to the supervisor on October 2nd with a list of concerns.
During that period of time, from 2nd to 22nd, how much were you hearing about Roland and what was going on with him?
It was like brought up in a second.
When did you bring it up?
Pretty much every meeting, what's being done, I want you drinks for her yet, what's going on, and there was this, oh no, but we're gonna handle it, and the director of conduct is gonna look into it, and just very nonchalant kind of, it's gonna get done, nothing.
While Lauren was at home in Pullman the weekend of October 5th, she warned Roland was convicted sex offender. She returned to Utah and broke up with him on October 9th, 5.5 weeks after they met, soon after this moment, when they met at the door of the campus apartment building.
I'm dealing with a situation that I'm being blackmailed for money.
Miguel Darris first took Lauren's police report, but he never spoke publicly about the case until now. In the fall of 2018, in his third year as a police officer. If you could say something to Lauren, what would it be?
Sorry. I wrote very close. Very close to the type of
think about going to jail?
What an extension case. The detective said that she had talked with her supervisor and was working a situation where Paul and
The detective was Caleb Gallup. He's been in the job for less than a year. Her supervisor was Sergeant Cody Newell. School officials told us there is no record that Newell, who died in 2021, ever instructed her to follow up on Lauren's case. Gallup was also working on several other cases there. Now a deputy sheriff and county of Utah, she declined our interview request.
What sort of threat do you think Mary Lou might be?
We weren't 100% sure that was Lauren didn't think it was. She kept saying it was Lauren's friends and unknown or possibly Lauren.
Why had somebody at that point just go interview Mary Lou?
first, like, what is?
There should have been a lot more emphasis placed on the fact that this is a girl who has come to us with a problem. We need to take it seriously. We can't brush her off and say, we'll get to you next week when Detective so-and-so comes in.
Oh.
We need to take a hard look at this.
Lawrence said Officer Garris was into the images she was being blackmailed over. He reported them to Detective Dowling and allegedly showed them to other officers 2 days later.
A public records request he submitted in October 2019 prompted the university to open an internal investigation into what Garris did with the photos. The Salt Lake Tribune published the story in 2020.
How did the community respond?
There was just a lot of shock that this had happened, and he wasn't transparent about it. He said he didn't know about it, or that they didn't have records on it until 2 years after when it was killed. There was a lot of outrage, some lawmakers jumped in and said, let's make sure that this isn't done, because this is not legal to show someone else's photos.
According to a State Department of Public Safety investigation released in August 2020, multiple officers said under oath that Garris showed the explicit photos for non-law enforcement reasons. The two officers told DPS investigators that Garris made an unprofessional comment about the photos. Other officers admitted to making similar comments.
It made me very hard. She asked me for advice. I would have told her, absolutely show embarrassing, compromising pictures with the police because they are professionals. I would have been her that advice. Looking back,
It's just really unfair on us. She went to the police expecting to get help. I think he should be prosecuted. The reason that the district attorney didn't prosecute him was that Lauren was dead, so she didn't experience any emotional harm.
we're very honest. I think we need more savings. I really
There were two officers who reported to remember hearing unprofessional comments being made when they showed the pictures. Did you ever say to anyone that you could look at those pictures anytime you want?
I never said that.
Did you say anything that could send it over?
I wouldn't say.
It wasn't disrespect officers, but no, he showed it to several officers who obviously were partaking in the crime. And so there was a real culture there.
The fallout from the photo scandal cost several people their jobs. Two campus police officers were fired. Deputy Chief Rick McClellan resigned. 2 days after the state's report came out, Bill Garris was fired from the job he had taken with another police department. Utah police officers stamped as a Brady Kitchen investigating this incident. No disciplinary action against Garris or the other officers.
Earlier this morning, I thought the freshman dorm here at Oregon State
satisfied with this level. But I do think that their initial approach to us was exactly the opposite of what they should have done. If I didn't either issue me to watch it, I'd like them to know that that was not the right approach.
We had to file a lawsuit because of the way their hair was. And so by trying so hard to avoid a lawsuit, it actually caused a lawsuit.
Imagine what we would have had if they wanted to grant us a lawsuit. It's not a good strategy to try to seek things. It's not the right thing to do. It's not going to stop it.
After the McCluskey settled their lawsuit against the university, we continued to pursue efforts for the school, including campus police interviews it had never made public.
The ones that stood out were with Rowan's co-workers in General Dynamics Information Technology. Rowan worked in this call center.
What expectations are there of them taking this sort of action in case of something in the workplace that would want to help them?
On October 16th, 6 days before the murder, Rowan revealed to co-workers what he had done.
Melvin Rowan told two colleagues, the building supervisor, on October 16th, that he had been sextorted during the pressing. Did you ever hear the interviews that the state professor did?
Within a few days of the murder, General Dynamics Information Technology hired a local security guard and an apology to the superintendent's office.
It's a supervisor who basically lays out the whole story. We also admitted to people that got into what we want. He was aware of the police investigation. We heard what that supervisor just described. What's your reaction to that?
This is another thing that they have brought to my attention. Which is sincerity.
I guess I didn't really realize that there was a supervisor involved.
I'm just surprised that no one, it seems like no one is willing to step up and do anything.
If somebody called you and told you that he was sick, what would happen? Based on what he said and what you had happened, what would happen to you?
Another co-worker gave to police that he let Rowan use his phone number to collect the money from Rowan on Venmo. During his interview, he refused to fill out a witness statement or allow police to examine his phone. He asked the school why criminal charges weren't pursued against him. The school did not respond to the question.
I'm surprised that after never executed their
Nolan told his co-workers on October 16th that he had extorted Lauren. The stalking intensified over the next 6 days. Monday, October 22nd, left his apartment shortly after 6 a.m., arrived on campus 50 minutes later.
Lauren received a faint text that morning from someone claiming to be Deputy Chief Lieutenant, asking her to the police station. According to her phone records, she called her friend Alex at 9:57. Then she called Officer Darris at 10.
So, I thought there was somebody in those messages who were planning to go to the government soon. And I was like, oh, what's the phone number of that? And I said, oh, no, that's not me.
Here's Lauren 6 minutes later, entering Heritage Hall. A minute after that, she's walking across campus. Here's Roland, 9 minutes later, walks into the same building, looks around for a few minutes, then leaves. Gets back to the door.
Lauren's phone counter shows she had an 11 a.m. appointment with her on-campus counselor.
She felt like she could say all the counsel everything her fears, her concerns. That's what she said. She felt like everything.
After seeing the counselor, she called Miguel Darris at the left 55 and tried it again at 12:08. He called back at 12:14.
And she happened to be there. So she showed me what was happening. So the first time.
So you actually saw her that night? How'd you end up connecting with her?
Yeah, I told her that, no, I'm not doing it. So, and somehow we both said, oh, we're here. I'm here too. So let me look at this mechanism. I told her, you'll screenshot those and forward them to them. And go back. Go back to the door.
What did you do next?
I told her that,
That morning, he had impersonated her assistant chief of campus police. She alerted Darris to that. That was fine to
Impersonating an officer, right? So that would have put him back into custody. If the appropriate action had been taken, he would have should have gone back into custody.
Is there anything that you should have done in that moment?
I could have asked Deputy Chief. But I went to the office. I told him personally. Tell us personally.
What should you have done?
Yeah.
You should have done
I should have done.
Why didn't you?
Not enough experience. This was my first case of this.
Today she actually talked to Miguel Darris, mentioned nothing in the state legal campus. He's never been reported. He says that he referred her to the detective who was in charge of the case. What do you call that? Who directed you on?
As surveillance videos show, Roland continued to search for Lauren all afternoon. He was let into her dorm by another student at least 4 times. While she was at class that evening, Roland hung out with that student and others in their room. He told them he was a Marine, and he showed
already left Lauren's form at 8:10. 7 minutes later, she was on the phone with her parents.
And she said, no. That's inside. Inside. What is that?
Hours before Lauren's murder, housing officials discussed the concerns Dinah Jackson first raised by email in mid-survey.
Tell me exactly what I did on my own. I told her that I was sorry and I thought I wish I could change and I wish I could go back. And I told her exactly what I did, who I spoke to. I laid it all out. And I really told her that I really wish I would have met with her. And she was just being so kind to me. And I'm like, why are you being kind to me? Your brother is gone. And I couldn't help her. She's like, I'm not done.
What do you think people need to know about this entire case?
He was involved with Mrs. Robert, opportunities, murder, and she's capable.
What were some of the examples that stood out to you?
The supervisor had done with dynamics.
That was really got to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
If any blame could be placed for Lauren McCluskey's murder, where do you think it should be placed?
Well, first and foremost, you have to blame Northern Sean Rowland. But systemically, as far as the system goes, I would place the lion's share of responsibility for everything with the Board of Cardinals, because Melvin and Sean Rowland had given so many signs that he was not capable of surviving in society without good negligence. The justice system failed her in so many different ways. She did everything right. We let her down. The system let her down.
How do you feel that most of the criticism from the state fell on you and Caleb Allen?
Well, it's a very, I'm taking most of it. We're going to take this all on the field and take on this. There were processes in place that didn't function the way they were intended. There was communication that should have taken place that didn't, all combined. People ignored it.
Daughter was also calling me.
What would you say to them to people?
Hi, City Cat. Good morning.
Everyone sees
If you're still here, I mean, probably not, right? No.